Very warm welcome to eRacing GP Endurance Edition. We are in 2023. This is our third full season, our fourth actual edition of eRGP Endurance. Des Corkill alongside Amo Hazik to talk you through the next 4 hours, well, 4.5 hours if we include qualifying. And Amo, your thoughts ahead of this edition? We've come a long way in a very short time.
Absolutely, especially given the fact that the very first season we had was only just 2 races, if not mistaken. And it was kind of like a trial run, but we counted as championships anyway. It was, it's great to see how the league has come leaps and bounds over the last few years. Okay. And now we're quite stoked to have a third full season in this fourth season.
Sorry for cutting you off. Let's get on to this season, though. And our first circuit is going to be the Catalunya circuit. We're in Barcelona, which has its trials and tribulations. It looks a relatively simple trap, but there's lots of traps in there for anyone who loses any little bit of concentration.
Yeah, especially turn 9 where it's a fast right-hander. The car can easily step up if you actually get the setup wrong, or you have damage. And in that final sector, it can be quite tricky because there's a high amount of sausage curves that can easily upset the car as well. So it's a great testing track for F1 and good for racing, but still, it's deceptively difficult, Des.
Yeah, 16 corners in total. A lot of right-handers there, but as you say, the latter part of the circuit is very, very challenging. Right then, let's look back a little bit at history and last season's third full season. Let's have a look at how the championship standings finished in terms of the teams. And it was JMX Phantom from Indonesia, who topped the list, 115 points, ahead of our old friends, Laundry House and Stratos Flash, Team 111. But it was a good competition throughout. Look at how close the points are between 2 and 6.
Indeed, and the fact that the quality of the field in that one shows how good this championship is.
That was the Pro Championship standings. We'll move on to the Pro-Am Championship. We've got 3 categories coming up. JMX Juniors, Allen Racing. So it was good for the JMX team. Z Challenger Racing topping 100 points. Veloce Ragazzo in third with 81 points. A lot of these guys maybe will be stepping up into the Pro ranks this year.
Indeed, and some of them have stayed for the Pro-Am for this one, but we'll get into that after this.
Okay, and on to the Amateur Championship standings. Veloce Ragazzo topping the mark, 128 points. That was a really good battle throughout that season. These are Endurance Edition 2022 standings. Them and Team Racing Line went right the way down, almost to the final lap of the season.
Indeed, they were so gutted to miss out on that title by just a small number of points. And we move on to the next one. This is where we have the championship winners from the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, the 3 championship winners. We've had Stratos Motorsports, Team 111, the Naki Baslan Mikko Nasi team. Remember that? That's a long time ago, isn't it? 2021 was the Aussies Laundry House Racing, Pippa, Ryan Houlihan, and Ryan Duting, and last year JMX Phantom, Presley Martono, Avia, Dafa Ardianza, and Russell Reyes doing the business there. Again, they'll be keen to look after their crown. Nobody's been able to defend their crown.
Absolutely, and the fact that they have 2 defending champions in that car for the season with Alan Drake Cruz and Russell Reyes, so they're ones to watch out for the season, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, let's have a look now at the competitors for this season. As we have a look at this, these are the starters. Jasmine, JSR, JMX Phantom are there in the BMW. We've got teams from Malaysia, from Singapore, Team Uncle in the Aston Martin. Love how the Aston Martins look. Not sure how they'll perform. From India, we've got RR Esports. Any of these particular names shouting out to you, Amo, as people we ought to look out for as potential champions?
Car number 10 and car number 111 for sure, because they were at the top of the sharp end of the championship last year. Naki Baslan, Nabe Aslan, along with Russell Reyes and Alan Drake Cruz. They're ones to watch out for.
Full Page Racing in the Porsche out of China. Brunei's Circuit X Electric in the Ferraris. Again, these cars look beautiful on the circuit, but it's how they perform. That's what it's really all about. And this is the second last of the entrants from Brunei. Omar Ali, Saeed, and Hussein will be the drivers there. A lot of new names for me. I've spent most of last season out of the game, and a lot of new names have come into eRacing, eRGP.
Indeed, in fact, that by my count, I think we have 15 new entries for this season alone. So that's quite a high intake of drivers and teams. As we can see, the last of them is McCann Racing Team from Malaysia, with a pair of brothers who were struggling to get into the server at first, but now they're actually in, Lavinash Mohane and Sriviraj Mohane. So that's quite nice to see that we got a good eclectic mix of drivers and teams from all over the Asia-Pacific region.
It is a long old list, and the guys are in a qualification at the moment. So qualifying runs until, what have we got? We've got 22 minutes left. So they'll be getting a good feel of the circuit, but around about now, I would imagine, Amo, they'll think, okay, we've got a feel of the circuit. Let's begin to put 1 or 2 decent lap times in.
Yep, absolutely, because the first you want to put is a banker lap where you just want to get it in. But the tires are not as warmed up as compared to the second or third lap. So you get that first lap in, it does build the confidence a bit, as opposed to just running off the circuit and getting in a lap time validated. You just want to get that one banker lap in and work on it through there. And by, as you said, the 20th minute left to go, that's when you really start pushing.
So we've got maybe 10 minutes or so of them just getting the feel of Catalunya. The guys have been practicing. How much practice have they had? They've been practicing most of this week since the circuit was announced?
Yep, indeed, and it's been the last few days. Personally, I've been practicing as well because I'm actually racing again this season. You can probably see my car is actually right up there.
I certainly did. Okay, we are live now. Alongside with, Russell Reyes has just posted the fastest time at the moment. So the JMX Phantom team, this is a nice way to make your mark. You're the defending champions and you're coming straight in to actually take the lead in the overall championship.
Indeed, in fact, that I'll be doing a hot lap around the circuit here as we come through the first couple of corners already. Reyes actually negotiates that corner nicely. Just a bit wide through turn number 3, but I think he probably just got it nailed here through the first sector. We're coming to the end of the first sector now. Into the second sector, turn number 4. It's quite deceptively difficult. It's not on or off camber, but you just wanted to use a lot of the road on the outside to swing across here for turn number 5. Also, very difficult corner because you either want to use first or second. First is ideal because you get a lot of the rest coming out of there and just launch yourself. I didn't know, in fact, that Reyes actually abandoned this lap. I kind of thought he was not on a good lap anyway, so he had to abandon that.
Okay, who shall we join? Let's have a look at one of our old favourites, Naki Baslan, car 111. We mentioned him. So let's go into the cockpit with Naki. Where is he? He's just coming into the start finish, isn't he?
Yep, and this is about a good time that we can go back to the onboard lap with Naki Baslan. He's 5th right now, 0.4 of a second behind Russell Reyes. Russell, incidentally, just went in front of Ibrahim Zuhaili in the Blue Steel Racing car. There is Russell now coming out again for yet another lap. So they got 20 minutes here to go. But we're back on the hot lap here with Naki. Through 1 and 2, using all the cover on the inside and then some to actually get the car hooked in before you swing it around to turn number 3. You're going to have to lift off the throttle a bit early here. Completely off. It has to be aggressive. Then come back on the throttle as gradually as possible so that the car doesn't skate around coming out to turn 4. Turn 4 then, it's relatively, again, I said, it's deceptively weird because it could be on and off camber, but you just have to use a lot of road on the outside to swing out here through turn 5. 5, it's difficult to pick out a braking point, but once you do, you can actually really hook up that corner quite well because you need to use up the curb on the inside just a bit, then swing the car around the outside to open up the exit coming out to turn 7 and 8. 6 is a bit of a kick, but then comes the most important corner on the entire circuit, turn number 9, where you have to lift off. Let's hear it. He lifted off just a bit. Now, hopefully Naki didn't go too wide there because he just ran on the AstroTurf on the outside because running too wide there will invalidate your lap time. And up to Lakaisha, turn 9. This is a prime overtaking spot, but if you get it wrong, you're going to whack the back of somebody or the side of somebody using them as a brake. So it's going to be a choke point here on the circuit. Then up to turn 10, 11, and 12. This is where it becomes a bit difficult because it's slow and it could be really tricky to get the car set up right, especially coming up to turn number 13, where it's a bit off camber here. 14 and 15, don't use too much of the curb on the inside. Naki does exactly just that. Oh, he may have run a bit wide onto the sausage curb, but I think he may have been legal there coming out to the start-finish line out of New Holland.
Okay, so a flying lap there with Amo Hazik and Naki Baslan. Naki unable to improve his finishing time there. He's a 1:43.252, which is, what, a good half a second behind Russell Reyes. Let's have a look at some of the others who are out there. Felix Jung, car number 822. Let's go on board with Felix. He's currently in 8th position. I'm looking for new names of who may well just be able to knock the established names off their what's the word I'm after? Off their podium, off their perch. That's the word I'm after, of course. Gosh, wonder where we've heard that before.
And speaking of drivers that can potentially upset the apple cart, we can see guys in 3rd place, for example, the Laundry House team. Not the same team that we saw last year with Pia Babakida and all that. It's a brand new driver on board. It's from Antipodean Autosport, Bruno Gallo. He's up to 3rd place. Not a bad way to start his first race with the Laundry House team in the RGB.
Here is Bruno. Laundry House have got a really good track record in endurance. In fact, they looked as though they were going to be the unbeatable team for the first 2 or 3 seasons. but it's changed an awful lot now.
Indeed, and the fact that JMX went on the tear last year, especially with Reyes on board where he came in, the car was just unbeatable. They won the last 2 out of the 3 races to actually clinch the title away. Plus, Laundry House and Stratos had absolute mare in that final round to get JMX to the line.
Yeah, it did go right the way down to the final line of the endurance season. Good long endurance season. This is a 4-hour race. We do have 12-hour versions coming up this season, but 4-hour race. Sorry, 8-hour version coming this season, but just a 4-hour race today. Let's have a look at how Bruno Galloway is doing. His best time of 1:43.135, which is just 4/10 off Russell Reyes. How's he driving just at the moment?
I think he's on track right now, but he has not improved his lap time just about yet. It's still a 42.7. Really fast, though. A 10th ahead of, almost 2/10 ahead of Imran Zahaili, and Galloway looking right now in 3rd place. So the pecking order is about the same, apart from a few mixers in there.
It is. Let's have a look at some of the Indonesians. Rinaldi, Wijaja down car number 69. I've been doing too many ARRC, so back onto the ERGP. And Rinaldi, is he one of these guys who might be able to just come in and cause a challenge or two? Again, he's a new name for me.
I would say that they would be right up there in the Pro-Am class. Don't mind the white number because it's supposed to be black. I think this car and particular crew are in the Pro-Am category, but judging by how the way they're going right now, it's not too bad. 1.5 seconds is within the delta, but you can see how amazingly close the field is. 1.6 seconds separating the top 20.
It is pretty quick, pretty tight, isn't it? How about Alexis Clapano? He again is, he's not in the amateur category, is he?
Pro-Am for this year. He is the defending champion with Allen Racing, but he's moved on to a new team for this season.
Okay, Alexis is NN Racing, car number 110, but he's gone into the pits. I'm desperately trying to pick up some people as a HMR. For Apex Racing in the Honda, best lap of 1:43.6 for the Pro-Ams, 3rd best of the Pro-Am class.
8/10 off, that's actually not bad. In fact,
not bad at all.
He's only about, what, 800s off from Ataya Kenzie, who's on pole position for the HMN engineering car. So that's also a debutant here as well. 2 debutants in the top 3 for the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, very good, very good. New names, it's always good to get new names involved.
We're about halfway through now in this qualifying session, and it looks as though the drivers are just, sawing away at the laps. Probably it's a bit of a lull moment right now, to be honest, Des, because not many fast times are being set. But I think in the final 10 minutes, you might see a lot of drivers going for broke here.
Yeah, so we've got 14.5 minutes to go, just under. Track temperature, it's lovely, cool track temperature. The optimum conditions, a little bit cloudy, but I understand there is a chance of rain here in Catalonia, which is something this correspondent in particular loves.
Well, don't we all love a bit of rain? To be honest, it just spices up the field. But I think a lot of drivers will be caught up by that because a lot of them have been practicing with a dry setup in mind. So a change to the wet might be detrimental to a lot of cars, though. So they wouldn't want to wish on that happening in the race.
Let's get on board with Imran Suhaili from Blue Steel Racing, currently in P2. Imran in the Ferrari, looking rather sleek.
Yeah, it's a bit plain though. The story behind the livery was that we didn't have enough time to get it prepped up, so we just scrounged together whatever we could, especially the fact that Imran wanted to make a livery that popped a bit. So I'm glad that it looks okay on track, but we should have a proper livery once the 296 Ferrari comes out later in the month, as we're going to get a big update for Sette Corsa Competizione later on.
Some of us old fellas, we do like playing. We think it looks rather good. You like all the flashy stuff. You like the anime stuff, don't you? But
yeah, we do have the anime stuff on the side, actually.
Right, again, Josh Nabas, car 730, Veloce Ragazzo Racing. Nabas into the pro classes. They did so well in the amateur and the pro-am classes last year, Veloce Ragazzo. Talk to me a little bit about Josh.
Yeah, Joshua Nabas, qualifying specialist in Global Edition. He still holds the record for the most number of pole positions in consecutive races from 2 seasons. So that's 5 in a row. No one has had that, not even Alif Hamilton. And the fact that he last year won the GT4 championship in the slimmest of margins by just 8 points ahead of Team Racing Line, who will be their rivals for this season as well in the GT3 class. And they combined both teams from the GT3 and GT4 classes together for this one. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to go, especially the fact that they're now in pro category.
Stato is back. Oh, I missed you. I missed that kind of remarkable recollection of knowledge. Excellent stuff. So then, we'll keep an eye out for Josh. Russell Reyes is back out on the circuit once again. He's halfway round. Let's see if he is going to maybe push a lap. He is the leader at the moment, Russell Reyes, for the JMX Phantom, the defending champions. And he's been around for a little while, Russell.
Indeed, and the fact that he's also been here, there, and everywhere, especially the E1 Championship and going all the way to SRO as well. So he's well and truly seasoned in this game and indeed sim racing. He's just warming up the tires now and the brakes. Yeah, in fact, he's actually on an outlap. He just wants to get clear of the number 11 Ferdi Ramadan car, the Java Sim Beta car right in front of him. He's got plenty of room behind anyway, so he's just gapping himself not to get caught out by it.
Yeah, on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that the car that we are following is highlighted in red. Russell Reyes and JMX Phantom, the number 1 car, because they are the champions. That's a really intricate finale to this lap, isn't it? You have to slow right down. It's so easy to get it wrong, and then you sweep down into the start-finish line. But it can really muck up your lap really big time.
For sure, yeah. As, well, we're now going to see how this fares for Russell Reyes. And given the fact that last sector, I did say, apart from turn number 9 being a choke point, that final sector could be as well, especially with so many cars plowing in at the end of the first lap.
Okay, staying on with Russell Reyes. I'd just like to look at 1 or 2 who are out there. Russell again is midway through his lap. 10 minutes now. 10 minutes remaining. The top 4 haven't changed. Shuka Takuma is out there at the moment. No, he's just gone into the pits. Nakib is out there, definitely. Nakib coming towards the end of a lap. His last lap was a 1:45.7.
And the track conditions are getting cooler. In fact, it's dropped by a degree, so it's now 25 degrees track temperature. Ambient still the same, about 20. So you can see that visibly the sky has turned a bit grey right now. So it's not going to rain per se. It's just looking very cloudy. So it's going to help out lap times significantly with the track getting cooler.
Yeah, and it's gone significantly darker as well. The lights are on for Nakib.
And lights out because he's off into the pits.
Okay.
Oh, Reyes has actually got even faster, 0.3 of a second faster at the top here, so 42.6, that's about the projected lap times around the circuit, especially given the fact that we are implementing manual BOP based on the pace of the car, so the BMW is looking quite handy around here.
I was just going to change our focus just to the Legion of Racers, Shoka Takuma, car 889, 4th fast at the moment, so the new lap time, the new best lap time is a 1:42.657. Very quickly, just go to Russell Reyes to see. No, he's slowed down. So back to Takuma. So Takuma, he's 2/3 of the way around this lap. Is he able to improve his time? He's 0.03 of a down, of second down on Bruno Gallo. Yep. You'd like to get yourself into the first row of the grid. That's certainly the ambition.
Yep, as long as there's adhesion to it, because he doesn't want to push too hard and end up hurting the car. So Takuma then just gapping himself to the car in front, which is the number 311 Tripo Racing team. Is another brand new team here from Indonesia, Honda.
Would suggest that this is going to be an attempt for a fast lap from him.
Indeed, because he's gapped himself so much here. So he's got clear row in front. He's unfortunately to the detriment of the car behind, which is the Stratos Paki Racing car. They have to deal with this guy in front of him.
Okay, let's have a look then at Takuma. Just started this lap. We are into the final 8.5 minutes. He's currently in P4, second row of the grid. Behind him, you've got the likes of Nakib Aslan in P5, Billy Ebenhauser, 1:43.242.
Very German name for an Indonesian. But look at that, fastest in the Pro-Am category by a clear 0.3 of a second from the next car, which is the HM Engineering car of Ataya Kenzie. So Ebenhauser then is got the point to prove. Yeah, they were significantly the most improved team at the end of last season in Pro-Am.
We'll keep a very close eye on them when he comes out of the pit. But for now, I'm really keen to see if Shoka Takuma is able to get in ahead of Bruno Gallo.
So far, not yet, but he's matching his lap times to a T in the first sector right now. So let's see if we could gain a lot more time through the second sector.
Slides through. Looks nice and clean. Hits the mark pretty well. Do like that shot coming down towards the main camera. And then we'll go on to the helicam just to see how tight he's keeping it. He's looking pretty tight at the moment, but how's his pace?
So far, it's still matching actually. In fact, Gallo's come up to second, so Gallo has put the Laundry House car up to the front row of the grid, but we're still focusing on Shaka Takuma here. How is he going to deal with the last few sectors? A bit tight coming out of turn 14, but should be okay right now, but I'm not sure if he can improve. In fact, he just found a 10th here. Oh, no, wait. He's got hard at cold in that last sector, but I think it would still be the same lap time.
143, 155. He's improved it a little bit. He's 143.095, but Bruno Gallo is in the pit. Bruno Gallo is the new number 2. Imran Zuhaili then has a little bit of pressure on him. Imran Zuhaili, Blue Steel Racing. Again, newish name for me. To see him up at the top of the leaderboard is pretty good. To see the Ferrari near the top is always exciting.
Yep, and also the fact that this is kind of like a combination between FSA Racing, who we saw last year in the Endurance Edition and mostly in Global, where they've won a couple of teams championships. It's now a combination now with Imran Zuhaili and Sharik Zulkarnain crossing over to the Blue Steel car.
Where's he now? He's 122 seconds in. He's fairly quick, huh?
He's getting 210s here, so this might be good, but let's not count on chickens yet, because there's traffic in front and he may not be able to do consecutive laps, but it looks good right now to be back on the front row of the grid, Des.
So he's currently in P3. 142.862 is the time to beat, and he has. He's got himself into the P2, second row of the grid for Imran Zuhaili and Blue Steel Racing.
Wow, wait, and looks like Blue Steel have done a really great job in acquiring 2 fast guys from FSA Racing, and is paying dividends right now in qualifying. Only 700s behind Russell Reyes. Looks as though he's going to go again.
Okay, again, we'll keep half an eye on him, but Billy Ebenhauser, he's the man next. You spoke about him.
Yep.
As the best of the Pro-Am. He's coming towards the end of his lap.
Starting, actually, I think.
Oh, just starting, sorry, yeah.
So, out lap.
So he is P6. That's really impressive for Java Sim Alpha Vantage. New names, fabulous to see. Down the hill. Lovely shot.
And look at that. It's a key point to note. Look at how much they're using the outside coming into turn 1. They want to open up the corner as much as possible. So they're using kind of like what we call the esports line. That's where a lot of esports drivers get so much of their time, using all the circuit as legally possible.
Let's see. Plenty of space ahead of him.
Indeed. And the next car in front of him is the teammate to theirs, actually, car number 11, which is the Java Sim Beta car. So there it is, the BMW right in front. This is the Alpha team coming up now to turn number 5. It looks as though I think the sister team would not disrupt them, so Billy then has enough space in front and the back to just do something with this.
And he doesn't have an awful lot to make up. He's only, he's 2,000th down on Naqib Aslam for a P5.
Can you imagine he upsets Naqib and the Stratos team? That will be a turn up for the books.
That really would be a major upset, so we'll keep an eye on young Billy.
Indeed. And the rest of that Java Sim team who trotted throughout the entire season, but they were kind of like the darlings of the championship, to see them improve and finishing just outside the top 3 here as last season, as now he comes up to the final sector.
Okay, Billy Ebenhauser coming through to the intricate part. I always think that you can make or break your lap right here. And there is Ebenhauser, takes that sharp.
Oh,
no. Billy!
I think he wants to. I think he knows that lap time wasn't good enough, so he tries to actually gap himself, and so does the Laundry House car right behind. But I think to his detriment, because he's gone off onto the marbles, that's not going to do his tyres any good.
Okay, right, final chance, 3:29 to go. Lap times around about 1:42, so it is effectively this.
Indeed, as the Blue Steel car just comes up behind the Legion Racers car, Billy Ebenhauser will probably be ruining the fact that there's more cars in front of him.
Well, there is Imran Zuhaili, first row of the grid at the moment. Russell Reyes is leading the way. The defending champion has said, there is my time, go out and beat it. It's only 100th. In fact, maybe a bit less than that ahead of Imran Zuhaili, who's put in a couple of very good laps. Imran Zuhaili, Bruno Gallo for Laundry House is just a little bit further down. Naqib Aslam and Stratos not on the first 2 rows of the grid, and there is something of a shock.
Indeed, but luckily for them, the consoling factor is that there is no points offered in qualifying, unlike in previous seasons. So, in fact, we did have no points for qualifying last season as well, so they might just want to focus on the race.
Yellow flag is out, but that's just to avoid a static car.
Yep, that was for Shaukat Takuma. In fact, that is the NN Racing Lamborghini. So who is that driving actually off? It's Alexis Caplano. So Caplano may have abandoned his lap there.
Oh, and going far too wide. That is not good for you.
Indeed, but
looking very ragged just at the moment, Imran.
In fact, this is his out lap, so he doesn't have to be too bothered by that. But he only has one last lap to go here, and I don't think the tires are primed enough to actually carry the car through to a faster lap time. But he did set a faster lap time last time out. It was 700s, now it's 500s off.
It is. That's pretty impressive. So then, let's stick with Imran.
So 2 laps at least. He's got 2 laps here to upset Russell Reyes, and Russell likewise probably has enough time to do 1 lap time here.
Assuming he makes no mistakes, that is. Make a mistake and he's left that very, very tight. He went over the line at 145. You want to be, well, he needs 142.657.
And speaking of mistakes, I think Reyes may have actually overdone it. His ticker's in blue, so that means that he has gone off the road. So that he will not be able to improve on his lap time anymore in this qualifying session, Des.
Okay, so this is the man who's currently on the front row of the grid. The plain liveried Ferrari of Imran Zuhaili. And even for that, I'm on his side.
Well, judging by the lap time so far, he's only a 10th off behind his previous best. So again, I think he has enough time to do 2 runs here because, as you say, he went across the line at 145. It is a 141 lap here on average, or 142. So he has enough time to just nick it in for another one.
Okay, so Blue Steel Racing, Imran. Just making sure, well, he's, as you say, 2 opportunities behind him. Is that the green of Stratos behind?
No, that's the Java Sim.
That's a Java Sim, okay.
It's Ebenheiser, so Ebenheiser actually can learn a thing or two on how to be faster on the circuit, but it looks as though he's not improving. He's 3/10 off right now.
So there is Ebenhauser. Best of the Pro-Am by a long, long way. A good 3/10 ahead of Mackenzie and Alexis Clapano. Another 10th down.
And the fact that the next car behind him is Aziz HMR, if I'm mistaken, or Arif HMR, I'm not really sure because he didn't have a full name. That's another brand new team in 4th place in that class, but Ebenheiser comes across the line. And is that an improvement? No, not yet, but I think he just about crossed the line to start another lap.
Well, he's going for another lap. And I think he's looking to try to get a bit of a tail there on Imran Zuhaili. Zuhaili was unable to improve his fastest lap time. We're still on board with a Jarvison Alpha Vantage Billy Ebenhauser. He's top of the Pro-Am. Russell Reyes is top in the BMW for the Pro class. The man in front. Now this is going to be interesting. You could have a fastest lap for the Pro and a fastest lap for the Pro-Am within this shot if we keep on here.
Yeah, that would be quite something, isn't it? 2 fastest laps in a row. But I think if Billy can just about... Oh, in fact, Billy's already on pole position anyway, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Imran, Imran abandons it.
Imran abandons it. So Russell Reyes will be on pole position.
And the fact that we're still on Billy Ebenheiser here shows that he's still on it. So he's about a 10th behind his previous best, but should be able now to clinch pole position and then some if he could find another 2,000s.
Reyes is on the circuit at the moment. He's coming towards the tail end of his final lap. At 142.657 for Reyes is the time that he'll be looking to beat.
I think he's abandoned it because he's about 1.8 seconds behind his previous best. But the 2 pole sitters in both classes are on track together at this point in time.
Excellent stuff.
So we're going to go and check the lap times now as the qualifying session comes to an end. Ebenheiser comes out the final corner. He will not be improving his lap time, but he will be on that coveted pole position in class.
And there we have the overall championship, or the overall qualification. Russell Reyes on pole position. Second row of the grid will be Gallo and Takuma, Nakib Aslam and Ebenhauser. P3. How important is that? How impressive is that? We couldn't have a Pro-Am good enough to really compete at the very top, could we?
We could, but that shows the fact that that guy could have been in pro class all on his own himself. But I think it's just the fact that there's quality in that field, especially some Pro-Am guys that have really fast pros. They could challenge the pro guys.
Josh Nabas, the best of the Audis in P9, 8/10 down. That's really quite impressive. You've got 13 racers, one down to 13, in fact 14, within 1 second of the top man.
Yep. And we're going to run through the spotters guide here to see how the cars look like. We've already seen peaks of it, but here they are now.
Okay, let's have a look at them. And for the spotters guide, Russell Reyes.
Yep. So Russell Reyes and Alan Drake Cruz are the two guys to watch out for. A combination of last year's two class champions, Pro and Pro-Am together. They're in one car, so they're ones to beat, and proven that now with pole position today. Then we got the Sim Racing Filipinos car in the Porsche right beside them. That will be a brand new entry. It came in so late. In fact, we couldn't even log into the entry list, but here they are. Also, another few cars include the likes of the Blue Steel car that we saw just now. And then GSR, unfortunately, will not be here today. And a key point to note, the Academy, we got two potentially promising drivers in one car in the form of Chu Yan Ming and Thong Jason. They'll be ones to watch out for. Unfortunately, they didn't set the timing screens alight, but we'll see how they fare in the race. Racing Line also making the step up to the GT3 class with a Ferrari as well in the form of Nazir Asman and Mohamed Zikri. Next up is another page of the class here. One to note for is that green and black car of Stratos Motorsports number 111 with the pairing of both brothers, Nakib and Nabil, so they work well together and they are going to be paired up again together in this particular championship. As the rest of the field here with a couple of newcomers, including Sir Crew, another one of the GT4 graduates, they're up to number 242. Then Apex Brunei, the sister team somewhat, because they're from the same country, they're running Honda as well. So a lot of people using Hondas when previously they were scarcely any available in the championship. And the last page here, we have a couple of interesting cars as well, including the Gamasala number 623. I rate them quite highly because they have a lot of ACC specialists, though qualifying had not gone off well for them. Team Techno, two of the Team Techno cars, running separate cars, one Audi and one BMW. And the Legion of Races car, another one to watch out for. They're championship contenders and coming here for a full season with Shaka Takuma and Nigel Chua. Last two cars to note, HM Engineering with the Mercedes, with Ataya Kenzie and Duiki, while number 911 Laundry House, another championship contender.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing if Laundry House can... well, they beat the Bugs last year. They won the title a couple of years ago. Let's see if they can make a comeback. New personnel. Reminder and a big thanks to our sponsors, X-Park, Axel, Royal Selangor, of course, who are providing the prizes for this endurance season and for life as well. So
you can show the live logo here, I think.
Very good. Can they see it?
Yep. Can they? Yep, just about it.
Well done, that man. Well done, that man. So we've got about 2 minutes to go until the session starts. We are at Catalunya. It is the first round of the endurance race season. Already, I think we have got a new name to look out for in Billy Ebenhauser. He is starting on the third row of the grid. He is car number... where is Billy? Billy is car number 6. He's the best of the Pro-Ams, but Russell Reyes, the defending champion, the Filipino driving for JMX Phantom, he's the man who set the fastest time. I'm delighted to see the Ferrari of Imran Zuhaili in there as well. And we'll also see how Nakib, a veteran, you could say, of eRacing now, 4 years in, and you're already marked down as a veteran. Well, let's see how Nakib is able to respond to qualifying only in P5. I say only, but that's a nice place to be at the front, near the front of the grid.
Indeed, and also the fact that teammate to Russell Reyes also we could consider veteran. We know he's only 10 years old, but he's been in the same racing scene for quite a while and has achieved so much. He's already considered a seasoned veteran.
Certainly is. The track conditions, optimum temperature, 21 degrees at the moment, 27 degrees track temperature. Precious little wind, but there is a potential for rain. It's sunny and cloudy. You can see the sun just outside of the main grandstand shadow there, but a potential for rain, which is particularly interesting. Those down in the lower reaches, is there anyone who really looked at you? I'm looking at Mohamed Zikri, perhaps down in P16, looking to make a name. Brady in P17, perhaps possibility that they might get themselves up into a top 6 and contending?
Yeah, should be, especially given the fact that Catalunya coming up to the first corner can be quite tricky as well, with so many cars fanning out. It's such a wide straight, so it could be 3 to 4 cars wide coming into there, and anything could happen when so many people coming in together.
You mentioned the Academy. They are literally just a few yards away from our commentary position, over the road, so we're not able to interfere with them, but only P22. Are you expecting more from the Academy, boys?
Well, in terms of the driver that started the race, Jason may be a little bit inexperienced, but Yan Ming will probably be one to watch out for when he gets into the car, because apparently he has the lap time to challenge the best of the Pro-Am category.
1 through 6.
And 6 different manufacturers.
It is. Real variety.
So it shows that the BOP does work out here. So anytime you get different manufacturers in so many positions in that first 10 positions, shows that, yep, something's right with the balance of performance.
Reyes in the now very familiar orange and black livery. The pure purple of Zuhaili behind them in the Ferrari.
And there's Cruz. In fact, it's Alan Drake. Cruz is starting the race for... No, it's not. It's Russell Reyes. But look at how he's yawning right now. It's actually early in the morning over in Norway. He's actually racing from where the northern lights can be seen.
Terrific stuff. Well, hopefully we don't have any connectivity problems. That's always a curse of ERGP, but it also brings the worlds together, which is the sheer joy of eRacing.
And judging by the bars, in fact, Mali Fakro has missed the start of the race, so he's going to have to start all the way to the back. Not a way to start the new season of ERGP, especially given the fact this is their debut in endurance. So unfortunately for the Stratos Pacquiao team, they're going to have to really have their work cut out here this afternoon.
The other Stratos team, Naki Baslan, he's got himself a nice, solid P5. He has mucked up qualification quite spectacularly in the past, Naki. He's also been a star. P5 is probably saying, okay, that's all right. I think we've got a shot of him there. He's looking very composed, as always, there's Nakib.
And repping the team jersey, too, for good measure. So he really is going into the swing of things. But I think qualifying may not be too much for him in terms of what is going to be clouding his mind. He's going to be focusing on whether or not he could get a clean start. And I did mention earlier that turn 9 can be quite dangerous, for example. If you have rear wing damage or damage to the rear corner of the car, it will be quite unstable. So he'll try to avoid any sort of contact in that first few corners.
4 hours ahead of them. There is a maximum number of minutes, maximum percentage of the time. 58% is it that you?
57. I think.
57% that you can drive, and a minimum time that you can drive as well of 18%, 19%.
Still a lot of driving you need to do either way, because you cannot let, say, a fast driver take over the car all the way to the end, only to give it for the final minute to the amateur driver. So we wouldn't have any of that nonsense. So the cars go double file here, coming out to the final sector. One car actually has completely stopped on the circuit. I think that was the Jawa Simbeta car. It might have been a bit of lag. But whatever it is, car number 222 will not be taking the start. He will have to wait until the entire field goes along and then start the car, trundle through the pit lane on the pit limited to finally go out. He would have lost about 20 seconds at least. Not a great way to start a season. Okay, we're on board with Imran. The eyes have it. Russell Reyes and JMX Phantom. Cracking livery that, to be fair. And then you've got the sky blue of Laundry House. It is a rolling start, and JMX Phantom are just holding up the pack behind them. That is their one before he'll accelerate away. So we are underway. And it's a solid start for everybody. The JMX Phantom of Russell Reyes just gliding us forward. Decent move from Nigel Chua. Look at the white car behind. He's got around the outside. But Reyes is safely through. Almost contact between Bruno Gallo and Imran Zahaili. And Nigel Chua spins. And Nigel Chua goes right the way to the back of the pile with an awful lot of contact. That is a disastrous start for Nigel Chua and Legion of Racers. And also equally disastrous start for the number 63 of Muhammad Hamdani, if I'm not mistaken. That's actually another brand new team, the Triple X car. Not a way to start their debut in the... No, in fact, that's not Hamdani. That's actually the teammate to Hamdani. But either way, dramatic start already with Nigel Chua, one of the front runners, taking out this early. Well, you did call it. You did say the first couple of corners can be really difficult. Nigel Chua looked like he was making a move to try and make up a place. Instead, he's dropped right the way down the field. Oh, wow. That's not the start that Legion Racers wanted on their return, of course, because last year they won the final round of the season in Spa. This is not a good way to start their full-time return. On board with Bruno Gallo from Laundry House. Look at the start made by Naqib Aslam. Naqib's got himself up into P3 from P5. That is a very, very nice start. And Bruno Gallo, certainly on his Laundry House debut, says, this is what they mean by a competitive race circuit. Indeed, but also given the fact that Gallo did win a race last season with the Antipodean car, number 103 McLaren at Silverstone, albeit by virtue of the fact that the penalty was given to, I think it was Naqib in the Stratos car, wasn't it, towards the end. So no love lost between those two.
Gallo, in fact, has got Felix Young right behind him. There is Felix. He's right in the slipstream and might make a move there on Gallo down this long straight. And Felix Young, ooh, he's alongside him. He's just not going to be able to hold on in the corner. Is there a switch back on? Ooh, he's trying to go around the outside. Gallo and Felix Young have contact, and Felix loses a place to Billy Ebenheiser. Ebenheiser goes through into P5. Aldrin in the BMW goes through in 6, and Felix Young, I think, when this gets sorted out, will drop down at least to P7.
Yep, in fact, it is P7 for Felix Young, so he tried to time that move. Gallo was just so brave on the brakes. He could just sneak it back on the inside, even though the BMW had the pull, but unfortunately, the BMW didn't have to run through the corners. That let Ebenheiser and Aldrin buzzing through.
Ebenheiser, the Pro-Am. The black and white numbers on the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the names, they tell you whether Pro, which is the white, black on white, or Pro-Am, black on white. Got that again, white on black, as Naki Baslam is in P3. Gallo is in 4. Ebenheiser and Aldrin right behind them. This is where the interest is, and they are lining up to have a go. Lining up to have a go on the main straight. That's where a clear overtaking opportunity is if you've got the slipstream.
Indeed. And I did say that the hairpin at La Caixa turn 10 would be one of the prime overtaking spots, but if only you could get a good drive out of 9, it's turn 1 that's actually a really good prime place to get some action, as Ebenheiser gets stalled a bit through the chicane, and that loses him momentum coming onto the start-finish straight. So Gallo may have actually done that intentionally to put him off, so he doesn't have a go at it, so we will not see how the Aston fares against the Porsche.
Behind them, Felix Young is trying to make his way back up ahead of Aldrin. Looked at the slipstream there. We're on board with Scarlet Racing. Felix Young, 8:22. He's got Aldrin just on the outside. This is where he lost time. Again, it's very, very close to contact. And look at Mackenzie behind him. Mackenzie from the Pro-Am team. Attire Mackenzie. He's in P8. Mackenzie goes on the inside of Felix Young. Is he able to hold it? Mackenzie does have the racing line, and Mackenzie gets up to P7. And Felix Young is providing us a real showreel, but not in the kind of way he'd like it to be.
Absolutely, he'll be absolutely miffed by the fact that not only he lost a potential 4th place on the cards, he actually lost 3 subsequent positions afterwards, and Kenzie mugged him for that position. He had the room on the inside, but unfortunately, it was closing in, so Kenzie had to go through, and Young has to regroup here in this first 5 minutes.
So we have got 2 very, very strong competitors in the Pro-Am, and Alexis Lapano, a name we know, the Filipino from NN Racing. He's down in P4 in the Pro-Am. Down in P12 overall, which isn't awful.
Indeed. That's quite close between Young and Kenzie again. So they're really going at it hammer and tongs, which allows the rest of the field behind him to close up. This is interesting, isn't it? We think that this might be a sprint race, but this is actually an endurance. So
I was thinking exactly that. Yeah, your adrenaline will be pumping, but you've got to have that adrenaline going for the whole time, and concentration and focus is what it's all about. And Felix Young is really hanging it all out there at the moment.
Indeed. So at this point in time, it's just a matter of trying to regroup, as further in front we see Billy Ebenheiser actually about 0.4 of a second behind Gallo. He might fancy his chances coming out to turn 1, but it looks as though the Porsche, past our commentary screen, is not having has the grunt just a bit to clear the Aston.
Right then, Bruno Gallo under pressure from Ebenheiser. Really impressed with this young kid. Gallo has got to focus on what's going on behind him. That's the difficulty. He's got open track ahead of him. What's he lapping, Gallo? His best lap at 1:45.1. So he's about 1.25 seconds off the pace being set by Russell Reyes. And Reyes has got himself a healthy lead up at the front. 1.5 seconds already, but behind them there's an awful lot of racing going on. And we are barely 7 minutes into this race.
Indeed, and what a way to start a new season, isn't it? To see that old enemies and some friends racing together and try to go at it from the get-go. And for the time being, at least, it's for sort of most part, apart from the start, it's clean.
Gallo, well, as you said, has got a race win to his name, but it is a new team. Do the drivers themselves choose the car, or is it they have a debate amongst themselves? Because was he in the Porsche last year?
McLaren.
He was in the McLaren last year, wasn't he? Yes.
And keynote the fact that a lot of these guys actually are like doing contracts. You know, they jump over from team to team. Some jump mid-season, but we can get used to it for a time because sim racing is not like in football where there's a transfer window. You can have transfer windows every single time.
Here's our pal Nigel Chua, Legion of Racers. Dropped right the way down after that disastrous start, and he's right at the very back. 26th out of 26, and what a dreadful way to start.
And a dreadful way to start as well for another team right in front of them, which is the Mirablo Motorsports of Nathan Windiria. He had no hopes coming to the race, to say the least. He was not really feeling confident about it, but I guess the confidence is now completely shot to pieces after being involved with Nigel Chua. He was that blue Ferrari that was tangled with that Mercedes.
Let's refocus on this battle for P3, where Bruno Gallo is happily holding off the challenge of Ebenheiser.
Yep.
And behind them, you've got Aldrin, who's done pretty well, and Kenzie. Felix Jung not there again. He does get close, Billy Ebenheiser.
Yep, and again, he's just nipping at the back of that Porsche. He really wants to get it going, isn't he? I'm not sure how on earth Ebenheiser actually has the pace. He didn't really show it last season, but he's definitely showing it now with a brand new car, so he really has the Aston nailed to a T.
They're both lapping in the high 144s, so there's not much between the cars themselves. It goes down straight to not making mistakes at the end of the day. It's up to Gallo to make sure that he is perfect racing line and make Ebenheiser make the move on him. Ebenheiser just tracking him nicely as they're coming in towards the technical final third of this fourth lap.
Yep. And it's kind of a bit of a role reversal between the Porsche and the Aston, because I know the guy who's handling our broadcast right now, I think will know for a fact that we had a nice little battle for 5th in that year where we saw that the Porsche got the better of the Aston through the corners, but it's just that the Astons could pull on the straights. Now it's the case of the Porsche being able to hold off the Astons here.
What kind of a drive has Ebenheiser got out of the sweeping right-hander into the home straight? He's not really close enough to the back there of Bruno Gallo. And Team Laundry House, he got a nice drive out of there, so right the way down that back straight, Laundry House were able to keep clear of Ebenheiser for Javasim. And so I suspect this will be like this for quite a while unless Gallo makes a mistake.
But I think they're also probably working together to actually clear the gap, because look at behind him, Aldrin is now more than 2 seconds behind. So the draft that Gallo is punching through the air for Ebenheiser is helping him extend the gap to the guy behind, and in turn they actually get the gap together to the cars behind. That actually is working favorably for both of them.
Felix Jung, remember, he was chasing P4, flashing the lights to say, get out the way, Kenzie, you're just a Pro-Am. I'm meant to be challenging for a top 4 place, but Kenzie made the move on him and fully has the right to hold on to his position in P7.
Indeed, and the fact that another thing to note, Kenzie's one of the young guns. He's kind of like the brightest young star coming out of Indonesia. He's only about 13, if I'm not mistaken. Last time I raced him, he was, I think, 11 or 10. I'm not really sure because there's so many kids coming through sim racing. But look at that, holding his own here against a pro driver at the sharp end of the field.
Jung has a little look. Decides not to make a move. He was very aggressive, but he's very close there. He's right on the tail of young Kenzie. Car 898, flashing the Indonesia Raya flag colours.
Yep, the proud Merah and Putih as they call it. But there's also a white and red behind him in the form of Felix Young, the Hong Kong driver, trying to get by here on Kenzie. Kenzie's not making any ground on his fellow Indonesian Aldrin in front, so it's even Stevens for the time being.
I'm not sure Kenzie would be too worried about that. He's in a good position. Felix Jung tries to get himself into the slipstream to make a maneuver, but good line. You're quite right. Everyone's taking that outside line so they can sweep into this right-hander.
And again, Felix was just flashing Kenzie, but he's got a good drive out of turn 2 that time around. If you could get it up to turn 4, which is not a normal overtaking spot for cars, you normally see that with bikes, especially in MotoGP, but Young again just cannot get that drive coming out of turn 3. And once again, Kenzie manages to hold him off just for the time being.
Aldrin is holding both of these men up at the moment. Young fellas up at the moment. Aldrin in the purple livery in P6, the BMW 777 ahead of Kenzie and Felix Jung. This is the battle for P6, effectively. And out in the distance, you can just see the sky blue and the lime green of Gallo and Ebenheiser.
Yep. Also the fact that, one thing to point to note, 777 and 77, those are teammates, and they're driving for the Team Techno colors from Indonesia. What a good debut, because this is one of the few debutants in this round so far. They are performing quite well there, so it's nice to see Team Techno right at the sharp end, having a good old time of it.
Yeah, we're still seeing some really competitive racing, aren't we? Really competitive. We're 12 minutes into a 4-hour race. Should never forget that. Maybe a little bit of adrenaline early on. Right then, this is Fariza Fikri for Fibuki Archangel Motorsports down in P19. And he's got Mohammed Zikri on his tail.
Look at that smile on that Ferrari. It looks menacing, but unfortunately not menacing enough. It's almost as tame as a little puppy coming up through the final sector here. Zikri around the outside. He's needing to get by this guy, because if he could do that, he could chase up to the back of Cameron James, who was also recovering from that massive accident at the start.
Looks for the switchback there, does Mohammed Zikri. Unable to do it as they come through the very, very tight end, and they sweep into a right-hand corner. Now Zikri is pretty close. What kind of a drive does he get out onto this long straight? Zikri again, he's just not quite close enough. You need to be right on the tail.
And you need to have a good exit coming out of turn 15, which he did not get. He looked good through 14, but just got the momentum stalled slightly through 15, and that allows Fikri to just gap him again coming onto the long straight.
We're rather ignoring the very, very front of this, because Russell Reyes was fastest in qualification, got off to a good start, and has pulled out a near 3-second lead ahead of Zuhaili. That's at the very front. Our focus is on this fascinating battle for P6, 7 and 8. There they are, and Mohammed Irfan isn't too far behind in P9 either. There he just goes through, and he's dragging Azza.
Kenzie made a mistake. Kenzie made a mistake coming out of turn 9. A bit of a shimmy. Took a bit of gravel with him. That slowed his momentum, and that allows Young to get on the inside cleanly and take away P7 where he was prior to this.
Yeah, Felix Young was waiting for that mistake. It is all about mistakes, isn't it? If you drive it smoothly, it's difficult to be overtaken, but you make half a mistake. If somebody's there, then they will pounce, exactly as Felix Young has just done.
Absolutely, you get punished for it, especially with a gap this close. In fact, you could easily lose 5 to 6 positions when you have a gaggle of cars just separated by only about, what, 6 seconds?
Yeah, Irfan and Azza are right behind them, and joining them are Alexis Clapano as well. He's got himself back in.
Yeah, he did have a good qualifying session, so luckily for him, he made up a bit of time through the start, especially through that melee at turn 1 that was caused by, well, it wasn't Nigel causing it per se. He just got tapped from behind and slammed into the crowd.
Yeah, Constantine threw out there. Mohammed Irfan, Team Techno, car 77. He's the man putting pressure on Kenzie, who had a fine couple of laps and was challenging for P7, but now finds himself being under pressure for P9. And Clapano is making his anxiety known as well. NN Racing, he wants to get through on Mohammed Irfan.
Whoa, Irfan knows he was there, so he went really early and shallow to prevent Clapano from thinking about doing a dive. But look at this, 6 or 7 cars together in a row shows that the balance between these cars are pretty much on point. So again, I had to bring up about the BOP that's being done here. It's perfect. The cars are really competitive with each other. It's just a matter of how the drivers use it to get it up to the front.
Russell Reyes is establishing. Actually, can we just go and have a look at Russell? We've really rather ignored him. So there is Russell Reyes. That's the reason we're ignoring him, is because he's so far ahead. 3.7 seconds, a best lap time of 1:43.755. His last lap 1:43.9, which was 7/10 quicker than Imran Zuhaili, who's at the far end of the far straight as they come through. Naqib Aslan is also lapping inside 1:44.5, but even he's going slower than Russell Reyes. So Russell Reyes is really setting a torrid pace here. And Zuhaili and Naqib, both very, very competitive racers. They're struggling to keep up with the Filipino.
Indeed, and the fact that it's just showing how, despite being in a completely different car, and a car that was fancied at one point until it got nerfed, it's still pretty fast in the hands of Russell Reyes. And look at that, the defending champions putting a statement of intent here in the very first round of the season.
Well, they did in qualification. That was the statement intent. In fact, very early on in qualification, they set the fastest time. So they were saying, we're the team to beat. I'm loving this confidence from JMX Phantom, because it wasn't there when I was last seriously involved in ERGP.
So it's kind of like so many things have changed in between that period, isn't it? Even though it was just about a few months at least. But yeah, JMX Phantom, Legion of Racers, those two top teams in here. Laundry House as well, it's becoming one of the most preeminent teams out of Australasia, and several others in the mix as well. So it's quite a nice mix of teams that have experience in ACC and abroad.
And good to see the likes of Mackenzie and HM Engineering, even though he's gone back, but he hasn't dropped any more places. He's got Irfan and Clapano chasing. Clapano constantly flashing those lights, Alexis Clapano. Let's have a close look at him.
Well, I think that's just because that's the reflections. I don't think the lights flashing that time. It's just the game effects. But yeah, if we see a flash, that's pretty much intent from the driver behind. He just says, yep, I want to get you right now. Don't hold me up anymore. And Kenzie now is the cork in the bottle in this particular group because he's lost touch with Young and his fellow Indonesian Aldrin in front of him.
So P10 for Alexis Clapano on NN Racing. This is the battle for P9. Who else are we going to really have a look at? Who was it? Let's have a look at Nigel Troir. Let's see if he's been able to pull back any kind of space. The answer is no. Gosh. His last lap of 1:44.7, so he's lapping quickly.
Yeah, in fact, he's matching the lap times in the top 3 even, so he's not that far off, but it's again a case of what might have been had it not been for that first corner scuffle.
A 4-hour race could be decided on the very first corner. Do me a favor.
The thing is, Le Mans 24 Hours is kind of like that as well. Sometimes the race is decided from the start. Sometimes it just is the whole process that plays out throughout the entire race that decides it. In this case, it's a 4-hour race. Sometimes you can say that all is not lost, but for Nigel's case, the mountain is bigger than Mount Everest.
Okay, interestingly, Russell Reyes isn't a million miles away from a gaggle of racers ahead of him. It looks pretty clear at the moment, but you can just see going around the corner ahead of him, the JMX Phantom might be coming into a little bit of traffic. It's not like the GT4, GT3 scenario where we were constantly coming up against traffic. This is this is similar car to similar car, so won't be as easy to get past.
Indeed, but again, it will be not as tricky compared to GT4s because it could be very sketchy, especially coming up to a car mid-corner. So at least you know for a fact that the guys will peel off when they can catch up to the back of them, whereas the GT4 cars, they probably wouldn't know the GT3s over there.
Great shot there of the lead that he's got. That's the 1, 2, 3 in your shot just about. And Bruno Gallo is there in P4, and he's got himself a little bit of a lead there over Billy Ebenhauser now. That's the battle 4-4. I call it a battle, but it's already strung out. Ebenhauser's managed to get quite a distance ahead of Aldrin. And Aldrin under pressure. A move there coming from Felix Young. And Felix Young, is he able to hold it? The answer is yes. And Felix Young gets himself through into P6. That's a terrific move by the Hong Kong BMW racer.
Yeah, for Passionate / Scarlet Racing, I'm not sure which one is their full team name. They have a page called Passionate Racing. Whatever it is, irregardless of the team name, Young is now back up to where he was prior to this, challenging up to the top 5, but he's well a ways off. In fact, 6 seconds behind Ebenhauser, so he really needs to punch in the lap times now to get up to the back of the both of them. As behind him, Aldrin and Kenzie now engage in battle after that overtaking maneuver by Young.
Okay, so there is Felix Young, P6. Done well. Kenzie. Let's see what Kenzie's got. He's got... There's the 3 he's got ahead of him. Kenzie, HM Engineering.
Again, a bit squirrely coming out of turn 9 there because the cars do skate out, especially if you have rear corner damage. You could have a lot of oversteer. And Kenzie looks as though he's been a bit in the wars because look at how scuffed that rear end is.
Well, there was a lot of contact in the first couple of laps, particularly in the middle of the pack. Jung was involved in that. Jung indeed had a little bit of contact.
And let's see. Ooh, the car slides. You can hear the tires just, well, not to say squealing, but you can hear the tire sounds come off the tarmac. So that's how much he's actually sliding it through the corners and coming through turn 16. Whether or not Kenzie has the better run. In fact, he has had a good run coming out of here. This might be a potential overtaking maneuver, Des.
Coming down the hill. Just tries to come out the slipstream. He's left it a little bit late if he is going to make that maneuver. And indeed, he did indeed leave it too late. But he might have a better line. And you can tell that Aldrin is very much aware of what's going on behind him.
Indeed. Aldrin actually again reacted to go very shallow to the first corner. He really is the type of guy that's probably looking in his mirrors while he's driving, because normally you will look in front regardless of what's happening behind you, but he reacts early, so it shows that he is feeling the pressure big time.
That's a battle for P7. We'll keep coming back to that one.
Well, we got stewards reports coming in already, and the first one, incidentally, will be the first corner incident. We're not going to mention who put that up, but I think if anyone who was at the start of the broadcast saw that, they will know who was involved in that one.
Let's have a look at Bruno Gallo. Yeah, top 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit of distance. So this is what endurance is meant to be really like. We are beyond 20 minutes now. 3 hours and 37 to go. Laundry House have got themselves quite a lead.
Yep, and again, that early pressure paid dividends here because Gallo wasn't really pushing it. He just pushed when he needed to, conserve his tires, saves a bit of fuel, and paid dividends as well, because now he's only about 2.9 seconds behind Naki Baslan, so he's reeling him in quite closely as we see a overview of the table.
The overview of the table, the BMW of Reyes and Alan Drake Cruz, who's the second racer. They've got themselves a lead, gosh, a healthy lead from Zuhaili, Hazik and Zulkarnain in the Ferrari. Nakib and Nabil, that's a great brother team. Terry Rayton and Bruno Gallo in the Porsche, Ebenhauser and Widaja and Jung. So they are the top 6 early stages. Let's go back to live pictures. And let's focus on one or two of the names who we wouldn't often talk about. Jason Tong from the Academy. Under your tutelage, Amo?
At one point, but then he branched out on his own. He is actually part of another go-kart team, IRL, and he does coaching over there as well. He really is fast in a kart, but it looks as though he found it going a bit tough in sim racing for the time being. He is elected as first driver, but I think he would rather have Yan Ming become the first driver for next round.
At 148.9s, he's struggling to get inside the 150s. His last lap was a 156, so not great for him. Now Malik, who started right at the very, very back, he had a standing start actually. He's done pretty well, Malik Fackrell, to come get up ahead of Hamdani and Widera and Nigel Chua. So he's made up 3 places in the how many laps have we had? 10 laps since we started.
Yep. And, well, Malik came to almost a complete dead stop there coming through the chicane to let Russell Reyes through, and that in turn led Hamdani to pick up a free position. So that's a battle between these guys. But again, different classes, so I don't think he wants to really fancy his chances trying to ram the back of another driver in another class.
Well, there is Malik Fackrell from Stratos Pikayu, and Hamdani it is indeed who got through. And as you quite rightly say, the man who is leading the race is the man who is now going through the traffic, which I thought might be a problem for him, but he's negotiated that first lot of traffic effortlessly, Russell Reyes.
Indeed, and he's the type of guy that flashes people to get out of the way anyway, so he signals his intent quite not so discreetly at all, actually. He's very overt with it, but he's through, and he's got clear air in front of Zuhaili, who has to deal now with 3 cars in a row, including the fact that Jason Thong just went off in that first corner. Yeah,
let's have a look at Imran Zuhaili as he comes up into the traffic. The deficit is over 5 seconds. That is how good Russell Reyes and JMX Phantom have been.
Indeed, and it's been like the pace has been scintillating from Reyes. It's been boom, 43s and at the moment 44s, because the fuel is, despite getting low, is the tires that's actually getting worse right now. So that's why the drivers are actually backing off just a bit. But for the time being, at least, he's got no driver to worry about because Imran is now having to deal with the traffic mid-corner.
Yeah, here is Imran Zuhaili. We'll keep on board with Imran. He himself has got himself a 5-second lead as Imran goes through on the inside very happily. So Imran Zuhaili's got himself into P2 and is negotiating the traffic, which is the first of the issues that they need to have. We're approaching the half hour of this 4-hour race. Russell Reyes is the man who has got himself the lead. Imran Zuhaili in P2. Naqib Aslan in P3 as the clouds come in, and Alex Young takes his place in the commentary position. And Alex, JMX Phantom are the defending champions, and Russell Reyes has shown right from the very out.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me, Des. filling in the big shoes of Amo Hazik right now as he gets ready to drive as well. But yes, Russell Reyes, wow, so impressive. It's not just how fast he is, it's how consistent he is. He's been doing a fantastic job, and no one can match him at the moment. And this is actually, it's perfect for JMX1, of course, because the second driver, Alan Drake Cruz, he's only 13 years old now.
Veteran.
No, 11 years
11,
old actually.
veteran.
He's young. So it'd be great for Russell to try and produce a nice big gap before Alan gets back in the car.
The real story behind these, though, has been Billy Ebenhauser, a Pro-Am racer. He's got himself up into P5. He's not at the moment challenging Gallo, but Gallo's got some traffic to come through. In fact, let's go on board with Bruno Gallo just at the moment, just to see how he copes with this traffic, Alex.
Yeah, so Gallo obviously got shuffled back a little bit on that first lap. Had a bit of a coming together with Felix Jung. But it seems to have settled down okay now. And of course, this laundry house, don't forget they are 2021 champions. His back marker's getting out of the way. Thank you very much. And he is now closing down the gap to P3. Nakib Aslan, you can just see him just ahead of him. The green and black car, Stratos car, just to the right of the picture at the bottom. And yeah, you got a feeling that battle for third position will be joined very soon.
Good racing etiquette there from the back markers, because that was a position where they themselves are battling, but they are now a lap down. They've been lapped by 4 at least racers, and Ebenhauser, he's got that job to do now. Ebenhauser into the main straight as let's just go on board with Billy Ebenhauser, because the Pro-Am class, it's very, very rare to see somebody like Billy competing with the big boys.
Yeah, well, we also have to put a little small asterisk here, because I think Ebenhauser is a pro driver, because it is a Pro-Am class. So how we guys do it in this championship is a Pro-Am class. You've got to pair one pro driver, only one pro driver is allowed, and then you can have 1 or 2 other Am drivers. So it'll be very interesting if Java Sim can still be in the top 5 at the end of the race, because the Am drivers are yet to get to the car. But nothing to take
anything away, of course.
No, Billy's doing a great job right now, and we saw he was getting stronger last year, and it's great to see him up there now.
I keep nipping back to see how Nigel Chouard is doing. Nigel was involved in an incident very, very early on, the Legion of Racers racer. His lap times are pretty solid. He just posted a 1:45.5, but prior to that a 1:44. So he's lapping as fast at the top as the top 5 guys.
Yeah, so I was watching on my phone that first lap, so I couldn't quite see what happened to him. But very unfortunate to have his race compromised on the first corner of the race, of a 4-hour race. But no doubt, Legion of Racers, they are the SRO Asia champions from last year. We know what a good team that they are. And okay, I think the chances of winning are pretty much gone for the team. But still, there's still a lot to be learned. It's beginning of the season, isn't it? ACC season has kind of started now. And every lap is worthwhile doing. And Nigel and his teammate, Takuma, will still treat this like a proper race and try and get as far up as possible.
Again, points are available, so if you can work your way up 10 positions, you never know, you can pick up points. And, who knows how important that will be at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think it's possible for them to get into the top 10. It's just, they have to be a bit circumspect as they come through the field.
Jabagos Farhan, one of my favourite names in all ERGP.
Yes.
He's down in P13 just at the moment, and
yeah.
What are we expecting from Game Asia? There's quite so many new names. I've spent a year or so out of ERGP, and there's so many new names, so many new faces are coming into it, and it's fascinating to see.
And that's really important for the sport. We always got to get new names coming into the sport. That's very important. And you're right, Tobagos is one of our favorites, isn't he? He was there in our first few Global Edition drivers.
Yeah.
Always at the front. I don't think he didn't win a Global Edition championship, but he won a couple of races, and he's really quick. I think he's been out of the sport a bit in the fact of driving. I know he's been organizing a lot of competitions, been running some race teams. Tobagos has been eRacing for years and years, and I think he's one of those guys who'll never leave the sport. But it's great to see him back driving again. I haven't seen any onboards of him yet. Well, this is the first time I'm seeing him. Oh, look at that! Nakib Alsan has a drive-through.
Whoa.
Wow! So that's for the first lap collision with...
so he's the one who took out Nigel Chouard.
Yep.
Gosh.
So they're not giving enough room through turns 1 and 2. knowing that car 889 is on the inside. There was a bit of overlap and it caused a collision with 889. So this drive-through for car 111, which is Stratos Motorsports. Disaster for our champions from 2020.
After he'd made it been what we thought was a spectacular start, but spectacular start in illegal fashion.
Yeah, just didn't give quite enough room, the stewards have determined. And yeah, that's such a shame for Nakib. He'll have to serve that drive-through. And also we got another drive-through there.
Yeah, Fackrell, yeah. I think we were expecting Malik Fackrell.
And that drive-through, I think, is for track limits. He has been off the track quite a bit. He started from the pit lane, so he was at the back. And I think those, you know, now he's right in the mix of all these cars going around him. A brand new driver, we have to say. He's a copper driver, he's a rookie driver. Actually, a very good go-karter. He's does a lot of fun kart races here in Clag Valley, and he's blindingly quick with his teammate, Amarul, I think. But yes, new to this game, and I think still not comfortable with the car. You can see him there. It doesn't look very comfortable. So the track limits, too many track limits, and he'll have to serve a drive-through now.
Well, we'll follow his progress with interest. We'll also see if Nakib decides to dive in early or tries to put in some really quick lap times just to minimize the impact of that drive-through penalty.
Yeah, he's going to have to push right now. They'll be revising their orders now. They were obviously looking for a podium coming into this race, I would have thought. Now I think they're going to have to try. I still think top 5 is on, even with the drive-through, because we know how quick this pairing is.
That's not so highly ahead of him. That's one of the back markers. Oh, he's taking it early. That's very interesting. Let's get it out of the way with still nearly 3.5 hours to go through. And this is the purgatory of a drive-through.
Absolutely. And to be honest, I think Stratos Motorsport had quite a few drive-throughs last year. Now I'm thinking about it. So maybe Mr. James Russell needs to rein his drivers in a little bit. Not a good start for the season to start with the drive-through. I did have a look at the video. It was nip and tuck, but yeah, I think I have to agree with the stewards. Maybe not quite enough space given to LOR. Just having another look at it again now, actually.
Well, he's lost places to Bruno Gallo. He's lost places to Billy Ebenhauser. When he comes back onto the track, gosh, he's lost quite a few places. Oof, behind 623. So he's down in P14 as far as I can work out.
Yeah, I've just had a look at another look at the video. It is such a tight call. That could have gone any which way between him and Stratos and LOR. But I can see why the stewards decided to give him the penalty. Maybe not quite enough space at the apex.
P13 it is for Nakib. It's Daryl Brady who is desperately trying to get up onto the tail of Nakib Aslam. Wasn't able to get there, but that is disastrous from P3 to P13. All courtesy a drive-through, and it's a 3-second. Well, he's a long way down, actually. 3 seconds down on Tobagas Farhan.
Yeah, we were just talking about Tobagas. Tobagas is a real racer. He'll be hard to get by. But yeah, I think Stratos Motorsport could still probably get up to the top 5. Still a long way to go.
Okay, let's have a look once again to Russell Reyes as Nakib gets one place. Daryl is desperately trying to get through as well, but Russell Reyes, gosh, that lead.
Look at that gap.
7.5 seconds.
And I have to say, I do like the new livery this year. It looks like the same as last year, but they've added a couple of blue highlights at the back, and I really like it. But Russell, look at this. Let's follow him for a bit. His last lap at 44.3, faster than anybody out there by quite a bit. Imran 44.6. But yeah, Russell is just driving superbly, and it's a joy to watch.
Consistency has been the key.
Yeah. Also, Russell is one of those real-life drivers, wasn't he? He only started sim racing about 3 years ago, and I really felt he made a huge step last year, especially in ACC. The way he was driving last year for JMX Phantom, and just some of the other races I saw him do, I was super impressed with the young Filipino driver, and he's one of the real-life drivers who've made it into sim racing and is just as quick as any sim driver. A bit like Verstappen and SVG and quite a few others.
And you can see that he's got really smooth lines there.
Yeah.
Hits the camber beautifully.
I wouldn't mind watching Imran as well in a while as well, because Imran's also been very impressive for me. Blue Steel Racing, what a, also in second position have done a really good job with
Just get to the end of this lap just to see what kind of a lap time Russell Reyes is able to put through as he comes into this sweeping right-hand corner. His previous lap was a 1:44.435. This current lap is going to be similar, 5:35, so 1/10 slower, but there's the consistency that you're after. If you're lapping tenths of a second similar, that's fabulous stuff.
Yeah. So Imran, this is the most improved driver on the field for sure, and along with his team, Blue Steel Racing. I know Amo, who's just commentating, is going to be getting in this car in a while. So they've done a really great job. But what I really like about Imran is he's a real track warrior. He's very good at not giving up any track for free. Very, very good at maximizing every single millimeter of the track. And you can almost see him fighting for that little bit of tarmac. And that's quite enjoyable to watch. And I think that's been the big difference watching him now compared to when I watched him drive last year. He's an engineer by trade. He would love to get into race car engineering in real life. I've talked to him a few times about that. But looking at this performance, he can get into it as a driver as well. I mean, it's so nice to see it when drivers make big steps like this.
The backstories of these fellas is great, isn't it? And real inspiration for the young kids coming through. When you talk about the 10, 11, 12-year-olds, there is a future. It might not be racing, but it might be into engineering. It might be into all kinds of setups. And I'm sure this game itself is going to carry on.
Yeah, I just want to go quickly on board with him for just a sec, because I like watching him through turns 11 and 12 here. So you can straight line from 11 to 12 here, but he doesn't quite straight line. He's still trying to get over to the left before the hairpin here. You know, he's never happy just giving up tarmac for free. So Imran here, that's a big difference of how he's driving now, and something all drivers need to think about when they, as he misses the apex, that's going to cost him a couple tenths. But it's very important to be hungry for lap time, hungry for tarmac, hungry for setup. You know, that's what makes the difference between the top drivers and the merely good drivers, shall we say. Well done, Imran.
That last mistake actually did cost him a tenth of a second. He was a 1:45.2, so he's lapping half a second slower than Russell Reyes. But even then, 1:45s is there's only 4, 5, 6 guys in the 1:45.
So this is where the inexperience is. Imran has made a big step, but you can still see he's still not able to cultivate the lap time through the stint. Russell is. People like Russell Reyes, Lawrenson, Nakiba, so they know how to get the ultimate lap through the stint as the car falls away a bit. I think this is where Imran still needs to improve, right? We're in the middle of the stint now. Car's been it's going to get a bit tricky to drive. It's still quite heavily fueled, but the tires are going off. And Imran's missing his apexes here and there. So that's what he'll need to work on, is the middle stint strategy.
You just mentioned Naqib Aslan. Let's go on to Naqib to see how he is coping with his the effects of the drive-through penalty that he has already taken, and he's closing in there. That's Alexis Clapano in the Ferrari, and Tobagas Farhan, who's got ahead of Clapano, and Riparip in the Audi. So they're the three immediately in front of Naqib Aslan, who's currently in P13.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go. But Ebenhaus is up to P4 now. That's great to see.
Let's go on to young Billy.
There we go, leading the Pro-Am class. Try and find the entry list in a sec and see who's getting in that car afterwards. But he's great job putting himself in a really good position to win Pro-Am. Perfect opening stint, actually, you could say, for the JavaSim Alpha Vantage team.
Well, 40 minutes in, let's actually just have a little update on where we are in the overall standings. Alan Drake Cruz will be alongside Russell Reyes when they decide. Be interesting to see if Russell and Alan give themselves equal time in the car.
Yeah.
Zuhaili, Amo Hazik and Zulkernem in P2. So Amo, is he up next, Amo?
I think he might get to go up next. I think they might leave Zukainen with a shorter stint at the end.
Okay, Gallo and Terry Rayton in P3. Ebenhaus is alongside Vijaya, who's the amateur in that Pro-Am group. Jung and Emily, Aldrin Satria and Chiesa Pratama, Kenzie and Dwicky. I'm just trying to see down there who is, Naqib and Nabil, of course, in P13. Any others that you're really keen on catching up on? Hamdani in P21, perhaps?
Yeah, Hamdani there, P21. His last lap was not too bad. Well, actually, no, he must be in traffic.
Yeah, he's the one who's holding up. Well, he's just been overtaken. Is that Nakib who's gone past him? No, that's
Ferdy Ramadan, I think.
Billy, isn't it? Billy's just gone past him.
Oh, is it? Okay, it's the Java Sim car. Yeah, so he's just been lapped, and that's why his last lap was a bit poor. But Hamdani's best lap, 45.4. That's okay. Not great though. He'll be wanting to try and get down into the 44s if he can.
Your academy racers.
Jason Tong, racing at the academy here. Well, it's not brand new, but he's still very new to the game. So still trying to figure things out. Racing from the academy. I think his sim is not working at home, so that's why he's here at the academy today. And he'll be paired up with Yang Ming Chu, who'll be getting in a bit later on.
Okay, so that's a little bit of promotion for Alex Young's team, and a lot of promotion for JMX Phantom, who are still leading the way. Again, a bit more traffic about to come forward for JMX Phantom. He's got Ferdy Ramadan in his sights. Let's see if Ferdy shows the same etiquette, perhaps, that all the others seem to have done. Cloudy weather, it's just beginning to close in.
Yeah, that is a good livery there. JMX Phantom with an excellent livery. Team boss Presley Martono not driving today, but I'm sure he will be driving for SRO. Both of these guys will be driving for SRO, which will be quite fun to watch. Ooh, back marker gets out of the way nicely. Thank you very much. Car number 11. That's a Java Sim car.
Car 11 is Ferdy Ramadan.
Yep.
And Russell Reyes, rather enjoying himself. Again, let's just have a look at what his lap time is as he comes down into the home straight once again. 24 laps completed. He's just posted a 1:44.8. So consistent. That really is impressive. His last 6 laps have been 0.3 of a second between them. Bruno Gallo, he comes through to complete his lap. Bruno, a 1:45.3 last time out. This time, a 1:45.2. Again, consistency is the key. Eben Hazer right behind him with Hamdani is there. Eben Hazer's lapping 1:45s. And Felix Young, who's been involved in an awful lot of altercations, Felix. He's coming through. He's got himself into P5. He's been as low as P8, but he's had to race an awful lot, which might impact his tyres towards the end of his stint.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky, Felix, isn't he? Felix was looking really good, got caught up trying to overtake the laundry house car. I really actually, there's a part of me that wanted him to overtake Laundry House because I wanted to see how quick that BMW is. I know we have BOP, but and the BOP has been pretty good. We've got a lot of different manufacturers up there, but I do think the BMW is looking very, very good today. Got quite a few BMWs looking quite quick up there. Now Felix is out in front. Be interesting to see what sort of lap times he can do. Maybe if he can get down to the low 45s, that will show how quick he really is.
Well, his last lap was a 46.5, but caught up in traffic. His best time 45.0, but he's got a lot of traffic behind him. He's got Aldrin, Kenty, Mohammed Irfan, and Azza.
Yeah, so Azza.
Let's go back
New driver. I don't really know Azza. There he is in the Honda.
Apex Racing.
Good name, that. Always good name. Quite see a lot of teams around there. Apex Racing Brunei. Oh, Azza, he's brand new to the sport. Apex Racing have started an academy in Brunei right now. And it's a great job they're doing there because they're bringing a lot of new kids into the sport. Kids, I don't know kids. This guy might be 60 actually. I don't really know how old he is. But he's been singled out as being super fast. He's an AM driver. So this is what's impressive. This is his first race on ACC. That wasn't just against AI. So it's his first proper race, and this is an AM driver showing fantastic speed in P9.
P9, but very, very close to Felix Young in P5.
Yeah. Actually, I've just been told by our other stat man, I think that he's middle-aged and he finished P5 in Speed Tavern Racing League. So he has got some experience then.
What's middle-aged?
16.
16.
I was going to say 30, just to mess with you.
But even so, if it's his debut, this is an impressive show.
Yes, definitely his debut here with in eRacing GP, and very, very good. Bronze driver, but definitely he'll be put up to silver quite soon, I think, looking at this pace.
Well, Felix Young is the man who is leading that quintet of racers in the battle for P5. 5 racers looking for P5. What are we? We are almost just beyond the 45-minute mark.
You know, I think Young might be having some damage because Felix Young in Scarlet Racing Car, his last lap was 46.2, and that's way off his fastest lap, and he hasn't had traffic. So I just wonder if maybe he's got some damage from that collision with Laundry House earlier on.
Certainly not been able to pull away from anybody, Felix Young. His fastest lap, as you say, is in the 45s. That was set a long time ago. Let's see how quick he is on this lap. But if there's so much traffic behind him, he's clearly not pulling away from them.
Wow, just looking at the last lap of Russell Ray's 44.6. Oh, no one's within half a second of him right now.
Consistently.
Yeah.
Felix Young, 46.2 last time. This time, 46.3.
Yeah, I think he's struggling with damage. I think he's carrying some damage in that car.
And that's why there's traffic behind him, but nobody's able to get close enough to him. Even Mohammed Irfan, who's chasing those 3 behind Mohammed Irfan for Team Techno in the Audi. Is that the fastest of the Audis? Yes, he is the fastest of the Audis. He 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fastest in the Pro class, 8th fastest overall.
Track conditions are still quite cold, surprisingly enough, because it's about, look at that, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If this was a normal day, we'd be getting quite hot at this point, but cloudy conditions, keeping conditions cool. And I wonder if some of these drivers are also suffering with tire pressures that might be a bit low because the conditions are a bit cold.
Well, Russell Reyes isn't suffering from any kind. Oh, he's suffering from a little bit of a back marker there. That was a scary moment.
Yeah, I thought the back marker was going to go the inside there for a second and we could have lost our leader. But, well, I still manages a 45.0 though, even with the back marker. So far, dominant performance by the Philippines driver.
And,
I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to. In about 10 minutes, or 10 to 20 minutes, we're going to start getting a lot of pit stops. And that'll be quite interesting to see what happens. See how it shakes up, who can be quick and not make any mistakes.
Nigel Chua, it's dropped to 26. He's got up to 23.
Yep.
Now, you said top 10 is an outside possibility.
I think so. So
we'll keep an outside. Right then, Jason Tong into the pit. Is this the first of the pit changes?
yes, it could be. It's a bit early, but yeah, it looks like he's in for his pit stop.
He's done just under 50 minutes, 49 minutes. Is it going to be a change of personnel?
Now, Jason is the AM driver in this pairing. The other guy is Young Ming Chu, who is the pro driver. Is Jason staying in the car, or is it going to be another driver in? We will soon see when they exit the pits and the timing screens update themselves.
Yeah, the graphic at the moment is saying Jason Tong, but interesting. If we just looked out of our window and through the window on the other side, we'd perhaps be able to see.
Yes. Aren't able to do that, but Jason Tong, the first of the pit stoppers.
It's still marked down as Jason.
I guess he's staying in. Yang Ming must be coming in for the last 2 stints.
So, as you quite rightly mentioned, we've got the first pit stop out the way. Doesn't affect the race leader, who is Russell Reyes.
Cool. Russell Reyes looking good, looking real good. And also, we'll be getting Josh Perwin to join us after the pit stops. Josh Perwin, very well-known racer in the region, top racer in fact. He'll come in and do some commentary for us as well, but that'll be after the pit stops. Yeah.
The eyes have it though for Russell Reyes. His lead is 14 seconds over Imran Zahaili. A 1:44.7. His lap time within 4 tenths, lap after lap after lap. Although credit to Imran, Imran's just put in a 140, a 147. He's had a nightmare lap. Clearly got caught up. That's why it's suddenly gone to 14 seconds, the differential. But he's still got 6 seconds ahead of Bruno Gallo. Well, after all the intense competitive racing that we had early on, it's become a little bit of procession. Felix Young providing most of the fireworks for us. Scarlet Racing. And he's, again, he's just keeping Ataya Kenzie at a distance. O'clock in the afternoon, Catalunya.
Yes, just gone 2 o'clock, 7 minutes past the hour, and this battle is still, it's just kind of, everyone's just kind of watching each other. No one's actually trying to get under the wing.
Saying that Irfan's got ahead of Aldrin.
Oh.
So the Audi has made a move in the last lap where he was a second and 1.3 seconds faster than Aldrin.
Oh, and look at that. Apex NSX looking to the outside of Aldrin. Not able to go through though.
So Azza trying to get there. That suggests that Mohammed Aldrin has got a problem or two.
Wow, these cars are all in the 47s now, so I think maybe struggling a little bit with the tires. They drop off shouldn't be quite that much.
Even Russell Reyes dropped down to a 145, so that suggests there is a change of conditions somewhere.
Yeah, but that's a big the whole field's dropping down too much. Let's look at this battle though right now between Young and Mackenzie. Mackenzie's trying to go down the inside. Go to the outside for turn 1. Ooh, not quite far enough, is he?
Young's able to brake late and a little bit of contact. Kenzie, ooh, 2 lots of contact and Kenzie.
Both cars
disappears. Real problems for Ataya Kenzie. He was just too aggressive.
Yeah, I could have been a bit more patient there. I like the idea of trying to go around the turn 1, but quite interesting enough, if you're on the inside of cars, sometimes you have contact, and he was on the inside for turn 2. That can spin you around. That's what happened just now.
Well, he dropped from being in contention right the way down to P11. And that's really good news for Naqib Aslan, because Naqib has got himself up, Alex, into P9. And right on the tail end of this battle for P5. So very, very quickly, Naqib Aslan has got himself back into contention for, as you suggested, a top 5 place.
Wow, showing some good pace. Ooh, good exit out of turn 9. He's going to look down the inside of turn 10. Yeah, he'll definitely send it, I think. There we go. Naqib's super aggressive with these sort of moves. Makes the apex perfectly done. And just ahead of him, Felix Young having some more issues, just got overtaken by Aldrin.
Yeah, Aldrin up into P5. We'll just stick here with Naqib, because not only are we seeing what he's doing, we're seeing what damage he's doing, or his presence is doing to the drivers ahead of him.
Felix Young really struggling to keep the car on the track. The white BMW just ahead of us in this second in this train. Yeah, he's gone to the pits. He's had enough. Something's not quite right. I suspect maybe tire pressure is too low. And hopefully they can sort that out in the pit stop.
In the meantime, Naqib Aslan not quite close enough on Mohammed Irfan or Aldrin to make a move there, but it's been a very impressive 3 or 4 laps for Naqib Aslan. Just posted a 146.3, and Felix Young, as you suggested, is indeed into the pits, or as we saw, is into the pits. And will this be a personnel change? Fascinating to see.
Yeah. Well, we can come back to, because that pit stop's going to be over just under, what, about 30 seconds, really.
Meantime, Russell Reyes. When does he think of pitting?
Depends on the strategy. It depends how fast his teammate is. If Alan Drake Cruz, his teammate, is as quick as him, I would pit in the hour in like 4 minutes. But if he's not, and Alan is quite a lot more inexperienced than Reyes, maybe they want to try and shorten his stint time. And if that's the case, you need to go to the maximum stint time allowed, which is 70 minutes. So I think Russell Reyes will go for 70 minutes. So when there's about 2 hours and 50 minutes left on the race clock at the top, I think that's when he'll pit.
But is this one of those occasions where they say, okay, Alan, Jake, you're inexperienced, but I've got a 15, 16 second lead here. We can give you a little bit more time in the car.
Yeah, you know, something you might say. A bit risky though. Again, it depends how comfortable Alan is. You know,
Okay.
Alan Drake-Cruz, he won the Pro-Am class with Alexis Clapano last year, and we saw how fast he was. So, you know, we know he's capable of being quick enough. If he's as quick and he's showing composure to the team bosses, yeah, they might stick him in early.
Imran Zuhaili in P2. Coming up against just a little bit of traffic. Imran. The Ferrari. Amo was complaining there's not enough markings on that livery to old fellas like me. Plain is good.
I actually think it's perfect. I don't know about you, but I think it's perfect. I love the color.
Yeah.
I love the simplicity. And you got a, what do you call him, cartoony thing on the door. But yes, Amo always loves the intricate designs, doesn't he?
And just sweeps through Imran Zuhaili. He's lapping 146.6. Gosh, he's down on the last lap. Russell Reyes is just increasing this lead. 16 and a half laps clear. 16 and a half seconds clear.
Yeah.
But Imran doing well. Bruno Gallo in the Porsche. Those very, very familiar sky blue or turquoise, I think I was educated on, for Laundry House.
Clapano with the drive-through. Gosh, I wonder what's that about. I'll try and look on the Discord.
Well, there is Alexis Clapano down in P11. Nakib, meantime, has bullied his way up into P5 ahead of Aldrin and Irfan. Apologies, I wasn't on top of that one. But he's got himself right away ahead of. We saw him overtake Azza. He's now got ahead of Irfan and Aldrin. And having been P3 when he got his drive-through, he's back now up to P5 and lapping 146s, so he's lapping pretty quickly as well. Bruno Gallo gone into the pits. So the first of the leaders have made their move into the pits just on the hour.
Interesting to see if he stays in the car. Because, you know, two drivers, so sometimes driver A would do first and second stint, and driver B do third and fourth stint, or sometimes they swap. Driver A might do first and third, and driver B might do second and fourth. We'll soon see in a while if he stays in or gets out the car.
That's the question about JMX Phantom as he comes into the 13, 14, 15, 16 section here at Barcelona, the Catalunya circuit.
If we go back to Laundry House now, we can actually see that Terry Rayton has got in the car, although it doesn't look like it. Well, there it shows it there, but if you look at the insert there he is, there's our man. Lovely. Is that a triple screen? That's a triple screen. Lovely. Look at that view. You can see in the insert there, Terry Rayton from Australia has got in the car. Now, Terry we know is super fast. And I've seen him super fast in that Porsche as well. So let's look for some interesting lap times to come from the Australian.
So where is he? He's in P11 at the moment. Clapano has got that drive-through. Felix Jung. Wow, what's happened to Felix? Oh, he was first in, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Scarlet Racing.
I think he also had some damage, so he's dropped a lot further back than we thought, because if he's got damage and he's repaired it, that would have increased his pit stop time.
But he's dropped right the way down to P17. Nigel Chua goes into the pits. Reyes stays out. Has stayed out. Imran Zuhaili, he's staying out. Billy Ebenhauser, he's staying out.
Should be coming in for his pit stop soon, though. They all these guys who are staying out have 9 minutes, just under 9 minutes to serve it. Otherwise, they will get a penalty because you're not allowed to have a stint that's more than 70 minutes long.
First race of the ERGP Endurance season. Third full season, as well as the showcase first season that we had back in 2020. Russell Reyes, JMX Phantom, the defending champion, leading the way here. But some new names challenging up at the top. And also some old familiar names. Nakib Aslan, Stratos Motorsports, car 111, a previous champion. They are in P4, having had to go through a drive-through penalty earlier on. Right, Terry Rayton, he's on his second lap now, so let's just go alongside Terry, see how quick he is going to be and whether or not he's just been able to get the Porsche going. When they make the pit stop, is it purely personnel change, or do they change tyres and fuel as well?
Oh yeah, they'll put fuel in
it.
and they'll change tyres as well. Tyres, I think, are 20 seconds on the pit stop, but 30 seconds on the pit stop. But you could easily lose that in a stint if you try to not change tyres. If you have a really short last stint, you might try and not change tyres.
Rayton.
So, oh, look at that! He's 6/10 up on this lap. This looks like a good lap time. Wow, if Laundry House might bring themselves back in the conversation for P2 in this race once all the pit stops shake out.
Russell Reyes is in the pits, incidentally. We'll stick with Terry Rayton just for now. Let's just see how quick he can go. A 1:44.5 is the fastest for Laundry House.
Fastest race lap of the race, though, is a 43.7. Let's see if Terry can get close to that. Maybe not this lap, maybe the next lap, because I think his tyres are still coming up to temperature.
A 1:45.2 on your second lap isn't too shoddy.
Nope.
Darryl Brady is in the pits. Naki moves up into P3. Mohammed Irfan 4. I'm trying to see where the former race leader was.
Where is he? That's really weird. I can't see his name.
Something has happened, huh?
Where's Russell Reyes' name?
Alan Drake Cruz.
There he is.
There he is, P8.
Yeah, Alan Drake Cruz has got in the car. The young Filipino, the 11-year-old. Wow, it's a big responsibility. Can you imagine that, Des? He's the Pro-Am champion from last year. He's now in Pro, and he's leading the race, and they've given him the responsibility. That's fabulous.
That's what you wanted.
Yeah, absolutely what we wanted. We need to see the young guys coming through and doing well. Has to be on merit, and it's great to see. And let's not forget, he's racing from Norway as well, so the ping, the latency will be high. So I'm sure the team bosses are telling him just be wary in traffic, because when the latency is very high, sometimes you can teleport to the car next to you. So he just needs to make sure he gives himself a lot of space when he's lapping other cars.
P8 for Alan Drake Cruz at the moment. The man out in the lead is Imran Zuhaili for Blue Steel Racing. He, though, has yet to pit. He's leaving it pretty close. Might be at the end of this lap, no more than the end of the next lap for Imran. And then Amo Hazik, who was in the commentator's chair earlier on, he will take over.
We should have asked Amo what the strategy is, but I suspect they might leave Imran in for 2 stints and then stick Amo in for stint number 3, because Imran's doing a great job. Couple mistakes here and there, but I mean, you can't question the pace. He's showing such good pace.
He's coming into the intricate part. 14, 15, 16, and then he'll hit the Z chicane. Then he'll sweep right out, and Imran Zuhaili, best lap time of 1:43.8. Last lap 1:46.1. So half a second faster. So his pace has not been compromised at all, and he stayed out.
Yep. Interesting. Imran's doing a good job there. He needs to keep putting down these great lap times. Big question now is how the number two drivers in some of the other cars do. Namely Alan Drake Cruz, Terry Rayton, Laundry House. And it might be a good idea to keep Imran in the car, because he's in the flow. If he has a really super second stint, maybe he can put those teams under pressure.
Nakib Aslan goes into the pits. So for the second time, he's got to go into the pit lane. This one, though, may well be for a personnel change. Nakib and Nabil, both very, very talented racers. And so he'll be dropping down, having got himself back up to P3. Billy Ebenhauser, he's staying out, as is Imran. Let's go back with Imran Zuhaili. Azza's into the pits. Dubagas Farhan into the pits. Rinaldi into the pits.
Okay, I got a feeling Imran should be in this lap. He could do another lap, but that's cutting it a little bit close to the 70-minute stint rule.
Still coolish conditions. Track temperature 28 degrees. Little bit of sun, a little bit of cloud. There is the possibility of rain later on.
Oof, it's Felix Young's car sliding wide there.
Still,
Yeah, so
he'd sorted himself out, hadn't he?
yeah.
So he comes through. Imran a 1:45.2 and stays out.
Good lap time. He's got some clear track. Well, okay, he's got to be in this next lap because he'll run foul the running too long in stint times.
Billy Ebenhauser, he goes in. That's been a really, really good stint by Billy for the Java Sim team. Mohammed Irfan. Be interesting to see if he decides to go one more lap out. No, he comes in. As does
Alan Drake Cruz. Let's see what his lap time is. He comes across the line. 44.2. That's a good lap time. Shows that he's still going very strong. Also, Terry Rayton in Laundry House car did a 44.3. So Laundry House showing some very good pace right now.
now then, Imran. This time, surely he's got to come in.
Yeah.
Current race leader, but he's still to pit. And then we'll just need to work out how the changes have affected the lead. He was in P2, but he put in a very good last lap, 1:45.2. But even that was a second down on the Terry Raytons and co. So maybe you do need fresh tyres out there.
Missed that apex a little bit, but come into the pits now. Yes, he does. Well done.
Leaves it late, but there he is into the pits. Don't get yourself a penalty. That's number one.
Number one.
So Harley goes into the pits. Alan Drake Cruz, I think, will probably be able to take over the mantle as number one. We'll just confirm that when he goes over the start-finish line. And then we'll see where Zuhaili comes out. 30-second penalty for Fikri down in P20.
Oh, stop and go 30 seconds. Well, that's a shame. Must be something. Must be for a collision. That'd be a big pit stop. Big penalty.
Right then, do we have a new race leader? Goes over the start-finish line at 1:44.2. Zuhaili is still in the pit, so we have a new race leader in Alan Drake Cruz for JMX Phantom. He's got a bit of traffic to deal with, but at this stage we'll just get a quick summary of where we are. And at the moment, well, it says Zuhaili, but Alan Drake Cruz is the man who has got the lead. Terry Rayton in P2 for Laundry House. Nabas and Ripperap, who've still got to pit, and Nakib and Nabil Aslam will also be there as well. Zuhaili comes out in P2, and it will still be Zuhaili who is there. But that is how we stand with 1 hour and 10 minutes of this first endurance race of the season gone. We're just going to go for a short break so to give some airtime to our commercial partners, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time. Very warm welcome back to ERGP Endurance Edition. Alex Young alongside Des Corkill. An hour and 12 minutes have gone in the first race of the endurance season. And Alan Drake Cruz for JMX Phantom is the man in the lead, an 11-year-old veteran, Alex Young.
Oh, he's doing a great job. Set up, of course, by his teammate Russell Ray's doing a perfect opening stint. And Alan Drake Cruz is doing the same thing as well. I mean, he's in the 44s very comfortably, so fantastic to see. Imran Suhaili, though, who is in P2 right now for Blue Steel Racing, is in the 43s. Oh, no, sorry, it's on an outlap, sorry, still. So not in the 43s yet. But yeah, it's all coming together. After JMX in P1 is Blue Steel in P2, Laundry House in P3, Stratos Motorsport back up to P4 after that early drive through penalty. And in P5, Joshua Nabus for Veloce Ragazza Racing in the Audi.
Who we've hardly taken any, paid any attention to, so maybe you can. He's got himself ahead of Felix Jung, who's probably been the fun part of what's been going on.
Yep.
And you've got
Pro-Am leader right now. Duiki from HM Engineering is taking over the lead.
excellent stuff. Okay. I'm going to take a back seat now. I believe Josh Perwin is available for us from his home in Australia. Be interesting to hear Josh in the commentary box. I'm so used to commentating on him, but looking forward to seeing how he deals. He'll be working with Alex Young for the next half hour.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Des. The icon, the legend, Des Corkill. You know, we welcome another icon. Josh, can you hear us? You've been watching the race. You've been enjoying it so far?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello, everyone.
Yes, perfect, mate. Great to hear you're commentating from your home in Perth.
Yes, I am. And yeah, it's been a very interesting race so far. It looks like the front of the field has pulled away a little bit, but there's lots of close racing throughout the entire field, so it's been very good to watch so far.
Okay, and you've been helping out a couple of your mates, right? Stratos Motorsport with some of the calls and stuff. How are they doing so far?
Yes, I've been in a call with Nakib and Nabil. They've been doing alright so far, but they got a drive-through for a start incident with the Legion of Racers. They protested saying that they didn't leave enough space. The Stratos rebutted back saying that they did, but they got a penalty. So now they're a little bit further behind the front runners.
Okay, and we noticed Nakib came in a bit early for his first pit stop. Is there any reason for that?
Not necessarily, no. We've been pushing this entire race so far. Oh, I don't know if I should be revealing this secret.
Go on.
Yeah, it was only a lap before Imran though, or a lap or two before Imran. So we've got Nakib back in the car now, and yeah, hopefully just try and catch up to the top three now. But after the drive-through, will be a bit of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, he just did a 44.3 on the last lap, which is actually the fastest car on track at the moment. So, Nakib Aslan trying to make some moves, I guess. You can see there he is an insert. He's racing from his house in Shah Alam in Malaysia. What's the strategy, though, Josh? I guess Nabil's going to have to get in the next one.
Yeah, because they've got the maximum minimum driving limits, which they'll have to meet. But because it's a 4-hour race, it's quite simple. Because the fuel is just over 1 hour, there'll be 3 big stints. Most of these teams will be running 3 full stints, and then the last stint will be a bit shortened. And of course, changing tires. And for most teams, it's been changing driver. But some teams, such as Nakib, stayed in the car. So it will be interesting to see what happens when those teams put in their second driver as well.
Okay. All right, we're on board now watching Juho Sapenon from Finland. I think he's racing from Finland. You can see a little bit of lag there, I guess. So yeah, that makes sense. Sunway University's on that car. That's awesome because his teammate is Nathan, Indonesian driver driving here in Kuala Lumpur, who actually goes to Sunway University. So giving some love to his education system, I guess. Oh yeah, it's a bit of, yeah, definitely got a bit of a. I love the smile in the front of the car as well, or the grin, shall we put it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you said Sunway, and then I was like, and then you said that he was finished. I was like, how does he know about Sunway? But then yeah, so he would be racing quite close to our office then, actually, if he's in Sunway. So that's quite interesting. So yeah, they're in 22nd right now. There's a couple of Europeans in this race because you've got him, and you've also got Alan Drake Cruz in the lead as well, who's originally from Southeast Asia but is based in Norway. So The lag doesn't seem to be too unbearable for them at the moment, though, which is a positive sign.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised, to be honest. I mean, they're driving from very far away, so we have our servers in Singapore, and it seems to be okay.
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad so far. I mean, that is convenient because most of the drivers here are located around Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines. And then you got a couple Aussies down over east, and then you've got, of course, the Europeans over there. I think last race as well, last season, we had a South American as well, a Colombian race with us as well in one of the JMX cars. So this is definitely a global series.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. Okay, in the Shark Attack Ferrari, I guess we could call it. Let's go on to the Pro-Am class. So how about that? Dewicki there for HM Engineering. So I wonder what happened to Billy Ebenhauser. I got a feeling he might have got disconnected, actually, because I don't see the car number 6 anymore. That's such a shame.
Yeah, right down the order there. One other interesting thing to note as well is you can see in P9 the car chasing HM Engineering car is the Brunei team of Apex Racing Team.
Yeah.
So I think over the past few months they've started up their own sim racing facility over in Brunei, and they've been improving a lot. Their speed has gotten a lot better, and they're focusing mainly on ACC and F1. So they've been doing a very good job, and they look very competitive now.
Yeah, it's awesome to see when teams come up to and make such a big jump. And Ben Seek's in the car right now. He's the pro driver. But I know he was telling me that his AM drivers are just as quick. So I mean, that's key, isn't it, for a Pro-Am class? You know, the pro drivers in a Pro-Am class are not too different from each other. But it's the AM drivers which can make a difference. So if this Apex Racing team has some quick AM drivers, maybe they can challenge for the win a little bit later on in this race.
Yeah, of course, and it looks like it's a close battle as well. Only 8.5 seconds separating them, so over 2 hours and 41 minutes, a lot can change, of course. Whereas the lead, it looks like it's 21 seconds at the moment, so Alan J. Cruz has a huge lead over the rest of the field at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. And we're right now on board with Triple X Racing, Armand Abdullah. He's also another 9 seconds or so back from, well, actually it's quite a bit further back from the guy in P2. But yeah, a lot can happen still, like you just mentioned.
Yeah, and of course he's in the Ferrari as well, which seems to be the favourable car for this race as well.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how he can go later on in this race as well. As now we ride on board with Mohammed Zikri, as he chasing down the car in P13, the green liveried BMW. Looks like it's a close battle here because they've also got he just right behind. So green versus blue versus red here.
Yeah, that's right. The blue car of a racing line. They used to be red. I love the previous livery. I'm not such a big fan of this one. But yeah, they'll be a bit disappointed. I think they got caught up in that first lap kerfuffle because they dropped back quite a bit. Ooh, Zikri going to the outside. I wondered if he had enough space to go for the inside. Decided against it. Ooh, now it's... Look at that.
Yeah, he didn't get the exit there. He didn't get the exit, but it opens up the opportunity here for Juan He to go down the inside, and it looks like he has made it stick. So that was a good move, and now he is going to be chasing the green car just up ahead, the BMWs. Yeah, these three looks locked in a battle here, and it's probably at the moment our closest battle on track, so we'll stay on board with them for a little bit.
We should do. Juan He, of course, is a real-life driver who actually, you could see, came on quite well last year. Did some sim races and actually improved a lot. He's teammate with Mohammed Hamdani. Hamdani obviously didn't have a very good first stint. I think got caught up in a first lap incident. But yeah, identical Ferraris, but Juan He showing some really good turn of speed at the moment.
Yeah, this is the Toyota Gazoo Rookie's car then. Well, I mean, actually, no, the Stratos car is technically the Rookie's car as well, the Rookie's Champions car. But, yeah, so these three are locked in a battle at the moment. Seems to have spread out a little bit now. So, yeah, hopefully in a moment the battle will heat up again.
Yeah, I think it will. I mean, he's looking quite strong there. He's actually lapping about half a second a lap faster than Arif Hidayat just ahead of him. So I think it's just a matter of time before he has another moment.
Yeah, it looks like there is also another close battle up in our pro field, battle for 6th place right now with the BMW and the Audis. Looks like, and it looks like the green car is slowed down a bit.
Oh.
And the Juan He is going to try and go around the outside. He might have to do the over and under here, and it looks like he might be able to make it stick as long as he can get ahead before this corner, and he does.
Yeah.
So that was a good move by Juan He there, and now he's ahead of Hidayat.
Oh, Hidayat has it.
And it looks like he has a bit of wheel spin there. That might open up the door here for Zikri. As he might not get the line heading into this last corner here, so this might allow Zikri to get a good run here. And with the slipstream, he might be able to get past here, Alex.
Yeah, Zikri really got to take his move now because he's getting held up by Hidayat. Hidayat's just 2 laps in a row, not been looking very good in the last sector. But Zikri will be desperate to try and overtake now. He's got the slipstream, pulls to the outside. Oh, a small bit of contact. Zikri's got to leave it late for the braking, try and go around the outside. Oh, he does. A bit of contact with it too. Hidayat should have given Zikri a bit of space. Oh, side by side.
It looks like there's a little bit of maybe a touch there. But
Yeah.
Hidayat stays just ahead, and they've got Nakib just behind, so they'll have to be wary of that as well, because Nakib is a lap ahead as he dive bombs Zikri there. One thing I did notice as well, because we do have the camera still on Nakib Aslan there, is whoa, that was close as the Hidayat goes off wide. That opens up the door for Zikri. But oof, that was a bit tight. But one thing I did notice about Nakib, however, is when he goes down the straight, he took his hands off the wheel. As we've been on board with him for a while, he was sitting just behind, no hands on the wheel while he was going down the straight.
Both hands off the wheel? That's crazy.
Maybe it's below camera, maybe he's got one hand on the bottom of the steering wheel, but from what it looks like, he had his hands off. But yeah, that contact with the lap car was a bit unfortunate for Hidayat, and we might not be able to have a look back at it, but hopefully there's no stewards inquiries to worry about.
Yeah, I think that looked pretty clean. Hidayat just didn't give enough space to the line that Nakib was taking, I feel. Hidayat, the AM driver in that classification, dropping back a little bit. Should we go back up to the front, see how Alan Drake Cruz is doing?
Yeah, let's see how he's doing. Well, he is leading obviously at the moment. 19 seconds though, so Imran Zahali seems to be catching up just a little bit in that Ferrari car. But Alan J. Cruz does have a big buffer, so after this stint as well, it'll be interesting to see. They might put Russell Rose back in the car. And for Imran Zahali, he'll be getting out the car, and we'll have our commentator, Amo Hazik, in the car as well.
That'd be cool. We can analyze Amo's driving and be heavily critical if he does anything wrong.
Yes.
But we are on board right now, Drake Cruz, and you can see from the inset there he is driving. Ooh, he's got that karting style where he leans the opposite way of the corner. Josh, we're talking about Barcelona right now. This is a track you like.
Yes, it's an interesting track for sure. I think I prefer it though when that chicane that Alan J. Cruz went through isn't there. Luckily in the Formula 1 this year, they're going to be taking that out. So hopefully that will create some better racing. But of course, in the Formula 1 calendar, the run down the front straight is the longest on the calendar of any track. So it creates a lot of opportunities in Formula 1. And to drive this track is very fun as well because there's a lot of medium speed corners here. It's very flowy apart from the chicane at the end. So it's very interesting to drive. Very fun to drive as well.
Yeah. Okay, well, Drake Cruz's last lap 45.1. The lap before was not very good at all. So I think we had some back markers there. But a 45.1 is still pretty good. Although Imran Zuhaili in second position, close faster with a 44.9. Imran's actually looks like he might be closing down that gap ever so slightly.
Yes, so we'll have to wait and see, but it'll be interesting to see once Alan J. Cruz gets out of the car and maybe Reyes is in the car. We'll see how Reyes compares to Imran's teammate, so Amo. So maybe Reyes will be able to extend that lead, or maybe Amo will be able to catch up. So of course, we've got 2 hours and 34 minutes to go, a long way to go. Plenty of opportunities for any dramas, or even for Alan J. Cruz, his connection might be a problem later on, maybe, because of course he's in Europe. He's got the higher ping, so the biggest worry I think right now for Alan will be disconnecting.
Yeah, that is would be terrible, so fingers crossed that doesn't happen.
Yeah, as we look on board now with Arif Hidayat, so after that contact earlier, he looks like he's keeping in touch with Zikri here as he runs a little bit wide. That's not the line through that corner. So Zikri will be trying to pull a bit of a gap now on his Pro-Am competitor. They're fighting for a top 5 spot at the moment. So it looks like Zikri has a little bit of an upper hand at the moment in that car.
Yeah, Zikri, of course, is the pro driver in the racing line Ferrari. He's doing the first 2 stints before handing over to Nazir. So Nazir Osman is actually, he's an AM driver, but he's a very quick AM driver, so that looks pretty good for Racing Line.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure they both compete in ERGP Bronze as well, so yeah, they're about similar speeds as well. And Nazir, of course, is a very experienced engineer as well.
Yep.
So I'm sure at the moment he'll be engineering that car, looking after Zikri. So yeah, that car is definitely going to be one to watch, and maybe they'll be able to jump up the field a bit more later on as well.
Yeah, Zikri's actually a silver driver now. He's promoted, he had a couple good results in Global, so yeah, he's gone up to silver now.
Oh, okay, that's good, exciting. So yeah, looking at the Arif Hidayat right now, let's have a look through the rest of the field here. Just looking if there's any close battles on track just at the moment. We're on board with Rio Emmanuel from Team Techno. I think this is a new-ish team in Indonesia. They've been running for, I think, 1 to 1.5 years. They've got drivers all over Indonesia, and they've got an Australian or an Indonesian living in Perth as well. So that team is a very big team. They seem to be able to get a lot of entries, so they've got a lot of drivers in their roster as well, a lot of competitive drivers in their roster. So this is a team that one to watch out for, especially in the future in Indonesian and also regional competitions, as it looks like they managed to get past that car. I think that was a lap car though at the time.
Yeah, I think it was a lap car. Good to get through there. Now got some nice clean tarmac in front of him. It's great, isn't it, when you get through some traffic, you got some clean tarmac in front, you just focus on getting down to the lap times.
Yeah, the worst thing is when you get dirty air, because it just frustrates you so much. And when you're right behind a car as well, when you're in the cockpit camera, sometimes it's a bit more challenging to see your braking points as well, depending on what your camera view is. So it'll be clean air is always the better option, and especially in the GT3 cars, because in some races, for example, what we've seen in Global Edition before, train racing can become a thing, and sometimes it's better to be second place on the last lap, but that's definitely not the case in GT3 cars. No DRS here.
No DRS. And surprisingly, I mean, I remember when I first started driving these GT3 cars, the slipstream effect was quite high. It doesn't seem to be as high in the latest generation of GT3 cars, as they've got more aerodynamically sophisticated. And
yeah, these days, especially in sim racing as well, because I believe Gran Turismo is the only game where you can, I think in Gran Turismo, you can change the amount of slipstream and power that there is. So in the GT3 cars, especially on ACC, iRacing, rFactor, it's very tough to overtake in the cars. I think the only game that you were able to previously quite comfortably was iRacing, but I think last update they nerfed the slipstream. So now it's like all the other games, and especially I think rFactor 2 is one of the trickiest for the GT3s. It becomes like a train almost, not like a train, but it's a train where no one can overtake. So yeah, but it looks like our drivers have had no issues overtaking today. We've had a lot of action here.
yeah, Zikri there. He's right on the back of Bintang, Muhammad Bintang there. And so Ferrari versus BMW right now. Zikri's going to fancy his chances of getting past, so you'd have to say. He's Zikri, you feel like he's out of place, don't you? I mean, the pace has been good, just struggling to get through the cars.
Yeah, and of course this one will be interesting because you've got Zikri, who is in the Pro-Am category, and you've got Bintang ahead, who is in the Pro category. So they're technically not racing each other. Well, they have to race each other for position, but if this was the last lap and Zikri got ahead, it wouldn't mean anything for his championship points. So it'll be interesting to see if Bintang maybe lets him through to try and not lose time to the people that Bintang is actually racing, or if he wants to fight this one out and have a good brawl.
Yeah. I don't think any driver likes getting overtaken. I got a feeling he's going to stick this one out.
Yeah, well, it's better for us. We get more action.
Absolutely. Bintang's actually on a better lap right now. This lap should be in the 46s.
Yeah, and it looks like Rifidia is also catching up to Zikri as well. So this might become a three-way battle again. This time without the red Ferrari of Juan He. So yeah, one to look out for. This one should be heating up in the next couple of laps.
Zikri needs to be decisive here. If he does get another run on Bintang in front of him. He just needs to take that opportunity and make sure the car can't come back at him. Because sometimes you leave a little bit too much space and you allow the car, you try and overtake a chance to come back, and then there's more contact, and then you get double whammied. You don't get the move done, and you both lose time, which is obviously not ideal.
Yeah, the worst thing you can do in endurance racing is sometimes, because the gaps will spread out so much, you'll just keep on battling because, you know, you haven't had a battle in ages, and they will just end up costing you time, which will affect your race later on. So sometimes in endurance racing, I find it's better to, if you got someone behind you who's a little bit faster or on maybe a different strategy, and you can just let him overtake and then follow him, it's a lot more beneficial to your race rather than losing 10-20 seconds getting into a heated battle for a long period of time. But hopefully everyone battles, because that is what we're here for. We're here to see some action, and it looks like some action is going to be brewing soon with Zikri right on the tail of Bintang, who's taking a weird line through that corner.
Yeah, he did that the previous lap as well, so just perhaps struggling in the more technical parts of the track to slow that BMW down. Oh, Zikri runs wide. It's going to allow Hidayat to come back at him. And
yeah, we could see maybe some action with Hidayat before we see action with Zikri overtaking Bintang at the moment. And they've got the Audi just behind as well. It appears to be on a different lap, however, because the car behind Hidayat is 20 seconds behind. So they've all got slipstream on one another at the moment. We'll see if anyone's able to make a move the gap. So maybe just a little bit too big to go for a dive bomb though, I think here, Alex.
Yeah, that might be Joshua Nabus behind them trying to lap him. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Well, it's
it
an
is.
Audi, so yes.
Yep, Veloce Ragazza racing the car in P5. Oh, he doesn't want to lose any more time to the car in fourth, so he'll be very aggressive to try and get through this traffic.
Yeah, they've had a good race so far. I believe that Joshua Nabas was in the GT4 category last season, from memory.
That's right, they were the AM champion.
Yes, it looks like Hidayat has gotten out of the way. So this could be really interesting here because the drivers are obliged to get out of the way of Joshua Nabas. So what Hidayat's done is let Joshua Nabas through, and potentially when Zikri has to let Joshua Nabas through, maybe Hidayat is able to make a move. Oh, the gaps look a little bit too big, but we've seen that happen in real life. I remember in Formula 1 2015, I believe it was Max Verstappen stayed behind Kimi Räikkönen. And he and whenever Kimi Räikkönen had to lap someone, Max would just overtake the driver. Because of course at Monaco it's so challenging to overtake. He found a loophole way to overtake. Oh, as it looks like Joshua Nabas goes for a little bit of a dive bomb here on Zikri. It looks like Zikri is able to let Joshua Nabas pass without letting Hidayat pass. So that has worked out well for him, but they've lost time to Bintang ahead.
Yeah, so Zikri needs to try and stay on the boot lid of Nabos here, because Nabos will have to overtake the car in front, and that's a really good opportunity for Zikri to try and follow that car through.
Of course, and it looks like there is a couple of cars ahead as well, because you've got Bintang and you've also got Lopez, who's 1.7 seconds ahead of him as well. Juan He seems to have pulled a massive gap. He seems to be going a lot faster than a lot of the other drivers around this sort of this part of the field just at the moment. As Joshua Nabas is going to want to get through everyone as fast as he can. But it's... actually, it looks like Bintang is just past Paul... Is that Paul Lopez? Who's going a little bit slow.
Yeah, looks like it went dropping back right now. Don't know if he's had some contact, but yeah, he's going down. Zikri goes past too.
Yeah, maybe he's got some damage. Because I remember he was right close with Juan He just a little bit ago. So we'll see if Arif Hidayat is able to make his way through now. He goes to the outside line here. Paul Lopez defending the inside line. Will he be able to get the switch right? No, and there's contact. Oh. And unfortunately, Paul Lopez is spun around, and potentially a penalty coming the way of Arif Hidayat. The stewards might want to have a look at that if Paul Lopez protests.
Yeah, and Lopez needs to protest to get the stewards to have a look at it. But yeah, that doesn't look very good for Hidayat. Hidayat might get in trouble for that, I suspect.
Yeah, but it does give a bit...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that it does give breathing room to Zikri as well, who doesn't have to worry about Hidayat behind, so now he can put his full focus on overtaking Bintang.
Yeah. Oh, and he needs to try and get it done. You can see Joshua Nabos trying to lap the car, managed to get through. They've both kind of tripped over each other. Okay, oh, Zikri missed the apex. If he had nailed that apex, it would have been a great chance to try and get a slipstream down the start-finish straight. But didn't quite hit the apex, and so he's not close enough to the BMW at the moment.
Yeah, and the BMW will have the slipstream off the Ferrari ahead, so no overtaking for the moment. But Joshua Napa seems to be happy, he seems to be smiling. Now he doesn't have to worry about that traffic, he has a clean road ahead and he can focus on trying to catch up to Nakib in 4th.
Yeah. So, Nakib actually has been putting in some good laps. He's actually been consistently the fastest car on the track for the last 10 or so laps, just by a couple tenths. It was allowing him to try and close up, back up that gap to P3. Of course, I think he lost about 35 seconds in that drive-through, maybe a bit more. So, yeah, I think the race wins out of it, but I don't think he's going to give up on a podium. Maybe he still thinks he could get a podium.
Yeah, and then after Nakib as well, you're going to have Nabil in the car as well, so maybe compared to some of the other drivers ahead, maybe Nabil will also be able to help catch up as well. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, it's endurance racing. We've got 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds left to go. All the twos. As we've got Mohammed Zikri still just behind Bintang. The race normally at this point does settle down a little bit, but that doesn't mean that we are short of action. Plenty of strategy going on. We've got the excitement of new drivers coming in. How will these new drivers compare to the current drivers? So lots of action still ahead of us, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a feeling that Ferrari's carrying a bit too much wing, just to be a bit quicker down the straight line. But yeah, still, it is definitely settling down. See who can. Oh, that's a better. Oh, really hit the apex there. Perfect, actually. This is a better exit by the racing line driver.
It'll be a true test to see it'll be a true test to see who gets how his slipstream is, and how his straight line speed is. It doesn't look like he has enough because Bintang is not close enough to Juan He to get or Joshua Napa's ahead to get the slipstream. So it looks like Zikri might have to try and overtake the old-fashioned way, going around the outside or making a dive bomb down the inside. Of course, he is in the Ferrari, but he's just struggling to get that straight line speed. But it looks like the Ferraris and BMWs seem to be the favorable choice in the field today.
Yeah, definitely the Ferrari and the BMW. BMW especially, I think, looks quite strong as well, especially in JMX Phantom's hands. Oh, will he try?
Yeah.
No, not close enough. I think he should try into turn 10, because the BMW has looked very poor into turn 10 on the last few laps.
Yeah, he'll just need to make sure that he's able to stay close through turn 9 and this part here as well. But it looks like Bintang has just slowly crept away from him in these past few corners. So unfortunately, it looks like Zikri. Oh, it looks like a slower run there for Bintang. But yeah, Zikri is not close enough, so he'll have to rely on a massive mistake from Bintang to be able to overtake into turn 10 this lap. So he might have to wait until. And there it is! There it is! As it looks like Zikri is going to try and go down the inside. Is he alongside? Yes, he is. Or just no, and he just misses out there. But he does have the favorable line through this corner. But it looks like Bintang is staying ahead just for now. Bit of a squirm there for Zikri. But he should have more opportunities. Of course, they've got now 20 to 30 minutes left in the stint now, so there's still plenty of opportunity for Zikri to make this overtake and try and make a run for it.
So this is where it's interesting, right? If I was Zikri's teammate, I'd be saying, listen, man, you gotta be better through Sector 2. As long as he keeps it clean through Sector 2, he'll put pressure on Bintang for turn 10, and that's when he'll make a mistake. Because Bintang, every lap for the last 4 laps, oh, diving down the inside!
That's the move that we needed to see for Zikri, and Zikri is going to make that move stick as he manages to hold it. Oh, it looks like he's gone a bit wide. He's gone on the gravel there. Is his tyres going to be too wrecked to keep this side by side? Looks like it's very, very close. He manages to keep it in despite the gravel on his tyres. It's very impressive, but it looks like Bintang is just going to stay ahead for now. But Zikri will have another opportunity later on as he lets the lap car through now. Got to be careful not to dip his tyre into the grass there, as he just manages to make sure that that doesn't happen. And Arif Hidyat is back in this battle too now.
Yeah, quite a few mistakes there by Zikri. He should have made that move happen. He'll be kicking himself after the race, I think.
The problem is when he is... I was going to say the problem for Zikri when the when his tires, when he went off onto the gravel, that would have compromised his ability to defend for that position. So the first mistake kind of led to the rest of the mistakes here. It looks like Zikri might have another opportunity here. This is the best chance because this is the closest he's been to Bintang through this corner. As Bintang squirms through there, is Zikri able to get the run? I think he is. He's got the inside line, and Bintang is going to have to give that one up. So Zikri recovers from that mistake earlier on in the lap. Now, will Arif Hidayat take advantage of the situation? But will he make the dive bomb? Yes, he will. Will there be contact? No, there won't. The BMW and the two BMWs actually. We'll see if Arif Hidayat is able to get the run here down the straight. It's going to be very close between these two. Arif will be able to take advantage of the slipstream, but Bintang will have the slipstream of Zikri ahead still. Actually, no, they might not, because the gap looks like Zikri, because of this battling, Zikri has pulled out a 1.3 second gap already. So Zikri able to take advantage of this battling and have a bit of breathing space to push his car to the limit.
That's all right. Some nice, good action there. Some clean racing between Bintang and Hidayat as well. And it's not over yet, is it? Hidayat's looking quite close as they come through turn 3. Ooh, he's on the... Does he get a better exit? He does get a better exit. Not really... It's tough to overtake it at turn 4, though. Oh, unless, of course, the
it
car...
looks like... yeah, he's run a little bit wide there. Will Arif Hidayat be able to take advantage of this down into the braking zone? No, he looks like he's a little bit too far. But it looks like right now Bintang is just making a couple too many mistakes, and that's compromising his position in this race. As Hidayat is very, very close here. This corner is a tough one to dive bomb at though, so Hidayat is going to have to stay behind. If he can get the run through this corner and through turn 9 though, he could capitalize through turn 10.
Two BMWs going at it. Oh, Hidayat's gone wide through 9. Shame, because if he'd kept it clean, then I think he would have had a really good chance to turn 10.
Yes, it looks like our leader in HM Engineering, the leader of the Pro-Am class, has a drive-through penalty.
Wow, drive-through penalty. Let's have a look.
898, let's have a quick look. So it looks like 898 got a drive-through penalty for braking too late and went on the inside with an incident with car number 777 on lap 29. So that was the car in P16 right now. So something must have happened between them, potentially maybe lapped car situation, but that's going to compromise him. And that is going to put the Ferrari, car number 63, in the lead of the race, in the Pro-Am class. As it looks like he's going to be taking his drive-through now, as we've got... Yes, we've got a new leader now. Well, we're going to be getting a new leader now. There is a bit of a gap between them though, so maybe the HM Engineering car is going to be able to stay in the lead here. Because, yeah, he's more than 30 seconds away from finishing this lap here. As looks like there is... he might have got away with that one just though.
Yeah, it seems a bit hard done, I think, for Dewicki, because I've seen the incident of protest. Looks very fine margins indeed, but at this level, the fine margins can make a big difference.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the race as well, like the lap 1 incidences. The incidents are very close. Like it's not, it's not very obvious, but it's kind of like, did they leave enough space or what happened? Of course, as you said, fine margins. So these drivers have to, of course, be very careful. This is the top level of endurance racing in Asia Pacific, so all the drivers are at a good standard, and they must be held at a good standard with their driving as well. So, yeah, unfortunately for them, the easiest punishment they can get in an endurance race in ACC is a drive-through. So, the smallest mistake can have the largest of consequences.
Okay, back up to the front. Be interesting to watch this right now because Alan Drake Cruz has just lapped Legion of Racers car Nigel Chua. Nigel Chua obviously way back in the pack because of that first lap incident with Stratos. So yeah, let's be interested to see if LOR can follow JMX Phantom, because really they were quite similar in pace, especially in qualifying.
Yeah, and another thing to note as well, Imran Zahali has chopped that gap down to 11 seconds, so he is punching that gap. He's got it down, I think it was 19 or 20 last time we checked in with Alan Drake Cruz. So I think Alan Drake Cruz maybe has to pick up the pace a little bit, or just get it until Russell Reyes can get back into the car here. We've got Imran Zahali with the purple livery there. Interesting livery. And usually normally see blue steel and the white and blue. This time they're rocking a different color.
Yeah.
Always interesting to try something new.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Ferrari has been strong all race so far.
Okay, whenever we come to Imran though, we always come to him when he misses apexes. We just saw him missing an apex to the penultimate corner. But yes, for the last 2 laps, he's taken a second out of Drake Cruz. Okay, whenever we come to him. So he's closing the gap right now. Imran Zahali driving a superb second stint as well, really giving Blue Steel a chance to try and fight for the race win.
Yeah, so Imran Zahali might be have the commentators curse every time we look at him. He makes a mistake, but certainly though, while we're not looking, he's doing very good. He's of course chopping that gap down to Alan Drake Cruz. Maybe Alan hasn't looked out after his tires, maybe as well as Imran Zahali has. But we should see Alan pitting before Imran because Imran stayed out quite late in the first stint as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think Phantom, JMX Phantom will look to pit this driver in early because he is struggling, and you can see the Legion Racers car there at Nigel Chua is trying to unlap himself. He's currently 2 laps down. He's trying to go 1 lap down and try and unlap himself.
yeah, of course, Nigel Chua has a bit of a mountain climb to make up positions as Alan Drake Cruz lets him through, but in doing so, he's losing so much time to Imran as well. That would have cost him at least half a second there, going through the tight Sector 3 of Circuit De Barcelona-Catalunya.
Yeah. I think maybe he's worried about the ping as well. Probably better to just get out the way and not risk getting hit by the car behind teleporting into you. I mean, he's still doing a good job, but overall he's lost about 6 seconds to the car in second position in this second stint.
Yeah, so Russell Reyes, hopefully for JMX, will be able to increase that gap a little bit more. Otherwise, they might fall into the clutches of Blue Steel Racing here. Of course, another team to keep an eye out, which we have been quite quiet about, is the sole Porsche entry here of Terry Rayton in the Launchy House car, 9 seconds back. So Imran has been doing a very good job and he's managed to get a gap on Terry Rayton, who's one of Australia's best ACC drivers as well. And then you've got Nikki back and forth, but because of that drive-through, he is a little bit too far back right now to be challenging for the podium positions, and he'll have to hope for unfortunate situation for one of the top 3, I think, to be able to get into that podium positions at the moment.
Yeah, this race is not done at all. I mean, Drake Cruz pace, he lost a lot of time letting the LOR car go through. I still think Laundry House in P3 and Blue Steel in P2 are not out of this race, and they could end up sneaking the win still.
Yes, so yeah, we've got a lot to keep up on. It's 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. Plenty of action here. It's 4:01 p.m. in game time. It's getting close to the evening in Barcelona at the moment in the game. It's almost sunrise in Barcelona in real life. So looks like the field has settled down, of course, normally does at this point. The closest battle on track looks like to be the battle for 14th, 15th and 16th as one of them heads into the pits as well. But yeah, we're on board with Bintang as well, the Indonesian driver, car number 69. 2 seconds behind Hidayat at the moment, so Hidayat has seemed to have pulled just a little bit of a gap at the moment. 8.5 seconds to Zikri ahead though, so Zikri has done a good job of pulling away as well.
We should also give special mention to Juan He right now in Triple X Racing, the second car, Triple X Racing, doing some really good laps, got themselves up to the top 10 now. Pro class team, but yeah, obviously lost the first stint in that first lap incident, and to get back in top 10 is great.
Yeah, it's a very good comeback, especially when you look at Legion Racers, for example, which were also in that lap 1 kerfuffle, and they're 2 laps down as well, but they're in 16th place at the moment. So at the moment, these teams are in recovery stage, trying to get as much points as they possibly can, because this is a long championship. There are 6 rounds this year, starting off now in April, and will be ending all the way at the end of the year. We've got 6 exciting races for you, and this is the first one here.
Yep. Juan He there looking good. Bit further up ahead of him in 9th position is Armand Abdullah with Triple X Racing, so that's his teammate just up the road from him. This is a Pro-Am car, of course, so if Juan He can close down the gap to his teammate, they are in different classes, and I got a feeling that this car will let him through quite quickly. Then a little bit further up the hill from there is the leader of the Pro-Am class, Dwicky now, HM Engineering, who is still leading right now.
And one of one of the two Mercedes. Oh, there's a Ferrari that's gone round over there. I think that was the Sunway University car from memory. Yes, it was. So unfortunate incident for them. But yeah, going back to Dwicky, he is doing a fantastic job. He's through and they're leading their Pro-Am category. They've done a fantastic job so far today.
Yeah, 898 HM Engineering, of course. HM Engineering, one of the very important players in the region for esports. They organize lots of great competitions. Use mostly R-Factor 2, I believe. And it's great to have them here competing as well.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, they used to run a European esports team as well that was quite successful actually in R-Factor 2 and iRacing. But I think now they're focusing on the Indonesian talent as well. So yeah, a lot of history, and especially in hosting Southeast Asian races as well on R-Factor 2.
Okay, we'll go back up to... Ooh, what's happened? Drake Cruz is in the pits. He's in the pits. The leader is in the pits, obviously struggling with so much pace. They decided to pit him early. Is he staying in the car? You can see in the inset there right now. I don't think he's staying in the car. I think Russell Reyes is getting back in the car because it looks like Drake Cruz is not driving. You can see, look, there he is. He's handed off the car. Maybe he had an issue with the car because the pace was just bleeding too much pace. And Russell Reyes is back into the car. The guy that set pole position and was leading really with that almost perfect first stint.
Yes, and with this early pit stop, they should be able to make it comfortably only on one more pit stop as well. So they haven't pitted too early. As you can see, Alan Drake Cruz getting out of the cockpit. And it's early morning in Norway, so he might be going to go have some breakfast.
Yeah, I think he will have to go get some breakfast. His father just helping him get out the sim and getting into getting his quick short break, because of course he'll have to be back in for the last stint. But I got a feeling they're going to try and make Russell Reyes go to the full 70 minutes before handing the car back to Drake Cruz for the last hour of the race.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see what happens as well. They'll have our in-house commentator Amr Hazik chasing them in maybe about 10-15 minutes time. So we'll wait and see what will happen. It'll be Russell Reyes versus Amr Hazik. And then you've got the Porsche car just behind. It's only there's two Porsches in the field, but it's the other Porsche's down, unfortunately, in 23rd place at the moment. So the Laundry House making this Porsche work, despite seems like one of the more unfavorable cars in the field.
Yeah, you have to say there is Laundry House. Terry rated, although the Porsche was a very strong car last year, you have to say. Remember Philippa Bikita doing an excellent job in Sim SRO Asia in this car. But of course we have BOP, and the Porsche and the Ferrari are carrying the heaviest BOP of the field. But yeah, Porsche not quite as strong as Ferrari at the moment, at least in Laundry House's hands. But you know,
Ferraris, I was going to say the Ferraris is the heaviest BOP, but that's certainly not stopping Blue Steel from trying to fight for this win.
Yeah, well, they both cars have 18 kilos on. Rayton though is last lap 45.2. He's the quickest car on track at the moment. So, he misses an apex there. He's the quickest car on track at the moment, and even though Imran Sohaili is doing a great job ahead of him, Laundry House have not given up on the race win. And to be honest, there's only 10 seconds between them, so anything can still happen. See, there is Rayton coming out of the last corner, and here's Imran Sohaili going through turn 1. So it's just the length of the pit straight right now separating the top two cars overall and in the pro class.
One other battle to watch out for right now, if we can ride on board with Joshua Nabas maybe, because he's got Russell Reyes right behind. Oh, he had Russell Reyes right behind him. The gap was 7/10. It looks like it's extended a little bit now, because I don't see Russell Reyes on camera. If we can jump to Russell maybe, see what's happened there, because he's now a fair chunk back. When we looked at the relative just a second ago, they were only 2 or 3 tenths apart. So maybe something's happened there, because I saw Russell Reyes flashing the lights at Joshua Nabas as we were on board with him in Sector 2, start of Sector 2 at early this lap. So maybe something's happened between them.
Well, his outlap was a 2 minutes 52. The lap before this was 2 minutes 52, which is very slow for an outlap. Normal outlap's 246, 244, I think. So I think something must have happened in the outlap. This now it's his first time lap, and he's just done a 44.2. So he's back up to speed. But I think you're right, Josh. I think on his outlap, he must have had something happen to him, and it's caused him to lose quite a bit of time to Joshua Nabos.
If that's the case, then that will open up the door for Imran Zuhali to hand over the car to Amr Hazik in the lead potentially. So that should be something to look out for here. Of course, the pit stop phase should begin in the next 10-15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Drivers, because of the general stint in ACC is about an hour, but drivers can extend up to 70 minutes. And we saw most of the drivers pit between the 60 to 65 minute mark last stint. Imran Zuhali was the one who pushed it the most, I think. Put it down to 68 and a half. So as Ferrari gets out the way of Joshua Nabos there.
And he's doing a good job, Joshua Nabos. P4, Veloce Ragazzo. Don't forget, this is the team that won the AM Championship last year. They're fielding a pro lineup and a pro-am lineup. This is their pro lineup right now. P4 is really, really good job by the Philippines-based team. And I have to say, the Philippines drivers and teams have been getting a lot better over the last year. Of course, yeah, it's great to see this inter-regional championship rivalry as well, isn't it, Josh? I mean, you've got Indonesia's very strong, Philippines strong. Of course, Singapore and Malaysia have had their times in the sun as well. I guess the only one we're missing really is Thailand from Southeast Asia, really.
Yeah, I think Thailand is mostly they've got the scene on Gran Turismo. They've got Siragaya, who's competed, I think, in the top level before. But like you said, it's been great to see, and I think the more competitions like this that we have, the better it is for everyone to just get faster and more competitive. And well, like you said, out front right now, we've got an Indonesian lineup who is in the net lead, which is JMX Phantom. You got a Filipino driving for them as well in Russell Reyes. You've got a Malaysian team in the lead, followed by an Australian team, followed by another Malaysian team, followed by a Philippines team. So you basically got like this is an Asia Pacific competition. You've got the best talent on ACC all around the region here, not just from Australia, not just from Southeast Asia. You've got everyone involved here, and they're definitely putting on a good show for us today, like they always do.
Oh, I have to say the Russell Reyes just storming by, lapping another car, but he just did a 43.6 on the last lap. He set the new fastest lap of the race, 43.6. So he's definitely hustling. He knows that his race lead is under the threat. I agree. I think as Blue Steel are going to take the lead after this next round of pit stops, and Russell Reyes desperate to try and stop that, trying to set some more laps in the 43s if he can.
Yeah, of course. Will be interesting to see as well, because Imran Zuhali has done a great job so far, and I'm fairly sure as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Blue Steel a 3-person lineup today, or is it just Ammo?
Yeah, we should go to the timetable right now. We can have a look at the grid right now. Here he is.
I'm fairly sure Sharik is also driving for them. Yeah, he is.
That's
so
right.
It will either be Ammo or Sharik who will be hopping in next, because both of them will have to do at least one stint here.
Yeah.
In order to meet the minimum driving time. Imran Zuhali has used up all of the time available to him so far.
Yes, exactly.
So who's hopping in next? We'll find out soon.
Okay, so I think Ammo's going to hop in next, because I know Ammo and Zuhali, Imran, have been doing a lot of practice. I know they're up to speed. I know they're quick. I know Sharik has not been able to, I think because of school or something, not been able to put in the same amount of laps. So I think they're going to keep Sharik Zukainan's stint time to as little as possible, which is basically he needs to do 19%, sorry, of the total time.
So it looks like Ammo is rushed from the office, drove home, got the Blue Steel shirt off, took off the Axel shirt, and he is ready to go.
Yeah.
So it looks like Ammo will be the one hopping in the car next, potentially. But like you said, Ammo potentially has done a lot more preparation. Sometimes you'll see teams, though, they'll want to field their slowest driver in the middle. And then have their second fastest driver maybe in for the end for our final push as well. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, I'm sure that they've done preparation and planning, or kind of have an idea of what they want to do. As we see Terry Rayton head into the pit lane now, will we see Bruno Gallo back in that car or not?
Yeah, I think so. This is a good, strong lineup, Laundry House. Both Bruno Gallo and Terry Rayton have been doing similar sort of lap times, so they're both equally strong. You can see the inset right now. It looks like Terry is not going anywhere, does he? Oh, maybe he is. Let's go back and see if we can see him. No,
Oh,
he's having a drink. He's having a drink. That could mean anything, though, couldn't it? He looks very calm, though. But yeah, we'll come back to him in a sec, I think. But yeah, either way, if he stays in the car or Bruno gets in the car, I think that both strategies will work quite well.
Yeah, pit stop's the perfect opportunity to have a drink, check your phone, run to the toilet even if you feel brave enough and the bathroom's close enough.
Yep.
So, yeah, it looks like he is relaxing a little bit. It looks like Terry stayed in the car potentially. Yeah,
No.
it looks like he had. Oh,
I don't think he hasn't. He hasn't.
Okay,
I think
then
Bruno
we've got-
Gallo's got back in the car. We're on board with Roy Ripperip because he's taken over from Joshua Nabus. This team is the team in 4th position. They've pitted a bit early, so they've dropped down to P8. But once the pit stops run through their courses, this Veloce Ragazza Racing should be back into P4. But he's got a back marker in front. Oh, no, he's not back marker, sorry. This is Dwicky in front of him from HM Engineering, who's leading the Pro-Am class. So looks like Roy's getting a bit impatient to try and overtake Dwicky.
Yeah, not where you want to join just behind a car that's nearing the end of their stint. Worst case scenario. But Roy Ripperip will have to try and take an opportunity to overtake him and lose as little time as possible. Because when you're staying behind the other car as well, you're heating up your tires as well.
Yeah.
A little bit more than what you would in clean air. So he wants to make that move quick. He'll also preserve his tires for later on in the stint as well. As we see here now, looks like he's not able to make that move, but maybe the Mercedes will be coming into the pit soon.
Yeah, I think he'll be coming in the pit soon. Also has to be careful because they're not in the same class, so they don't want to trip over each other. Bruno Gallo,
of
though.
course.
Bruno Gallo, like we mentioned, back into the Laundry House car number 911. Our 2021 champions. They're not out of it. I tell you what, Josh, this Porsche is not out of the race win either. You know, anything can happen still.
Yes, of course. You've got, well, JMX car. They've already had a scare as well. Russell Reyes looks like he lost a bit of time. You've got Alan Drake Cruz racing from Norway, so you've got the internet scare. And then you've got Blue Steel. They're going to be hopping over to 2 brand new drivers you haven't driven yet in this race. So we're yet to see what their pace is going to look like. So yes, I certainly wouldn't rule Laundry House out of it. Now, interesting thing to note, when they went into the pits, they were 11 seconds behind Blue Steel Racing. They are currently 13 seconds behind JMX Phantom.
Yep.
So maybe that means that it's going to be close between the Ferrari of Blue Steel Racing and the BMW of Russell Reyes to when Imran Tihali or not Imran Tihali, when Amo or Sharik exit the pits to see how close they are.
Absolutely. And Suhaily's going to maximize this stint. I think he's going to stay in the car for another 10 minutes or so, maybe more, 10, 12 minutes. And then we're going to see one of his teammates take over the car. And I have to say again, Imran Suhaily for me, along with Russell Reyes, have been the most impressive driver of the field. And I especially want to single out Imran because he's improved so much. Big step from last year. And maybe we might even get him on inset as well. There he is, looking calm and collected, coming towards the end of the second stint. Good job, but Imran. And his lap time's fallen off a bit as the tyres get a bit older. But it's going to be nip and tucker. I think it's going to be super close between the top 3 of who's going to come out in the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. And like you said, Imran Tihali has improved a lot. I remember back in Global Edition last year, he was a silver driver, but he was finishing 2nd or 3rd overall in the combined silver-gold races. So definitely a driver with a lot of potential. Probably should have been in gold class. But yeah, Imran Tihali has had a very impressive 2 hours so far. And I don't think we've seen Blue Steel this high up in ERGP Endurance ever, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, it will be interesting to see. Maybe they're able to, well, they should be able to achieve a podium position unless something dramatic happens. So either way, this has been a great result for them today if they are able to maintain this.
Yeah, I think for them, I think coming into this race weekend, maybe they would have thought top 5 would be awesome, but after the qualifying performance and what we've seen in the first 2 hours, podium has to be the target. But I don't think they've given up on the race win either. Anything is still possible. It's still very tight for the top 3 cars.
Yeah, you definitely cannot give up on the race win. Of course, when you got the opportunity, you've got to grasp it with both hands. and hopefully they are going to be able to do that. It's definitely a surprise though. It's not the team that you would have expected to be at the front of the field specifically for this round. I think when we look at the form of the grid, we would have expected it to be like a JMX versus Stratos versus Laundry House.
Yeah.
You know, the three big names, the three champions. But you've got, of course, we've been surprised. We've got some surprises in the mix as well. And of course, we love that. We love the action. We love the story of an underdog. So it's great to see.
Yep. Okay, we're still on board with our race leader. I think he won't be stopping for a couple more minutes. Let's go back to the guys in second. Stratos Motorsports. Yeah, big gap, really. Big, about over 20 seconds to the leader. That's because of the drive-through that he had to serve. But just behind them, well, a bit behind them is Russell Reyes there in P3. And this is the big question. After the next pit stops for the top two drivers, will Russell Reyes and JMX Phantom Car take over the lead? That is the million-dollar question at the moment.
Yes, I think Russell Reyes has been putting in some really good laps. The gap to Bruno Gallo is now 16 seconds up from 13. So Russell Reyes has been putting in some good laps. A very fast driver from the Philippines as well. Recently joined JMX Phantom, I believe about a year ago now. And I know that team puts in a lot of work. They do a lot of practice, especially in their in-house facility in Jakarta as well. Of course, Russell Reyes isn't there, but I'm sure that he's practicing with the team regularly as well.
Yeah, they do. I think you could argue they're the most hard-working team in esports in the region. Yeah, they were rightly, deservedly rewarded with become last year's champion, not just in the pro class, but also in the pro-am class.
Yeah, they've got a roster of a lot of talented drivers as well. Definitely Indonesia's strongest team at the moment. A new up-and-coming team. I believe that they started around early 2021 from memory. Early 2021. So a new team. But yeah, they've got the sim racing facility over in Jakarta, and they've done a great job with their practice. And yeah, they are one of the best in Asia Pacific at the moment.
And here is the team we're talking about. One length of the straight behind the car in two, but the first two cars still have not pitted. Gallo, like you said, he's lost 3 seconds to Reyes in these last 5 laps. That's too much. He must have had some incidents with slower traffic or something. This is going to be a better lap for him. This lap will give him a 44.5, which is a good lap time. But Reyes just ahead of him just did a 44.3, so... But yeah, Bruno Gallo's just got to keep the lap times in the 44s as much as he can, and he won't be out of the race win just yet.
Yeah, of course. It looks like from Laundry House at the moment for today's race, it looks like Terry Rayton does have a little bit of an advantage over Bruno Gallo. So in the last stint, we should be seeing, Blue Steel will be running their 2 brand new drivers over the next 2 hours. Laundry House will be fielding Terry Rayton, as it looks like Ricky Satria from Team Techno is in 11th place right now, right behind Arif Hidayat. And will the Team Techno car be able to make a move on its fellow Indonesian counterpart? We have a lot of Indonesians in this field today, actually. It looks like Ricky Satria has run a little bit too wide, but he looks like he does have the pace, so maybe he will be able to make an overtake on the green car very, very soon.
Yeah, good battle there. Hidayat's just been in the wars pretty much the whole race. Ooh!
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, outbraked himself, almost took out another competitor. Looking to the outside for turn, what's this turn 7. Oh, and he's got the leader. Oh!
That was a bit strange there.
Yeah.
Rick Hidayat seems to miss his braking point a little bit there, ran a little bit wide. It's tough to lock the brakes in these cars because they've got ABS. So, shame for him, but the Team Techno car is able to capitalize that, as we're now on board with Axel Sports engineer Nazir Azman, Team Racing Line, as he's taken over the car from Zikri as well now. They're in P14. They're currently P4 in the Pro-Am class as well. I believe maybe some of the Pro-Am drivers are yet to pit as well, so they should be in contention for a podium soon, potentially.
Yep, Nazir Azman in the car. He's just done his out lap, so he's on his first time lap. On the radio, still talking to Zikri, perhaps talking about the car. P4 at the moment for Pro-Am, but hey, I think they can still finish on the podium today.
Yeah, it will be very, very close. Of course, the Pro-Am battle is just as interesting at the moment as the battle for the lead. You've got a lot of action going on. As you see, for example, Arif Hidiat going into the pits now. We should see Imran Zuhali go into the pit soon as well. Because something that they're going to have to be conscious of, Blue Steel, is both of their drivers that are still yet to drive have to also meet the minimum driving requirements as well that we have set out in the regulations.
Yeah.
So they need a pit soon so that they're able to maintain that. I know that they want to keep Imran in the car for as long as possible. Maybe he is the fastest of the three, but
I think
they're cutting it close.
Yeah, I'm kind of keen to see Amo get in the car. I think he'll be quick as well. But so, do you have your calculator, mate? Can you work out how many minutes 19% of a 4-hour race is?
A 4-hour race is 200. Wait, okay, I'm gonna get my calculator. I can't commentate and do math at the same time.
Yeah, you can. I've seen you can do it in your head. You don't need a
Well,
calculator.
it's 48. It's 19/20ths of 48. So that would be what? I don't know. 4.8. Oh fuck. Wait, 48.
Okay. I'll talk while you try and get out a piece of pencil and a paper. Try and work it out old school. But yeah, Hidiat's into the post, into the pit lane and back out again, and they've had a driver change. Audi Devranuga is in the car now. On to this.
I've definitely done this calculation wrong. I think it's just over 40 minutes.
Just over 40 minutes, like 42 minutes or something. Okay, so that means, yeah, Imran should just send the car in now because Amo's going to be quick, and Amo, if he keeps going, Amo's going to have to shorten his stint. Otherwise, Shafiq's stint is going to be, he won't have time to put in a stint.
Yeah, and they'll be cutting close to the 70 minutes as well now because I believe Zuhali pitted at the 1 hour 53 from memory, or 52.
Yeah.
And then Naqib Aslan also has to pit now. Actually, Naqib will be the first to pit, actually, of the top two, because he pitted about 2 laps before Imran did on the last run. Oh!
Yeah, they're speaking of that, Naqib Aslan in the pits going to be... N Aslan in the pits will be replaced by N Aslan, so...
yeah, Nabil Aslan, his brother.
Yeah, they could just get Naqib to jump from one room of the house to the other if they really wanted, if Naqib wanted to do 4 hours.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Luckily, we have the Zoom. We have the Zoom so we can see which drivers are getting in the car and stuff, making sure no funny business is going on.
I don't know if Naqib would want to drive 4 hours straight, though. do a driver swap, do a sim swap instead. Run from one room of the house to the other. As Nabil's got the green screen behind his, Naqib just has the house background. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're back with our leaders right now in the car number 12, Blue Steel Racing. Imran Zuhaili. Got a nice bit of a gap right now, but his last few laps has not been as strong as the car in second position right now, Russell Reyes. So when Imran does come in for pit, and it won't be this lap, might be the next lap, I think he's going to lose the lead to the JMX Phantom car, Russell Reyes.
Yeah, I'm just very conscious that they might miss their driving. They've run Imran Zuhali to the exact limits of what they can. So of course it's a concern later on when they've got to make sure that the Amo and Sharik make their driving limits. But I'm sure they've got their calculators out. Maybe they're a bit better at math than me and they've got it all worked out there. So fingers crossed for them. No issues with the driving time.
Look at that, the Stratos car. Imran Zuhaili is coming to lap Nabil Aslan. It's a bit strange.
Oh, yes, sir. No, looks like every time that they've pitted, they've been losing. Because I remember when the Stratos car pitted last time, they were about a lap down. But Imran Zuhaili losing a bit of time this lap, so maybe it would have been better to pit the lap before because he's had to go around the outside of that other car. And now he's going to be stuck in the dirty air of the Stratos car, however, and the Stratos car will still be warming up their tyres. So it won't be at their peak pace yet.
Yeah,
but,
I think
they'll be pitting this lap.
Yeah, Blue Steel have to pit this lap, I feel. Either they're losing too much time behind Stratos, and of course Stratos is also trying to get onto the podium position, so they're not going to jump out of the way.
Yeah, they have to be careful though. They don't want to have a breach of the blue flag rules, but I'm sure they'll be fine. Imran will be pitting this lap. And yeah, we'll see how the field shakes up, especially at our front of the field now.
Yep, coming to the penultimate corners here. Chicane, turn 14 and 15. Blue Steel coming in. No, staying out for another lap.
Ooh,
That's a mistake.
Tight here. They're
That's
cutting
a
it a bit
mistake.
tight here.
Yeah.
Hopefully they've got it all. Hopefully they've got it worked out. I know Ammo is sitting there, so I'm sure if they're pretty confident in their strategy, otherwise they would have put Ammo in the car to be safe. So, but I think it's a mistake anyway because they're just going to lose time behind Nabil while he's warming up his tires, and the dirty air is going to be heating up Imran's tires as well. So I feel like it was not just to swap, not just because of the driving limits. Just because he's going to be stuck behind a car that's just exited the pit lane.
I agree. I have to say, I would have boxed him. You know, it's good to stick to strategies, but you also have to be a little bit flexible, because now, of course, that McLaren's now the tires are up to speed. It's not going to be slow. It's going to start pulling away, but still, you'd have lost time in the dirty air.
Yeah, but it looks like so. Imran is the last of the leaders to pit. As we look at the Pro-Am field though, most of them have already pitted, and it looks like the field has shaken up a little bit with the 898, the HM engineering car, still leading. But we've got a Ferrari 2-3 in that racing line car has managed to get into that podium position as well. But we'll keep an eye on Imran Tihali here. We'll see what he does. He has no option. He has to pit this lap. If he doesn't pit this lap, then I think he's going to have the Blue Steel are throwing away a good result here.
Yeah. The good thing is the McLaren ahead of him is on fresher tyres, so now they're just going away from the Ferrari with those fresher tyres, so it's not holding up the Ferrari too much towards the end of this lap. Does he come in?
Positive time from them. Yes, he will. He's taking the slower line through that last corner, trying to get through as fast as possible, and we'll see who is the volunteer for Blue Steel Racing. Will it be Sharik or will it be Ammo? But both of them are only going to have about 50-minute stints to go here now. So it's going to be very, very, very close here. As Imran Tihali has done a fantastic job the past 2 hours, I must say.
Okay, and now we're riding on board in the car in second position. Russell Ray's done a stomping first 20 minutes to his stints. Always in the 44s, sometimes in the 43s. And he's coming through the last few corners of this lap, and I got a feeling that the JMX June Phantom car is going to come into the race lead.
Yeah, but then of course you've got the drama later on. They're going to be taking on more fuel in the last stint as well, because they pitted, as you said, 20 minutes before. That is a long time. That is a quarter of a stint.
Yeah.
So that will give Blue Steel an advantage later on in the race, but we're yet to see them exit the pits. We've got Imran Tihali on our camera just at the moment as we see the JMX go past, and they're just exiting the pits now. So that will be maybe what, a 10-second advantage, as we've got Ammo in the car now.
Yeah, so Ammo in the car, he's coming out the pit lane. The JMX Phantom car has already gone through turn 1, I think.
But will Bruno Gallo get past it, maybe? No, it looks like Ammo should be able to keep P2 here. 18 seconds was the gap between Oh, there it is. There's the laundry house. I see the blue BMW in the background. So yeah, there's about an 18-second gap now between the JMX car and the Blue Steel car as they go across the first sector tower. Because, yeah, the laundry house is almost 18 seconds back as well. So advantage JMX heading into the last hour and 40 minutes.
Wow, yes. But we've got a proper fight on board right now. See on board, Ammo on board right now. This is our commentator, Amir Ammo Hazik, who was commentating the opening section of the race. He's come into it with big pressure. Imran Zuhaili, his teammates, done a great job in making sure that he's done a perfect 2 stints. P2 right now for Blue Steel is still an excellent result, but Ammo's got laundry house all over his back right now. Such big pressure by the Porsche, the turquoise Porsche of laundry house.
As Ammo has his lights on, interestingly, compared to the other cars. And as he looks like he's defending or getting out the way of the laundry house car, so they're both losing a heap of time at the moment. Maybe Ammo is still warming up his tires. Of course, this first lap or 2 might be a little bit challenging for him, just warming up those tires and getting used to it. But he's going to have to get used to it quick, otherwise that laundry house car is going to sweep on right by.
Yep, it's the end of the out lap. He's actually, everything will be up to temperatures and pressures by now. And let's see what he can do. If he can, yeah, I think he's got the gap right now. The car should be under him. But he's got to worry about the lap traffic just ahead of him.
Yeah, and all this battling, all it will do is bring Stratos back into the mix. Can a McLaren get on the podium? We've only got 2 McLarens in this race. We've got the Stratos car of the 2N Aslans, and we've also got the Academy car down the field in P20. So only 2 McLarens in this field. It doesn't look like one of the favourable cars, but Stratos might be able to make it work and pop into the podium if these two battle just a little bit too hard, as it looks like Amel is the only one who's got his lights on at the moment on this Ferrari.
Yeah, Amel Hazik's outlap was 2:53. Very slow outlap. Yeah, that's lost a lot of time, Blue Steel, on that outlap. A bit like Russell Reyes. Actually, Russell Reyes also lost a lot of time on that outlap. So that's played to the hands of Bruno Gallo and the Laundry House car. And Laundry House, you know, Laundry House, if they can get past Blue Steel and maintain the gap to Russell Reyes, maybe they can have a go at getting to JMX Phantoms in that last stint when Alan Drake Cruz is in the car.
As Amro defends here, I feel like it would have been better for the Laundry House to try and stick it down the inside there, because Amro definitely left enough space on that inside line. But otherwise, he's just going to be stuck behind, and the longer he's stuck behind Amro at the moment is the more that he's going to lose time. They're now 19 seconds back on Russell Reyes. As we remember at the start of this, it was only an 18-second gap between Bruno Gallo and Russell Reyes. So they're losing a heap of time here, and you can see that Lamborghini that's just ahead is able to maintain the gap as well. The Pro-Am car currently in P13. So Amro is losing a lot of time at the moment.
Yeah.
Gap is now 20.
Yeah, no, it's way too much time. I mean, think about it, it's really playing to JMX Phantom's hands. You know, especially after when Drake Cruz was in the car, I think that gap was down to like 9 seconds. So now to be 20 seconds back is, I can feel the wind slipping away from Blue Steel at the moment.
Yeah, maybe that's why they wanted Imran Zuhali in the car for the longest. Maybe he was considerably the fastest driver in the car from what they've done in practice. But
yeah,
maybe Ammo is a little bit nervous as well. It's not normally in the ERGP. Blue Steel have never been in a position like this before. And the nerves can get to you in these sorts of situations.
sure.
Especially if this is a position that you're not used to being in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good to point that out. Where Amel seems to be very weak is turn 9, and turn 9 is coming up right now. Let's see if it's better now for him, because the last 2 laps he lost a heap of time through turn 9. That's much better. That's much better. I think now the car's under him. Should be feeling a lot better with the car.
Yeah, well, as soon as Amro gets up to speed, he's going to have the problem of having to overtake that Lamborghini just ahead. So yeah, a couple of drive-throughs further down the field, but we'll focus on the battle for the lead at the moment. Or not the lead, for the battle for P2 at the moment. As it looks like the Laundry House car is considerably faster, but is struggling to find a way past. And Ammo is very fortunate at the moment down this front straight. He's going to have the slipstream of the Lamborghini ahead, so he'll be safe down this front straight here. And yeah, will that Lamborghini get out of the way, or will he have to fight his way past?
Yeah, this is battle for second position. The Lamborghini sticks to the inside. Oh, I wish they wouldn't do that. It's very disconcerting to the cars lapping you. But he does stay out of the way, and both of them get through.
Yes. And it looks like Ammo is a bit further up to speed now. I remember the last lap he missed turn 1 and 2. This time looks a bit better, and maybe he'll be able to stay more comfortably ahead of Laundry House for now. But the other thing to note as well, even if Laundry House get past Blue Steel are going to have less fuel to put in the pit stop. So this could play into this. So the longer the Ammo can, if Bruno Gallo does have a pace advantage over Ammo, the longer he can hold off Laundry House, the better it is for Blue Steel to try and maintain that P2.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the drivers in the last stint, isn't it? Because we've seen that Alan Drake Cruz in stint number 2 was a bit vulnerable, especially as the tyres came off, as the tyres wore down. And then, of course, Blue Steel is going to have Sharik Sukainan in for the last stint, and he's a complete unknown about how he's going to go. But Laundry House will get Terry Rates back in that car, who will also be. He's not a slow driver. He's a very quick driver. So maybe Laundry House might come good in the last stint.
Yeah, Terry Rayton is a fast driver, but is he fast enough to get a 21-second gap, which is growing by the lap? on that JMX car of Alan Drake Cruz when they do the final stint. 21 seconds is a bit of a hefty margin, and last stint he was only able to get about 10 seconds on Alan when both Terry and Alan were in the car. So the longer that Bruno Gallo is stuck behind Ammo, and I'm going to use the word stuck behind because they're losing such a huge amount of time right now to Russell Reyes, the worse it is going to be for their chances of the win here today.
Well, this is better from these two cars. All the top 3 cars were in the 44s in this lap. High 44s, but the top 3 cars were in the 44s. Actually, the car in 4th place, 44.3. Nabil Aslan showing some great place in Stratos to just did a 44.3. So Stratos in P4 is the fastest car on track at the moment.
Yeah, well, very, very good job in that McLaren. They've got a hefty gap to knock down though, 26 seconds. They've got an hour and a half to do it. But yeah, as nighttime should soon be falling on our track as well. It's 5:16 as well. Not sure when the sun's going to set. Ammo reckons it's going to be soon because he's got his lights on the car. But yeah, we might maybe get to see some evening racing or maybe even some nighttime racing in the next hour and a half.
Well, I was told sunset today is 8:30 in game, so we're scheduled to finish about 8:10. So we should still have a bit of sunlight.
Okay, good. I was gonna say, because what time does the sun set in Barcelona?
Don't know. This time of year is probably a bit earlier. We're obviously following summer timings right now. Okay, we should go back and see someone else. I wouldn't mind seeing some of the other cars further down. The car in 7th position, the Audi, right now. Team Techno. Shaquille.
Yes, the Team Techno car. He is a brand new driver to the team. He was previously in Gamasala. He recently moved over. I think it was a couple of weeks ago he signed with Team Techno. Because he signed to Team Techno, he joined eRGP and he won over outright in the second race of the last race of the season, if I remember correctly. He beat all the gold drivers in the. They were driving the Jordan and it was at the Thompson racetrack. So it was a very impressive debut for Shaquille in eRGP. And he's doing not too bad in this race as well. He's currently in P7, a good result so far for Team Techno. They're ahead of all the Pro-Am cars as well, so doing a good job. Last time we checked in with Team Techno, they were like P10 or P11. So they've done a good job so far.
Absolutely, and Shaquille's last lap was a 45.2. Let's stay on board with him, see if he can sneak into the 44s on this lap. But yeah, some good lap times in the Audi. So awesome to see Team Techno doing a good, solid job here in round 1 of endurance.
Yes, they've got the beautiful purple livery as well. They've got, as I said earlier, they've got a lot of drivers in their field. I remember in some of the series we've done as well, or I've raced in that Team Techno have done, they've been able to get 3 or 4 entries into the field. So they've got a huge roster in their team. A lot of talented drivers as well. They've got 4 drivers, I believe, registered for this series. Only 2 or 3 of them racing today, though.
Okay.
And yeah, as we look around the rest of the field seems to be a bit relaxed at the moment in terms of gaps. There's not too many intense battles. Drivers will just be trying to maintain their lap times, try and catch up to the driver ahead, get another position. So yeah, the closest battle on track is still a battle for second, but it looks like it's settling down. Ammo seems to have the upper hand right now over Bruno Gallo, so doing a great job there. But Russell Reyes just has the upper hand over everyone at the moment. 20 plus second plus gap to Ammo Hazik behind. Nabil is driving the fastest at the moment, but he's a good 40-50 seconds behind Russell Reyes at the moment. So I don't think they're going to be much of a threat for Russell at the moment. But if the second and third battle are a little bit too much, maybe they can challenge for P3 here.
Yeah, Stratos about 20 seconds off the gap, the battle between second and third. In the last stint, never know, so anything can happen. Outside the top 4, we got top 5, of course, Roy Ripperip, Veloce Regatta Racing, taking over from Joshua Nabus. Both of these drivers doing a great job there in the first of the Audis. In sixth position, Max Lee is taking over the car from Felix Jung. And he's been setting some pretty good lap times, just in the 45s. I expected a bit more from this car early on in the race, but we're thinking maybe it's carrying a little bit of damage from some of the incidents earlier on. But great to see them still there in 6th, and of course in P7, we mentioned them earlier, Team Techno. And then we have the first of the Pro-Am cars, Kenzie, HM Engineering, has quite a good gap right now over Mohamed Hamdani, who's back in the car, taking over back from Juan He. So he's back in the car, P9. And of course, Takuma Sato. Sorry, Takuma Sato. So Takuma, sorry, shall I say. Legion of Racers, wow. What a recovery drive from them. Back into the top 10 after getting taken out on that first lap at the very beginning of the race. They lost a couple laps because of having to repair the damage. They got a lap back, but it's good to see him still going out there. Fastest lap of them is 44.1 compared to the fastest lap of the race, which is 43.6 by JMX Phantom. So Legion of Racers obviously still have a bit of work to do. I mean, pace-wise, that is. I think they really felt that they should have been. They have the pace to be running right at the front. But still, strong showing by them to get back in the top 10 after that first lap.
Of course, two laps down and now in the top 10. They've done a good job since that lap 1 incident and have recovered well. And yeah, the Pro-Am team of HM Engineering just has such a huge gap over the rest of the competition at the moment in Pro-Am category. They've done a really good job today. Of course, Ataya Kenzie is a very good driver. He's been very accoladed very successful in the Indonesian sim racing community as well. I've seen times where on R Factor 2 he's able to compete with the likes of, like Andika Rama of Legion of Racers and everything like that. So he's a very competitive driver. And he's doing a good job today as well. Quite a young driver as well. We've got a lot of young drivers in this field. Near the front, you got Alan Drake Cruz, you've got Ataya Kenzie, you've got Axel Nokom in our global edition as well. A lot of young talent in this region.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have Ataya Kenzie on shot. I think he's 13 years old, you said, Josh. Definitely a talent of the future. Maybe we'll force him to get on Zoom next time. It'd be great to see him drive. But yes, one to look out for the future.
Yeah, and of course they've got plenty of years left in sim racing as well. I only started when I was 14. Like they're at an age where I hadn't even started sim racing. So they've got a long future ahead, and sim racing is just going to grow and grow. So they've got plenty of opportunities to improve and get better, and will compete for years to come.
Okay. Back at the front though, let's just have a quick look at Russell Reyes right now. He's actually trying to lap the Legion of Racers car. Legion of Racers car unlapped themselves in the stint before, but Russell, there's the Legion of Racers car just going out of shot. Russell Reyes now trying to put that Legion of Racers car down 2 laps if he can overtake him. But it's one thing to catch up, it's another thing to lap him and overtake. And of course, let's not forget, Russell's only got about 25 minutes left in this car. And he's done for the day, because they had to cut short Alan Drake Cruz's first stint a bit. That means on the hour mark, he's going to have to get out the car and let Alan Drake Cruz get back in the car. So Russell will be very keen to try and put as much of a gap over the battle for second and third position as he can.
Yeah, the battle for second and third position seems to be stabilizing around about the 6/10 mark between the Laundry House and Ammo Haziq. The gap has also stabilized to the lead as well. Ammo is only 20.8 seconds, so Ammo has been scything that gap to Russell Reyes just a little bit as well. So a great job, and the Ferrari seems to be very good this round as well. Been a good job for them so far.
Oh, I'm so pleased to see Ammo doing such a good job. Last lap at 44.5, which is technically the quickest out there, so that's been really good to see him there. Great battle. We'll come back to this battle though, because we want to see the battle for 13th position right now. Villanueva, having a good old ding-dong battle there with is it Nazir Azman in the Racing Line car. So again, this great little battle here. Villanueva, NN Racing, car number 110. He got involved in the wars. You can see quite a few scratches on that Lamborghini. Is he close enough? Not quite close enough into turn 1.
Oh, he might be. He looks like he's maybe just trying to scare Nazir just a little bit. This is the battle for the podium as well. So they'll both want to be getting into this place as well. Of course, the sole Lamborghini in the field versus Nazir, who's in one of the many Ferraris in the field as well. So the Lamborghini doing a very good job. And it looks like Nazir is defending here as Valenia tries to go to the outside. Unable to get that done. That corner is quite tough to go around the outside of. And it looks like Nazir is going to hold on to this place for just a little bit longer, but it looks like the Lamborghini's got a little bit more pace at the moment. So maybe Nazir is saving his tires, or maybe has some damage of some sort.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be tough though. No, Villanueva looks like he's lapping about 7/10 of a second a lap quicker than the racing line Ferrari. So it's going to be tough to keep him behind. It is hard to overtake in Barcelona, but that Lamborghini, Villanueva is quite an aggressive driver, and wouldn't be surprised if he tries something, and he does into turn 10.
Nazir
Nazir.
gives him the space. He gives him the space, but it looks like Nazir is able to hold on. But yeah, like you said, it is a bit tough to overtake around this track, but there are some dive bomb opportunities such as turn 1. And maybe turn 10 is also a great opportunity as well. If they can get that inside line, they might be able to make something work as well. So now Nazir just needs to focus, not make a mistake, and he might be able to hold on to this position. He just needs to defend the inside line as much as he can, because especially in the GT3 car around Barcelona, there's little opportunities to go around the outside. Maybe potentially at turn 1, as we're about to see here, as it looks like Nazir is weaving, trying to get Villanueva out of the slipstream, and it looks like he's not able to go for that dive bomb now. So Nazir holds on to it for now.
Okay, we should go. No, I'm going to stay with this battle for a bit longer. I was going to say let's go back to the battle for second position, but both those cars have had pretty poor laps right now, so let's stay with this battle here for P12. Oh, back marker. Gets out of the way.
Oof, that was close. That was close. The McLaren of the Academy team currently racing about 3 meters from where Alex is commentating from. Well, not 3, maybe a bit more than 3, maybe like 5 or 6, but yeah, for now Nazir will be keeping the lead here. Hour and 22 minutes to go though. Can he defend it for an hour and 22 minutes?
That's asking. We should be defending to this corner. This corner's not a corner you need to defend it to. And then you defend, it just compromises your exit. But he holds on for now.
Yes, he does, and looks like the Lamborghini is a bit too far back to make a dive bomb now. You can see the Academy car in the background as well, one of the 2 McLarens in this field as well. But yeah, Nazir has got a little bit of a gap now, a bit more breathing room, and he can relax just for a little bit before the Lamborghini maybe tries and overtakes him again.
Okay, back to the battle for second position. Oof. Yeah, similar lap times, 45 zeros. I do think Bruno Gallo and P3 slightly quicker than Ammo, maybe, but they're so even on pace, it's going to be so difficult to overtake.
I think the best opportunity is going to come when the Laundry House car should be pitting first. So maybe Terry Rayton will be able to get an undercut. Of course, he did have quite promising pace, especially in the first stint as well. And during that time, Ammo's tires are going to be a bit burnt out. Maybe he'll be a little bit slower.
Yeah.
So that is their best opportunity. But then again, you've got Blue Steel who've got less fuel to put in the car. So if Blue Steel can do their strategy right and get the fuel down correct, then maybe that won't be an issue.
Yeah. I think it's worth the punt, isn't it? I think it's worth a punt for Terry Rayton to try and get in the car a bit early and try the undercut. Of course, Amel's not going to try and pit early because Sharik's getting in the car for the last stint. So Amel's going to try and go as long as possible and to give Sharik as little driving as possible while still, of course, maintaining the minimum driving time.
Yes, of course, that is one thing they've got to think about. Ammo hasn't done much minutes yet so far in this race. He's done a lot of minutes commentating. If you had his commentating and his driving time together right now, maybe he'd be fine, but unfortunately that's not how it works. As Nazir is defending, he has to do a little bit of weaving. Will the Lamborghini go for a dive bomb? It'd be very risky. He situates his car down to the inside, tries to get Nazir to give him some phantom space, but isn't able to. Though I think the Lamborghini has an opportunity in the next lap or two maybe to try and make another dive bomb.
I think we should tell Ammo that you've gone over the driving limit because we take your... Oh, Nazir's defending into the chicane again. Oh. Fortunately for him, Villanueva was very scrappy through the chicane and he maintains the gap for now.
Yeah. With these GT3 cars though, the longer you stay to the inside line is... There's a lack of opportunities to overtake around the outside, especially at this track with this car combination in this game. So all Nazir has to do if he wants to hold on to this place theoretically, he is defend the inside line as much as he can, but only when he needs to, because if he does it when he doesn't need to, then the other driver could perform a switchback on him. Like, for example, how we've seen sometimes he's gone to the inside line when he hasn't necessarily needed to. Like here, oh no, he runs back onto the racing lane, luckily. But like you said, one time he defended into turn 9. So he's got to be very careful about when he decides to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's where the decision-making processes are very important for these drivers. It's almost like calling it unforced errors in tennis. Yes, you're under pressure, but you have to make the right decision at the right time. That sometimes can mean where you place the car, like say for example this corner, turn 9, you shouldn't need to defend through there. It's not a corner you can overtake, and I saw Nazir defending there one lap as well. It might be where you place the car when you're trying to lap someone or trying to let a faster car through. All these decision-making processes, and you develop this with more racing, don't you? You develop a bank of where you've been in the situations before, and you just try and make sure that you make the right decision. Or as you get more experience, you stop making the wrong one, should I say.
Yes, and Team Racing Line is very experienced in this series as well. They were the 2021 AM champions, I believe, and in 2022 they competed for the championship in the AM category, but just missed out, if I remember correctly.
Just missed out.
Yeah, so this is their first season in the GT3 class, different class for them, but they're doing a good job so far. They're hanging in there in the Pro-Am class, and a podium on debut would be, in debut at the class would be a great result for them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll take it. Gallo though there with the last lap of 44.9. Amel Haziq just ahead of him at 44.8. So again, the leaders are all in the 44s, high 44s, but carrying on,
Yes. You've got... yeah, the gap seems to have stabilized a little bit. We're not getting the on-track action between these two that we hoped we would. And it looks like we are going to get the on-track action, though, from Nazir Azman, who is defending now. It looks like the Lamborghini might be able to get a switchback here. No, it just squirms a little bit too much. And Nazir is able to hold the place here. But I think this Lamborghini is probably going to try for a dive bomb at some point. And so Nazir is going to have to defend. It looks like this battle will rage on further now. 1 hour and 16 minutes to go.
Yeah. Where does Villanueva try and do it? I think... yeah, now the thing is, when you start battling someone, when you're defending from someone, after a few laps, if the guy behind you has not made the move after a few laps, you soon begin to suss him out. You see where the pace differences are, and it becomes easier to hold the car behind. And I think that's what might be happening now. I think Nazir's kind of relaxed. He's not defending as much unnecessarily. And I think he's got the measure of Villanueva at the moment, even though the lap times are very similar. As from Villanueva's point of view, he's going to try and hope that maybe Nazir gets caught up, gets tripped up by a back marker.
Yes, so a lot of drama to unfold later on in this race. Lots of drama still to happen. And it looks like drama might be about to happen. No, ooh, I think the Lamborghini teased us just a little bit there with sticking his car to the inside line. But no side-by-side action for now. But the Lamborghini is just going to stay close, try and find the opportunity. They've got, it looks like a lapped car maybe coming in the way just in a moment now. But yeah, these drivers will have to pit sometime. Well, I mean, once we reach 1 hour and 10 minutes, technically some teams may be entitled to pit for their last stint, as the maximum stint time is 70 minutes. So in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, we should be able to see our last pit stop action.
Oh, back marker, Amarul Afiq in car 222 gets right out of the way. His first time in ACC. Promising driver though, I have to say. I'm looking forward to seeing him in a few races time, see how much he improves. But doesn't get in the way for the battle for 12th position right now. This is our closest.
Yeah, you're right. This is our closest battle on track at the moment, because the second and third are just a little bit too far from each other to have some on-track action. So we'll keep on board with this for a little bit longer. We'll wait and see what happens here. But Nazir has done a good job of defending so far, with the Lamborghini not being able to find a way through. We go on board
Ooh.
now with Bruno Gallo. Ooh, and this is where we could get some drama. Will Bruno Gallo try and make the move on Ammo? He goes to the outside rather than the inside. He might be trying for a switchback here as Ammo has defended. He won't have the favorable line through this corner here, as it looks like there is an on-track battle just in front of them as well. Just to distract them just a little bit. The Laundry House car runs a little bit wide, and Ammo appears to have held that place just for a little bit longer here, Alex.
Yeah, this is going to get really spicy right now. This traffic right now is the last thing that the Blue Steel team want to see right now, because they're all fighting over each other, and it's going to be so easy.
I was going to say there's one in the gravel as well. There was a car in the background. Sorry to cut you off there, Alex.
Yep.
But yeah, this is some huge drama here. The Ferrari is going to want to desperately make his way through, but Ammo's being a little bit cautious here. There's so many cars in the way right now. There's 4 or 5 of them. Ammo gets past one. Will the Laundry House get past the other? No, they've got the Academy car to watch out for now. Laundry House is going to have to go a little bit wide here at turn 10. And Ammo has got one more BMW to watch out for here. Will the BMW get out of the way, or will Ammo have to follow this car, who might be a little bit slower in the situation through the sector 3 here? It's a little bit tight. And yeah, Ammo's going to be stuck here. This is an opportunity for Bruno Gallo to try and catch up here. But yeah, it's going to be tricky for this white BMW to get out of the way here. Ammo's going to have to go to the inside line. This is going to compromise his run through the rest of this corner. Will Laundry House be able to get through? Fine, yes they do. So that's caught Laundry House right back up, and they've got the green car, the green Ferrari just ahead of them now to worry about. But I think for now, Ammo has got a little bit more breathing room. Now he's got less GT cars to go through. Or does he? Because it looks like Bruno Gallo has got the run here, but he's a little bit too far back to make a dive bomb. Ammo does have the slipstream of the Ferrari ahead. Will he be able to make the move on the... No, the Ferrari is way too far ahead to consider that move. But yeah, Bruno Gallo is going to have to stay behind for another lap, and Ammo can breathe a sigh of relief, Alex.
Wow, yeah, it's all kicking off just now there. So much action. Bruno Gallo, I wonder if he's thinking turn 1, the previous lap, maybe he should have gone the other way, because it looked like there was enough room on the inside. Decided to go to the outside. Then he would have hoped the back markers get in the way, and somehow, I don't know how, there was no action. I mean, they managed to get through the back markers without any contact, because I thought for sure there was going to be contact at one stage.
Yeah, there was a lot of drama going on though. Like when we looked at the camera, there was like 5 GT cars all together, and then you had one off in the gravel, and it was very intense there. A lot of different battles that were going on there. A lot of people on different laps, and through all of that, Nazir is still held on to 12th place.
Yes, that seems to be the status quo at the moment. Max Lee there. Ooh,
Oh,
contact.
Shaquille is going to make the move.
Nice.
Yes, yeah, so Shaquille is now into 6th place. Yeah, the BMW car has been quite quiet this race. But yeah, Shaquille has made the move into 6th place, and now we've got Team Techno being good. This next job is going to be catching up to the leading Audi car, which is Roy Ripperip.
Awesome, Shaquille. They're looking very calm. Well, it doesn't look that calm, actually. It looks a little bit stressed. But I love that he's got circuit maps behind his head. But great job.
Yeah, as you got the Lamborghini right behind the Ferrari at the moment. Very, very close, agonizingly close, but can't make the move stick. It's a little bit tricky for him at the moment. And oh yes, he's defended that line, so the Lamborghini should get the run through this corner. Doesn't. He goes in the pit lane actually, and Nazir can breathe a sigh of relief. I think Nazir has won this battle for now.
For now, let's see if Villanueva can undercut in this last pit stop. Back to the battle for P2 though, and it's a good one. Laundry House still stalking Blue Steel, but unable to make the move just yet.
Yeah, seems to be a bit calm. He looks like he's having a laugh and a joke with his friends at the moment. So he looks fairly relaxed. 26 seconds is the gap now though to Russell Reyes. So through all of this battling, through all of this carnage, Russell Reyes has capitalized, and he's got a bit more breathing space now for Alan Drake Cruz, who will be taking over very, very soon.
Yeah, awesome job by our commentator, Amo Hazik. Maybe we could argue he's gone over the driving time after doing commentary and driving. But yes, holding off Laundry House is no small feat.
Yeah, if we get Ammo to do the stewarding and the resurrecting, then he's done it all at the moment. Yeah. He's got a couple more roles until he's done all the side quests. But doing a very, very good job so far. Had to rush back home from the office, the broadcasting area, all the way back to home. So lucky he didn't get caught in the jam a bit too much. But yeah, after this, they're going to have Sharik in the car. And, well, yeah, he's going to have to hold off Terry Rayton, it looks like.
So remind ourselves who's actually leading this race just for a second. Russell Ray's JMX Phantom car. Wonder if he's managed to re-lap the Legion of Racers car. I think there's possibly a good chance. The car in P10. Yeah, I think he has.
Yeah, he's past, as you called him, Takuma Sato.
Takuma Sato.
In 10th place at the moment.
Oh, this is
yeah, he's going to be Takuma Sato from now on in our commentary. Legion of Racers. They managed to hire an IndyCar driver. That's impressive.
Yeah, Indy 500 winner. Double Indy 500 winner.
Yeah, I know. A good recruit there for LOR. I think actually, no, Takuma recently joined LOR. I think he's in a team management role rather than a driving role, I'm fairly sure.
Right.
A brand new recruit staying in Indonesia, racing for the Singaporean team. As you said, this is a Asia Pacific, well, it's a global league. We've got everyone all over the globe, but we've got the best talents, best teams in Asia Pacific all competing. You've got Stratos from Malaysia, you've got JMX from Indonesia, you've got Apex Racing Team from Brunei, you've got Legion of Racers from Singapore, you got the Veloce Regazzo from Philippines. You've got everywhere, and here Bruno Gallo is everywhere over Amo Hazik at the moment.
Yeah, all over the back of the blue steel car.
Let's see, yeah, we'll have to wait and see if he's able to make the overtake. He's always gotten so agonizingly close, but he's not able to make the move stick. Amo cool as ice at the moment, ready to defend the position here. And so as he goes through here, I wonder if he's you know, when you look at the onboard or when Amo has been on our camera, he's always been laughing and joking, so he's been very relaxed at the moment. And sometimes that's good for a lot of drivers. If they're able to talk to people, laugh with people, it can help them relax rather than being, well, it can be bad and good in some ways. It can be bad in that sometimes maybe you're too focused on the conversation rather than to be driving. But at the same time, it can also relax you, help your nerves, which can also help your lap time as well.
Yeah, and you're one of those drivers, aren't you, Josh? I've been on Discord with you. You're happily chatting away, even though you're driving in top speed with some very serious racing going on around you, and able to have full conversations. I don't understand how you guys can do that sometimes.
I mean, it's a different, well, you grew up in real life racing. It's a sim racing and real life racing a lot different. You'll find the drivers such as yourself that did real life racing, they tend to be a lot more quiet, a lot more focused when they race. Whereas you get someone such as myself or Amo that has grew up through sim racing, you know, we're used to racing and chatting. So for us, it's normal per se. But of course, it's not normal for a real life racer going into sim racing to be like that. So that's a habit that's quite difficult to pick up.
Yeah, that's what makes you such good commentators, I have to say. Yeah, no, there's no way I can do it. Mad respect that you can have extra brain power to still be able to do that.
Why is Amo not commentating the moment? We should get him trying to do both roles at once.
Yeah.
Get him into the role.
Let's jump on his Discord. Say, Amo, can you do some commentary right now?
I think he'll be joined right now and asked. I think we'd get a spray from Amo. He'd be quite frustrated at us. But yeah, it was something you should try once, because having the talent, you know, you see it all the time. You see the Twitch streamers, you see like even people on TikTok, right? They drive and they commentate at the same time, and like you've seen it. Like you can see like F1 YouTubers and stuff. They'll drive and they commentate. They'll be like, they'll just be driving fine. They'll be like, oh, as we just go down the inside of Alonso or something like that. It's crazy to see the amount of action that they're able to commentate on while driving. It's a very special talent that they have.
Okay. Well, Josh, thanks so much for being involved with us. I know you got to get back and help with your team. You've been mega, mate, and we'll say goodbye for now.
Au revoir, everyone.
Thank you.
Terrific. Driving while you're commentating while you're driving, it's a real skill, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know that's not what he was doing, but I have heard him chunter away as he's been racing along, and like you, I kind of go, think of one thing at a time. Imagine what his mother would have said when he was driving.
Absolutely. Well, thanks again, Josh Powen, for being with us commentary. Welcoming back, as you can just hear, Des Corkill, the iconic Des Corkill, back into the commentary room.
And it is still Russell Reyes leading the way. It's not really changed over the last 90 minutes or so, where you've been involved, but it's been fascinating. Amo Hazik really working hard and doing well, but it's getting a little bit tight for him between Amo and Gallo there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and so it's quite interesting just watching this, because this battle right now, this battle between second and third, has allowed the gap to go up. You know, Russell Reyes now has 28 seconds on this battle, and I think that should be enough, because Alan Drake Cruz is going to get into the car very soon. In fact, Russell Reyes should be coming for a pit stop very soon indeed, and that's going to be a very key last stint, obviously.
What was the 19% is he's got to do a minimum of 46 minutes, isn't it? Alan Drake Cruz. Didn't he already do that? I thought he's broken the hour.
He's done a minimum, but Russell Reyes has a maximum stint time of 70 minutes.
Okay, 70
so
minutes.
He'll have to jump out pretty soon.
Understood. Okay, but Amo under pressure here from young Gallo. As they come into lap number 99. They're approaching the 100 laps. It genuinely is an endurance race. We have got, nearly just over an hour still to go. But it'll feel very much like a pressure hour for Amo Hazik in car number 12 at the moment.
Yeah, Amo's been driving really well. The first few laps of the stint, I worried about him because it looked like he was taking too long to settle down. But once he settled down, he's been very quick. But now they're just tripping over each other right now. Rightly so, you know, they're racing for second and third position. And it's allowing the leader to get away.
Gallo, who started this stint for Laundry House, was then taken over by Terry Rayton. Now Gallo is back in. Gallo has won a previous race, but not for Team Laundry House. There's a bit of extra pressure, I think, if you're with Laundry House, because you are expected to be right up at the very top.
Absolutely, they're our 2021 season champions. So lots expected by that. Oof. Amo got a bit late there, got a bit wide. Let's see what sort of exit he can get. Seems like he's got a good exit nonetheless.
He has got a good drive, but is Bruno close enough? Probably not quite close enough at this stage. But Amo's got to be very aware. One mistake, and Bruno for Laundry House will be through. Amo's last lap time of 1:45.1, so he is still lapping as quick as anybody out there. Only the top four are really lapping in the top one, are in the 1:45s.
That's true indeed. But they're all in the 45s now, low 45s for the top four. Shaquille in P5 for Techno Racing is also in the 45s. So yeah, some good lap times out there, but everyone's struggling on a bit, getting towards the end of the stint. Well, second third of the last third of the stint, shall we say. Tires are a bit worn and the fuel has not quite come off. But I am expecting a stop pretty soon for Russell Reyes,
who has gone through the 100 laps. He's in the lead. This is the battle for P2, and a battle it really is. They have got best part of 24 seconds ahead of P4, which is Stratos Motorsport Team 111. Imagine how close they'd be without that stop-go that they or that drive-through penalty that they had to undergo in the first stint. This is Felix Young from Scarlet Racing, who's in P8 at the moment, just over 4 seconds behind Josh Navas for car 730. Oh, you spoke that Russell would come in pretty soon. He has come in exactly with an hour and 1 minute to go.
Legion of Racers car also came in the same lap. So they're about to start the last stint. Russell Reyes came in, I think he had a 26-second gap. So that should be enough to defend over the last hour. Alan Drake Cruz getting the car. But you have to say, if Drake Cruz struggles as much as he struggled earlier on for the second half of his stint.
Laundry House are in as well. Bruno Gallo is in, staying out, and therefore taking the lead on the track will be Amo Hazik and Nakib and Nabil are the brothers who are racing for Stratos Motorsport. He stayed out as well, so they'll go into P2, I would imagine, out on the circuit. Still in the pit, Russell Reyes and Bruno Gallo. So fast laps are required. Amo Hazik, his last lap time was a 1:45.380. Nabil's was a 1:46.09. You want to get down, if you can, into the 1:45s, the low 1:45s.
Yeah, let's stay on board with Nabil just for a second right now, because it'll be interesting to see what this next lap is. because his lap times really dropped off, and I'm wondering if it's because of traffic or if he's struggling with something.
146.09 was his last time. Fastest 144.2 as he takes this quick little kink left-hander, and then he's got the sharp left and twist into the right.
Yeah, he needs to put down some good lap times now, I think, because he shouldn't give up on the podium. The podium is still possible, I feel. I know the top three seem too far away, but, you know, anything can happen in an hour. And let's not forget the Blue Steel car's got a new driver, a brand new driver jumping in. And all sorts of things can happen when that happens.
Alan Drake Cruz is the man who has got into the car for the men who will be in the lead when Amo Hazik and Nabil Aslam have to take their obligatory stop. 58 minutes to go. So now it becomes almost a sprint handicap, but a sprint handicap if you want. Now, has Nabil got the wherewithal to stay out again? Yes, he does.
Yeah, he'll be out for quite a bit, I feel. This is a better lap time for him, 45.1. But be better if he could get in the 44s. Yeah, so the guys in the top two, Blue Steel and Stratus Motorsports, for them running first and second, they are going to pit with about 45 minutes remaining because they pitted very late. That will allow them to short fuel the cars as well, which might help with the battle with JMX Phantoms and Laundry House. Whoa!
Nazir Asman just holds on. He was brave. He wasn't intimidated at all there by Cameron James. Car 63 tried to go on the inside, tries to go on the outside, tries a little bit of a switchback. But credit to Nazir Asman, who's been in the eRacing game a while, but the pressure is still on for Nazir. Again, he's got to hold his nerve, Nazir Asman, and he just holds on to the racing line. But this is real pressure coming in from Cameron James in Triple X Racing. Triple X rated racing.
That's really well, good defense there by Nazir Asman. I had to go around the outside of turn 4, and it's so easy to overcook it there. He just got it perfect, and that's how he's managed to stay in front of Cameron James.
Very easy, I suspect, if you're looking in the mirror, just to take your focus off what you've got to do, but he's defended it absolutely wonderful. That's the battle for P10 at the moment. Nazir looked backwards. Going to be a difficult man to get around.
Yeah, he is. He's been doing a great job of defending all race long, to be honest. Drake Cruz, though, with an excellent outlap, 2 minutes 43. That's a lot better. They didn't have such a good outlap on the last transition. So JMX Phantom straight up to speed. Terry Rayton also back in the car for Laundry House and had also an excellent outlap.
As you called it, Nabil Aslan has stayed out on the circuit, as has Amo Hazik. This is the best of the Pro-Am teams. Ataya Kenzie, as we look at Nazir once again under pressure from Cameron James. This time James is close enough perhaps to make a move. Tries to go on the outside. Brave defending once again, or sensible defending from Nazir Asman. My line, I've got the racing line. You've got to do something special to get the better of me.
Nazir Asman getting so much practice in defending this race. Switch back again though. Cameron James looking the inside for turn 4.
And then goes around the outside, and this time is unable to make it stick, or is he? It's into the left-hander that time. That's good defending once again from Nazir Asman. Good battle. Cameron James doing absolutely everything he can to get the better of Naz.
Oh, I thought the camera had a bit of space on the inside. Quite surprised it didn't go to the left. Decided to go to the outside. There was some small contact between the two of them, but they're both surviving for now.
Cameron James really working. Got to be careful he doesn't clip the back of Nazir Asman, and Naz, I'm sure, will be wary of that. But they're into lap 104. This is just the battle for P10. Going into the 4th hour of the first race of the endurance season on ERGP. Season number 4 for endurance.
Yeah, I think both these cars still have to stop before the end. One more time.
Nabil has stayed out once again up at the front. Alan Drake Cruz. Where is Alan Drake Cruz? He's about to cross the start-finish line. Car number 1 goes over the start-finish line. He's 14 seconds down on Nabil Aslan. Now then, these two following each other into the pits. And gosh, he almost tried an overtake maneuver in the pit lane.
Yeah, that would have been messy. Especially if it hit him and then been done for speeding as well. This is the car number 1, our reigning champion right now, way out in front. Well, sorry, not way out in front, in P3, but by the time the two cars in front stop, it should be way out in front.
Lapping though at 1:46.5.
That's not good.
That's slow. That's a full second down on Amo Hazik, a full second and a half down on Nabil Aslan's last lap.
Okay, again, so, okay, it's maybe still early in the stint, but Andre Cruz looks like he's struggling a little bit. This is not the lap times we expect from him. We saw him comfortably in the 44s in earlier on in the race, but yeah, 46 is not where he needs to be.
Terry Rayton was in the 1:44s. This is Cameron James, who's been a highlight reel in the last couple of laps, dropping down. It is purgatory. Right? How do you keep your heart from beating fast when you're...
And he's still behind
still
that.
Oh, that's mean. That's mean.
You see, for me, they should have tried the undercut or the overcut. Should have just done opposite to what Asman had done before coming to the pits. Because, oh, but it's a driver change as well. So Aman Abdullah gets into the car now for the Triple X Racing team.
Okay, Abdullah, Triple X Racing, P16. Now, they only lost one place, according to the graphic, at the moment.
Okay, back at the front, shall we watch Blue Steel Racing? Last lap time, 45.3, not too bad. But you see the cars behind. Okay, now we go. Andre Cruz just did a 44.2.
Okay, that's better.
That's much
2
better.
seconds up on his previous lap.
That's much better. And Terry Rayton also did it in the 44s. So the good thing for Blue Steel is they can short fuel their car for the last stint because they're stopping late. That might be enough to keep them in second place ahead of Laundry House. But if Laundry House keep staying in the 44s, which is what Terry Rayton is doing now,
Yeah.
maybe they can do the undercut and get in front of Blue Steel.
It's effectively, what is it? It's half a second a lap Terry Rayton is making up on those who are in the 45s. Nabil, although as you say, Andre Cruz got in a 44.2, which was very important, I suspect, for his confidence as much as anything else. We're on board with Amo. Big smile from Amo.
Maybe he's listening to our commentary. Amo, give us a wave if you can hear us.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. That's just, he's taking a left-hand corner. But there he is. He goes through the start-finish line. Let's have a look at how quick his lap time is. 1:45.5. It's
Okay.
presentable,
Yeah.
but losing half a second a lap to Andre Cruz and Terry Rayton with 50 minutes still to go.
Yeah. Terry Rayton's on for another lap in the low 44s. I got a feeling Laundry House is going to be able to do the undercut.
Nabil Aslan 22 seconds down. He's the one under the most immediate threat, a 1:45.2. This is Nabil's first stint.
So
Nakib and Nabil came in, so he's got to make a stop, but so he'll be used to he won't need an awful lot of time to get back into the groove once he makes his pit stop.
But Nabil's done some good lap times as well. We've seen him in the 44.3s earlier on. If he can, find a couple more tenths, maybe they might be able to put Blue Steel under some pressure in the last half an hour of this race.
We're concentrating on the top four. Amo Hazik leading the way. Nabil Aslan and Stratos in 22 seconds down. Andre Cruz only 13 seconds down on Nabil. Terry Rayton on them is a little bit further back. Shaquille in P5. Nabas in 6, and Kenzie is still doing pretty well in P7 as the leading Pro-Am racer. Kenzie's the pro in that team, yeah?
I believe so, because he's been very quick.
Yes.
Well, no, actually, I don't think Kenzie is the pro in that team.
Wow, that's impressive.
And let's go to we could go to the broad timetable and we see the leaderboard and have a look.
HM Engineering. Dwicky was the amateur, I'm sure. Kenzie.
Yes, but Kenzie's the pro.
Yeah, in the Merc. He has been very, very quick. 105 laps done.
Anyway, been a great job there by HM Engineering.
Good to see the new names I keep saying that. I missed a year, so I missed about 150 races. So it's great to see so many new names, and Ataya Kenzie and HM Engineering, 2 names in both team and personnel.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have you back on board, Des. We missed you. You've been busy with motorbikes and football, and it's just good to have you back.
Excellent, thank you very much. All right, back onto the race itself. Ataya Kenzie, he is chasing. Is that Navas that he's got in his sights?
No, that is the red Ferrari of Juan He and
Juan He, yes.
and Hamdani's.
Yeah.
Juan He, though, did a good job there, P9. So I guess coming up to lap, Kenzie's coming up to lap Juan He.
3 distinct parts to this course. You've got the flowing corners of the early part, and then into the technical part of part 3, and then of course the long straight.
Oh, bit of contact there. The Lamborghini just touching the green Ferrari.
That's Clapano
Yeah.
on the back of 242. Ikram Hussein
Had to lift through the last corner. Oh, that would have...
missed the chance.
Well, he's close enough to get a big slipstream, and there we go. Big slipstream there for Clapano.
Eases out. Ikram Hussein, how is he able to defend? The answer is he's not. Clapano, although he made the mistake, he had enough pace to actually go and take the place, and Alexis Clapano moves up to P12.
And Clapano's the pro driver now. He's back in that car. He's going to be very rapid. Well, it'll be up to P3 in this class. Maybe he can get even a bit further.
The guys down in the middle of the group are lapping in the 147s. The guys up at the top. Ooh, Amo's just done a 146.5. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, I think Terry Rayton, Laundry House is definitely going to undercut the Blue Steel.
Rayton has been 144s in each of the last 3 laps, which is close to the fastest lap that they've been able to put in throughout the whole race. The fastest lap of the race, a 143.6, belongs to Alan Drake Cruz, except I think that was Russell Reyes who put that lap time in very, very early on. NN Racing, Alexis Clapano. It's beautiful, that Ferrari, isn't it? Oh.
Alan Drake Cruz now only 11 seconds off the battle for Nabu Aslan in P2. That's good, man.
He made up 7/10 of a second on the last lap. JMX Phantom. This kid's only going to get better, isn't he?
Oh, Drake Cruz is definitely one driver for the future. Josh was talking about him earlier. You got him, you got Axel Knockom, Mackenzie as well. Of course, let's not forget Dylan Tan is only, of course, 13 or 14.
Yeah.
But Dylan Tan, he's not here today, but from Legion of Races, he's really going to be a driver for the future as well. So it's good to see the youngsters. We do need them. And that's why we do these championships, right? It's to encourage more new drivers, teams to come in, learn the right way to doing stuff so they have the good foundations, good habits that will help them reach their full potential.
Well, virtual to reality, it seems a long time ago, but that was exactly what you were wanting to do, and maybe some of these kids will see them in the real racing in the not too distant future. Then again, it could be a career in virtual racing for them.
Yes, absolutely. This is kind of a cool thing about this particular esport is there are 2 fields you can go into. You can become a sim racer and earn income from that, although it is quite tough to still do that here in Asia, whereas in Europe you can do that quite comfortably. Or you can go to real life racing, and yeah, there are definitely possibilities there. So that's the beauty of it.
Well, we're still on board with Amo Hazik. His last lap was a better 145.6, so a little bit inconsistent unless he got caught up in a little bit of traffic. Car number 12 it is, and he's about to come into contact with a little bit more traffic. This is Ilham Shakil, who's just ahead of him.
Yeah, still though, I'm not sure if Blue Steel has a big enough gap over Stratos Motorsports. They got a 21-second gap, but this last stint is going to be very, very key. Because he needs to come in now.
I was going to say 45 minutes is what you said.
Yeah. Come in now. You've got traffic, mate, anyway.
But he stays out at least for one more lap. For Amo, it's possibly a case of I'll show them.
Yes.
There is the man who is closing in. Terry Rayton's just posted a 1:44.5. That is 1.4 seconds quicker than Amo Hazik has just posted. So Amo's in P1, Terry Rayton's in P4, but you can almost feel them just closing that gap inexorably.
Yeah, Rayton's not really closed the gap to Cruz. Still 26 seconds between Laundry House and GMX Phantom.
That Alan Drake Cruz, again, there's still time to go. What did Cruz do last time? 1:44.9. 0.4 of a second. Tell you what, you do that regularly and you'll soon close that gap, and then it becomes a bit of a problem. Track conditions are very good. No wind, no sign of rain. Boo, rain would be fun.
So this is the tricky thing here. Can any of the top two cars, Blue Steel or Laundry House, go to this last pit stop and not take tires? Because it's only 40 minutes to go. I know the tires are getting a bit hammered, but you'll save 30 seconds if you don't change tires.
It's a gamble worth taking.
Yeah, gamble worth taking, even though the tires will be used.
How long's he been out for, though? Has he been on those existing tires for an hour plus?
He's been on those tires for about an hour now.
Okay.
Both the top two cars have been on those tires for about an hour.
So you're asking a set of tires to last you 1 3/4 hours.
That is correct. It'll be hard. The tires will last. It's just the last 10 minutes you'll be bleeding a lot of lap time because the tires will be stuffed. Yeah, but Blue Steel I think would definitely change tires because they have to swap drivers. So when you have to swap drivers, it takes time as well. So you don't lose time changing tires. So I think Blue Steel would definitely swap tires, and I think they want to because, like I said, Sharif Sukaina was about to get in the car. He's not being able to practice so much, and it's just asking for trouble putting a new driver who's a bit undercooked on used tires. So I think they'll definitely give him new tires. But Nabil Aslan, I think they're going to roll the dice and not change tires.
Well, Nabil just posted a 1:45.4. Alan Drake Cruz 0.4 quicker, a 1:45.0. Rayton a 1:44.4, and he's coming up to the end of his lap. Let's see. Can we just go to? We're on Amo Hazik at the moment. Can we just go to Terry Rayton to see if he stays out, which is answer number 1. And answer number 2, a 1:45. Okay, so he didn't make up any appreciable time on that last lap. But we are looking at it lap by lap just to see how much they're being clawed in. We're also beginning to look at the clock because 41 minutes becomes a sprint race.
Yeah, definitely. It's a sprint race. The top two cars have to come in and out. It's pit now. It's too long. Both of them will be running out of petrol, running out of fuel at this point.
Amo Hazik coming towards the end of this lap. This is the leader.
He's still got the traffic in front of him, eh?
Yes, there is traffic. There's the problem. Stays out again.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get my math out now. How many minutes in 4 hours?
240 minutes. So it's 46 minutes is the minimum, but 1 hour, 2 hours and 6, I think, is the maximum.
Yeah, so the Blue Steel their drivers have the minimum stint time of 19%, which is 45 minutes. They're not going to be able to do Sukainen in 45 minutes. Now, there's only 40 minutes left to go, so they are going to incur a penalty. And it's not a small penalty, it's going to be a big penalty.
Sukainen's a named member of the team.
Yes, that is right. So Blue Steel, I think, have got their math wrong. If anyone in Blue Steel's listening, you might need to tell your drivers.
Back on the circuit, Blue Steel Racing. Amo Hazik has the lead out on the circuit, 20 seconds clear of Nabil Aslam. But the maths and the rules of the game suggest that this might be a Pyrrhic lead, and a lead that might disappear before the end of 40 minutes. Alan Drake Cruz in P3 at the moment. He's closing that gap on Nabil Aslam quite considerably. He's just taken another 8/10 off him on that last lap. Regularly, Alex, it's half a second, 7/10, 8/10.
Yep, it is. But Stratos, I think, is still going to throw the dice. I think they are going to not change tires that might actually keep him in P2. Because you're going to save 30 seconds, you're not going to put much fuel in the car. That might keep him in P2. The question then, of course, is can Laundry House overtake? Because Terry Rayton, Laundry House cars, will be considerably faster. But Stratos, I think, are just going to do what Nazir Asman was doing in Racing Line car, just defend like crazy for the last half an hour.
I can tell you the leading Pro-Am team, Dwicky is in. So it's a change of racer in the leading Pro-Am. Car 898, 8th at the moment. That's very, very respectable. Clapano 10th, Hussein 11th, Nazir Asman in 12th. And Nabil comes in.
Okay, Nabil was in.
Hazik Amo is still out there.
Yeah, guys, anyone from Blue Steel's listening, you might want to tell your driver that there's not enough time for Sharik Zakaina to do a minimum time now.
He didn't do a quick stint before, did he?
No, he didn't.
Blue Steel leading the way. Nabil in the pits. Alan Drake Cruz may well take over P2. In fact, almost certainly will take over P2. Alan Drake Cruz 30 seconds down on Amo. And for JMX Phantom, the defending champions, currently in P2. But it is looking very like they are going to get Season 4 of ERGP Endurance off to a winning start.
But even if these, I don't know what's going to happen later with the stewards, but it's still been a great job by Blue Steel Racing right now.
Of course.
I've loved seeing them winning and leading this race. You know, just some great jobs by the team to make such big progress from last year to this year. You know, they were always at the bottom of the top 10 in every endurance race, and now to see them fighting right up the sharp end of the field is fantastic.
As they whiz past us down the long straight once again. He has stayed out, so maybe he's unavailable. I don't know. Maybe the third driver is just not in place. Who knows? We'll ask Amo later on.
Yeah. We'll leave it to the stewards, of course. But of course, all three drivers checked in for the race, so all three drivers have to drive. It's possible maybe that they were just focusing on the maximum stint time and forgot about the minimum stint time. But I can't believe that's possible. Amo's been involved with our commentary for so long. There's no way he could not know about it. we were trying to get him on Zoom later, Des, and we'll ask him.
Backrell left space for Amo. He was still in the lead. So there he goes, and 9-11. Terry Rayton is not far behind. What is the differential? 28 seconds from P1 to P2. Terry Rayton to Alan Drake Cruz.
Looks
about
like
26 seconds down there, isn't it?
Looks like Nabil did not change. Did change tires because the Stratos cars come out in P4. So decided not to roll the dice, keep it safe and simple, and try and hold station.
He's about 16 seconds down on Terry Rayton. He's just done his outlap of a 2:30, 3:35. New tyres will make what?
Yeah,
half a second difference?
That's a very fast outlap. That means he's short-fueled the car. He still changed tyres, but he short-fueled the car because he didn't have to put that much petrol in. Let's see what sort of lap times is. I got a feeling the next few lap times will be quite quick from Stratos Motorsports because I do think they've changed tyres and they got low fuel.
And Terry Rayton is coming in. I can tell you that Nabil was 16 seconds adrift of them. No, he still is 16 seconds adrift of them. Terry Rayton comes round towards the tail end of his 115th lap.
So everyone is pitted except for the leader now.
Amo doesn't write the code for this game, does he? He's not made it so that he can not need to pit.
Oh,
disqualification.
Yeah. Disqualification for car 24. No, I wonder what that was for. Maybe ignoring track limits, maybe ignoring coming in for a drive-through. If you do ignore the drive-through penalty after 3 laps, you will get disqualified.
And a stop and go also for Fikri in car 420.
Yep, Fikri, car 420.
Well, thanks as usual to the stewards who are monitoring what is going on, checking all of the appeals, making their decisions pretty rapidly.
Okay, he must come in now. Must be on fumes at this point. Does he come in? No. Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Wow, indeed.
Amo stays out. And his lap time was a 1:46.
I wonder if they know about the maximum stint time. Maximum stint time is 70 minutes. I'm pretty sure they came in with 1 hour 45 to go. So he's gone over an hour for sure. He needs to make sure he doesn't go over 70 minutes though.
Laundry House in the meantime. Terry Rayton coming towards the tail end of his 116th lap. His last lap time of 1:44.7. So he's regularly in the mid 1:44s. That is pretty rapid. Nabil behind him was a second down on him on his second lap after the change of tyres. The tyres will still be warming up at that stage. It's probably from lap 3 and 4 onwards that you need to look at it. But Terry Rayton, he comes through in a 1:44.7 again, almost identical.
Wow.
Good lap times.
Very good lap times because we can see the car number 1 of JMX Phantom starting to go off the boil again. Alan Drake Cruz, like in his first stint, about halfway through the stint, started losing lap time, and he is losing lap times now, 45.5 for JMX Phantom.
Nabil's second proper lap out, 1:45.7, so the new tyres and the lighter fuel haven't made an instantaneous difference. But he's well clear of Josh Navas. Well clear of Josh Navas.
Oh, maybe he didn't change tyres because I was expecting much better lap times from Nabil. That's a bit strange. 45s is not where he should be if he's changed new tyres. He should be in the 44s.
And there he is. He's 18 seconds down on Terry Rayton.
Yeah, he was 16, so
Yes,
he's going backwards.
He's going backwards.
Yeah, maybe he didn't change new tyres.
That's not the plan.
That's strange then. He didn't make up as much time as I thought he would if he didn't change new tyres. That's very strange.
Saying that, Rayton is lapping very, very rapidly inside the 1:44s. He's got 30 seconds or so left on his 117th lap.
It's possible that Nabil might have not changed new tyres, and that's why the pace is not so good, and then he's had a moment on the outlap.
Right.
Okay.
Amo Hazik is in. Also in is Billy Ebenhauser, who was doing magnificent work earlier on. Got up into the top 5, Billy Ebenhauser.
Yeah. Okay, there's the leaders going through. Drake Cruz goes back to the lead. Terry Rayton into P2. Where does Blue Steel come out? Can we see Blue Steel's still in the pit lane? Yes, they are coming out of the pit now.
But Nabil might cruise past him. Amo is there. Where is Nabil? There's Nabil. Ooh, just behind, but that's going to be close for P3.
Yep. And who's in the car? Yeah, Sharik Zukainan should be in the car now.
But it says Amo. Yes, Sharik is indeed in the car. But that might be a miscalculation by Blue Steel Racing. Stewards, you have some work to do, my friends.
Yes. Let's see what lap times, because you see, look at this, Blue Steel Racing got Stratos Motorsport just behind them, the green car's just there. What pace can they do? I think Nabil's on old tyres because his pace has really gone off the boil. But it's allowed him to get closer to the Blue Steel car, and of course it's all about what sort of lap times Sharik Zukainan can do now in P3.
Still in the 145s. Terry Rayton 144.8, so he's averaging 3 or 4 tenths a lap quicker than Alan Drake Cruz. And Rayton 911 is just about ready to go through the start-finish line. We're keeping an eye on his lap time whilst we're on board with the man in 4th place, Nabil Aslam.
He's definitely getting closer. Zukainen's not having a very fast outlap at the moment, despite short fueling that car. Ooh, track limits there, mate. And Zukainen's outlap, a 2:44. That's okay. It's not too bad, but it's not brilliant because they would have short fueled that car. So I was expecting a sub 40, to be honest.
And Nabil outside 146 again.
Yeah,
Off the pace.
yeah. You can see he's taking forever for the car to rotate. I think those front tyres are quite cooked on that McLaren.
Yang Ming from the academy has got himself a drive-through penalty down in P19.
Yep. Quite a few drivers down in the lower third of this field. Brand new to this sport, brand new to this game, and still not quite sussed out the track limits, I think, so quite a few drive-throughs coming in for these guys.
I'm just looking down the left-hand side of the page. Aldrin was in the top 7 or 8 earlier on. He's dropped down to 17. Tobias Farhan, sorry, he's down in P20. He was up in the top 8 earlier on. Brady, Filipino, he wasn't doing too badly. He was in the top 15, dropped down to P24. So Panam, disqualification in the pits. We are on with Tobias Farhan.
It's been great having him back, but he hasn't had quite a clean race for this team.
He may make up a place on Yang Ming. What you're looking at, if you're in the top 15, you look back on this as a good day's work.
Yeah. Actually, Tobias' last lap was his fastest lap of the race at 44.3. That's very, very quick. That's the sort of pace we expect from him.
He was always quick, wasn't he?
Oh, he's always, yeah, he's flying, man. And another lap, 44.3. Oof, he really is flying. The Gamasala car.
And indeed, he's got himself up ahead of Yang Ming into P19. We are, though, back up with Alexis Clepano for NN Racing, the leader of the Pro-Am group.
Of course, this is the driver that won Pro-Am last year when he was partnered with Alan J. Cruz. So, good start to his title defense.
For both them and the pro leaders. Clepano, he's lapping in the 147s. He's just going to come and finish this lap, which is a 146.8. So improving a little bit. He's inside the top 10. Anything inside the top 10 would be pretty good.
Sherrick Zukainen on the last lap did a 44.3.
Okay. Let's shut us up just a little bit.
That's a very good lap time by Zukainen. So Zukainen's flying. That's awesome to see that he's going so quickly.
But he's only got a 5-second lead over Nabil.
Yeah, but with that pace, there's no way Nabil can get close.
Well, he was 1.3 seconds faster than Nabil. So he's increased that lead. Zukainen to Nabil to at least about 7 or 8 seconds. 6.14 officially, but going away from him. Still on board with Clepano.
Yeah, but great anyway to see Blue Steel going so quickly. Obviously, there's that question mark about minimum driving time. But yeah, Zukainen, I think, has the pace to stay in front of Nabil Aslan.
Sharik, he goes through and he's just done another 144. So he is posting some really, really quick laps. Back-to-back 144s. That's a good answer to a disappointingly slow outlap and a less than impressive first proper lap. But the tyres, I suppose, are just a little bit warmer. The track temperature is very low anyway, so
yeah,
maybe it just takes an extra 4 or 5 corners for those tyres to get fully up to speed.
Yes, indeed.
25 minutes to go. It's amazing, these endurance races. They do suddenly fly through.
Yes. 4 hours can be like a sprint race, to be honest. Can be.
Can be.
Can be. It's not, but it can be. Definitely a 1 hour or 2 hour race it's like a sprint race for me.
It's all about consistency as well, though, isn't it? Making sure that you put in consistent lap times, but you don't make mistakes. Look what happened in the very first lap. You made a mistake, and
yeah,
who was it? Car
889.
889, yeah.
Legion of Races, yeah.
Oh, Takuma, they've got themselves up to P13. Wow.
Yeah, they were up to P10. I don't know why they've dropped back a bit. It's a bit strange. But yeah, maybe something happened for a bit.
Well, he's only 4 seconds down on.
And the lap time's strong.
So Takuma 13. We're still on board with Sharik Zulkarnain.
Yep. And also you have to be careful with the conditions, because the track temperatures and the ambient temperatures, they go up and down so much that you have to be on top of the tire pressure. So you're always keeping the tires in the peak tire pressure window and in the peak tire temperature window. Both very important.
Ikram Hussain from Circuit Motorsport. He's inside the top 12. Is that Takuma right on his tail?
That's right.
So let's just stick with this one just for a while. It's getting a little bit murky out there. I suppose it's not the vision isn't as difficult for the drivers. It looks nice and gloomy for us here.
Yeah, they'll be able to see just fine, especially with the lights on right now. But Ikram Hussain, not a bad run for them actually. Circuit Motorsport up to P12.
But will come under pressure.
Yeah, it's lap time 46.9 this last lap. It's not really quick enough, so Legion of Racers is going to make short work of these next two cars, I feel.
And Legion of Racers are indeed closing in. So we have got Ikram in the lime green, and then just going through the Legion of Racers car in white. Closing in. This last lap time for Ikram is a 1:47.4 compared to a 1:44.9 for Takuma. 2.5 seconds made up in one lap. This could be a very quick kill. Ikram's got to stay close, but you can almost see him being reeled in visually. Slingshotting around this long right-hander. Well, he's not made the headway I thought he would, but he has got significantly closer. Maybe set himself a chance up for corner 9 and 10. This is the battle for P12. It'd be a great performance for Takuma if he were to be able to claw his team back into a top 10 place. He's only got 22 minutes to go, and a mistake there. Ooh, Takuma is able. Has he got the drive? He had to slam on the brakes. Tries to go around the outside, looks on the switchback down the inside. Takuma, foot flat down. Has he got his nose ahead? The answer is we didn't, but he's able just to close the gate.
Nice, round the outside, perfect. Could easily have overcooked it, did not overcook it, and takes the place.
So Takuma moves up to P13 ahead of Ikram Hussain. Good time to join that action. Right, back up to the top, I think. Let's have a look at Alan Drake Cruz and his lap times. 1:45.1. Not bad. Is a little bit slower than Terry Rayton, but it's only the 2/10 and the 3/10 slower. This will be interesting to see what he posts on this occasion. JMX Phantom, the Indonesian team, but with the Filipino drivers. 1:45.2. And Terry Rayton will be coming in just a very short time.
Yeah, that's okay by Alan Drake Cruz. It's just quick enough. There is Rayton right now. You just spoke of him coming through the last corner right now. So basically about the length of the pit straight and a little bit more than the length of the pit straight behind.
1:45.2, identical times. Indeed, Rayton was probably 200th slower than Alan Drake Cruz. So Alan Drake Cruz is holding on.
20 laps to go. 20 minutes to go. He's going to have to make a second a minute if he's going to try and challenge the JMX Phantom car.
Yeah, what is that? 12 laps, 13 laps tops?
Yeah.
Oh, 8 laps.
P3, there you have Zulkarnain. He's lapping 44.3 though. He's been doing a great job in his stint. Consistently second faster than the first two. Oh no!
Clapano, drive-through.
Oh, this is our Pro-Am leader. NN Racing, leading Pro-Am at the moment with a drive-through.
And he's only got a 5-second advantage from Azza. And Azza from Brunei. This could well be a fabulous debut because the drive-through is going to take place instantaneously from Clapano. That makes sense. And that, I think, is Azza going through past him.
That's going to drop him out of the top 3, I think.
So Azza goes through. So he's the new Pro-Am leader. Dwicky, is he on his tail?
Yeah, he's just on his tail. So this is a close battle between. There's only 5 seconds between the top two now. And there's a guy in third position, Subaru Motorsport. Ikram, he goes through. So there's Nazir Asman as well. So Clapano's going to drop out of the top 5 even. P5 maybe.
His purgatory is third, but where does he come out?
P5 in the Pro-Am class. Oh wow, what a disaster for last year's Pro-Am champion.
Has Hussein gone past him? Yeah, Hussein's past him. Nazir Asman has gone past him. How about Abdullah? Ahmad Abdullah?
Nope,
No.
Abdullah's behind.
So you're quite right. You've played this game before, Alex.
I think I have.
So 5th in the Pro-Am from 1st, thanks to a drive-through penalty. And only less than 19 minutes to try to make some kind of amends. Billy Ebenhauser is in the pits again. What's been going on there? Maybe a late change. Up at the front, Alan Drake Cruz and Terry Rayton are going lap for lap, and Clapano is being overtaken.
Yeah, he's getting lapped by Juan He.
Okay.
Oh, Clapano breaks super late. Whoa, what's he doing?
Oh, and Clapano causes an instant there. Juan He will not be pleased, and there could be damage there.
Yeah, he's getting lapped. I don't know why he's defending when he's getting lapped. I don't think that was the smartest thing to do. Maybe he just messed up his braking, just braked too late. It's possible.
And is that Takuma going through as well?
Yeah, Takuma's already gone through.
He has indeed. So Devan is through. Odi Devan. I think we need to go back up to the top and see the great work that Sharik Zulkarnain is doing in P3. That's P2 Terry Rayton. There's Sharik. Or JMX Phantom.
He's been driving really well. Low 44s the whole way.
He's extended a lead that was just 4 seconds over from Nabil to 14 seconds.
Yeah.
However, there is a big question mark over whether or not the team have got within the driver limits.
But again, whatever happens, Blue Steel have had such an improved race. Amul Hazik, we know he's a stalwart of the team and he's always quick. But I've also been very impressed with Zulkarnain. I know he's been short on practice time. And yes, I know it's cold right now. The conditions are good. He's got low fuel, but to be in the consistently low 44s is very, very impressive. That also shows me that Zulkarnain is also taking a step forward in his driving, and it's not just
Russell Hayes.
Brain fade.
Yeah.
Imran Suhaili, who did the first 2 stints. Imran Suhaili, who's been so impressive. He's been the quickest out of the whole 3.
Russell Reyes, though, and Alan Drake Cruz, they are the team in the lead and looking great guns. Terry Rayton 20 seconds adrift. It needs a catastrophe from Alan Drake Cruz. And even though he's in his one, that's scary. He just lost 1.5 seconds. He can afford to lose at 1.5 seconds a lap. He's all right. But you don't want to make a big mistake and miss out from here.
Yeah, it's only 16 seconds now between the top 2. You just need a small half spin somewhere by Drake Cruz, and Laundry House are back in it.
But
20 seconds, sorry.
Yeah, 20 seconds. But Alan Drake Cruz, is young though he is, we keep talking about him. Firstly, when he joined the ERGP set, we were amazed that a 10-year-old could do so well. Now we just expect him to do well and to be consistent, and it truly would be astonishing if he did lose this lead. The eyes have it. I love eyes on racing cars. Sharik in P3, Shakil in P6.
Let's go down to the cars in P5 and 6. Joshua Nabus here.
Yeah, we've not really spoken about Veloci Regatta Racing, have we?
Quietly done a really good job. I'm very impressed with how Nabus and his teammate have done. Roy Ripperit. they've been very, very quick. And again, these are two drivers that have improved really a lot over the last year and a half, really. So impressive to see him doing so well. And then in P6, just behind them, is Shakil in Team Techno. Josh had some really nice things to say about these two drivers, of course. They're also doing a stupendous job. Car number 77. Ifam, Emmanuel, and Shakil. So good job by all three of them.
Again, Team Techno, a newish name. The guy I enjoyed most of all in the first stint, the first hour, was Felix Young, who's in P7.
Yep.
Car 822 in the BMWs. The other good thing about this is you've got 5 different brands in the first 5.
Yeah,
which is really very, very good.
Yep.
Either
Awesome.
good game setting or well done to the drivers for making the choices.
Ooh, front's a bit wide. Well, I think it's the RGP. We chose good PLP to allow everyone to be even.
Self-praise is no praise.
Yeah.
Felix Young from Scarlet Racing, the Scarlet Pimpernel, tries to just make sure that he gets into a top 7.
Cool.
It's the first race of the endurance season. Have you got the full calendar mapped out?
Yes, shall we have a look at the calendar, actually?
Indeed, let's do that. There's the...
Just in case you guys are wondering, this is the calendar, 5 rounds. Right, next round will be May 13th, and it'll be Bathurst 4-hour race. First time I've done that in endurance in a while. And you might see after that it's Kailami, and then round 4 is a mystery track. We are going to hold a driver's vote, a team vote at some point to choose round 4, but we're going to wait for the latest round of updates to happen in about in a week's time before we do anything on that. And then we'll finish off at Spa. We like starting with Barcelona and finishing with Spa.
So 5 rounds to see if we can crown a new champion. It will be a surprise if it's Felix Young, Scarlet Racing, but Nazir Asman, again, will be a surprise as well. He's got himself into P12. Good effort by Racing Line.
Yep, P4 overall. Be interesting to see. Sorry, P3 overall. P3 in Pro-Am class, P12 overall. Good to see Racing Line there. But Ikram Hussain, let's see where they are. Wow, they're not far behind. Ikram Hussain, Sukru Motorsport, there he's not given up, and his last lap was it was a slow lap because he was getting lapped by the leader. But
He's only a second and a half down, isn't he?
Yeah. It's a good chance this team could get onto the podium still.
Somebody is static, car 623. There isn't a 623. No, he's gone. A bug on the lap timer. But let's stick with Ikram Hussain.
Wow. Guess who just did a 47.9?
Ooh, Alan Drake Cruz. Ooh, 80.
Wow, like the earlier stints. His stint seems to not... Oh, I tell you why. Because he had those back markers. He was coming through Nazir Asman and Ikram Hussain. That's why he had to do 2 back markers who were fighting very hard.
So 1, 2, 3 cars. Terry Rayton did a 45.1. I suppose this next lap we'll see how Alan Drake Cruz has recovered from that, but the gap is down to 17 seconds, maybe a bit more, maybe 18 seconds. So he's got it straight back up again because Terry Rayton was caught up in a little bit of traffic as well. This will be a true test whether or not Alan Drake Cruz is still on the pace. He's got the big L chicane.
Not teleporting, just lagging there a bit. His ping is high.
And he rips round. So he did a 147.9 last time. This time, 146.1.
Not great.
Better, but not great. Particularly as Terry Rayton is coming towards the tail end of his lap.
Yeah.
And Rayton is going to be posting a 140...
5.3.
5.3.
But you know what's interesting, some of the younger drivers like Alan Drake Cruz is that they do, when they lose the rhythm, they tend to find it really difficult to get back into the rhythm. I've noticed that with the younger drivers. So maybe Cruz just lost his rhythm a bit with the back markers. Just needs to relax though and get back into the rhythm, and his lap time will come good again.
Well, we're looking at Terry Rayton clawing in Alan Drake Cruz. Zulkanen is clawing in Terry Rayton, and if this was a 4.5 hour race, that might be an interesting battle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here is Sharik Zulkarnain, although he's about to come up with one or two back markers as well. Trained the guys well, Alex. They do move out the way in a very gentlemanly way.
Too kind, I think, but it's they have been very polite, I have to say. More polite than I expected them to be. But better to be too polite than too rude.
Yes. You don't want to be impacting the result up at the top end.
No, absolutely. That's a disaster when that happens.
There is Sharik. Comes into this long semi-straight before he's got this big left-hander comes down the hill. Great graphics. Showing the view overlooking from the high part of the course. Takes this left, a little tweak, a little jink, and then flings himself round the right-hander. He's within 10 seconds of Terry Rayton.
Losing all the time.
He is, but time is not on his side. Inside 9 minutes to go.
No.
Alan Drake Cruz, a 1:45.6. Lost 3/10 to Terry Rayton.
But he's back in the 45s, that's the important thing. Drake Cruz in the 45s, he'll be fine to the end of the race.
Sharik in the 44s.
44.4, I know. Good lap by Blue Steel. Let's go back to the leaders of the Pro-Am class in P9, because they're really doing a good job as well. We have to give some recognition there. Apex Racing from Brunei. They lost a lot of time in the middle of the stint, middle of the race somehow. They were fighting for the win. Then they dropped out of the top 4 or 5, but obviously come strong again in the second half of this race. And wow, Azeb, first time racing the eRacing GP from Brunei, showing some really good pace. 45.3 for the last lap. It's a bit too quick for a bronze.
This is really good though for Apex Racing. For so long they were at the tail end, particularly in other championships that we've been working on, the E1 Championship. They were always the whipping boys, so to actually see them coming in genuinely competing and taking arguably the first win here, if they can hold on for the remaining 7.5 minutes, what a bonus it is for the team, reward for the team.
That'd be absolutely fantastic. Come on, Apex. Like you said, they've been such a big supporter of esports. Really trying to support all the young drivers. Let's see how they do. These are the guys at second position. These are the guys who are leading for a long time. HM Engineering. Yeah, it looks like they're going to keep P2. But I also have to have special mention for Clapano there right now. Clapano from NN Racing. They were winning, but they had to drive through. Not sure why. Track limits, or maybe had contact with someone. And he should turn on his lights, I feel. But Clapano looks like the NN Racing is going to finish P5.
Maybe he's just trying to sneak through the 4 places as the lights go on in Barcelona. Do love that sweep down that home straight. Undulating courses make such a difference. The modern tracks tend not to have the undulations.
Absolutely, that's right.
Sweeps around this right-hand side, Clapano and NN Racing. 6.5 minutes to go. And we go back up.
This has been the team, though. Team of the day.
From start to finish.
Start to finish, yeah. Pole position, never been headed. Both drivers done a great job, but I have to especially say Russell Reyes, when he's driving the car, he's been really strong.
Alan Drake Cruz, is that a CRU next to him? Oh no, DD. Yeah, it is CRU. That's clever. Tells us who's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Cruz.
Cruising.
Yeah, cruising now. 45.9 the last lap. Let's see, 3 more laps to go? Yeah, 3 more laps to go, I reckon.
As he comes through, he's got a nice, healthy 15-second lead. It was as high as 20. Be interesting to see if it was a closer race, whether or not he would be as cool and as calm.
Well, yeah, actually, I think the Stratos Motorsports would have been in the mix for this, and that would have been very interesting. There is Drake Cruz going through turn 1. Terry Rayton here going across the start-finish line at P2. Not far at all. 15 seconds between the top 2. That shows how close this race has been. And like I said, I think we could have had another car in there. P3 there, also going across the start-finish line. Zulkarnain from Blue Steel Racing.
Is that Clapano he's just overtaken? I think it is.
My car of the day, I would have to say, because they've improved so much. And then over in P4, Stratos Motorsports. What about this car? If they hadn't had that drive through that contact in the first lap, they would have been in the mix for the win, I think. Maybe not the win, but definitely second or third.
Again, it is endurance, but you can lose places. It can affect your whole race from the very, very first corner. And that's exactly what has happened here to Nabil and Naqib Aslan from Stratos Motorsports. They received a drive-through penalty for clipping a car in the very, very early stage on the first lap of this 4-hour endurance race. It cost them a drive-through. It dropped them down from P3 to P13, which meant that they were unable genuinely to compete. So for them to get back up into the top 4 and the possibility of a podium place if Blue Steel Racing have made a mathematical error in their timings of races. But wherever they come, top 4 is a fine reward for a strong day's work by the brothers.
Then over to P5, of course, Veloce Ragazzo. Oh, getting into some argy-bargy there with back markers. But you don't want to see that with only a couple laps of going.
Yes, we do.
I think the driver doesn't want to see that. Imagine your race ends with just a couple laps to go.
Oh, gosh, yes.
But Joshua Nabus there, piloting the Veloce Ragazzo, car number 5. Heading on to position 5. That'd be the top, best result they've had in the RGP.
That is a real scrum going on ahead of them.
So what's he do? Does he try and find his way through, or does he just sit there to the end of the race?
Depends how close he is. He's only a second clear of Ikram. Oh, no, that's Nazir. Where's Josh? He's only... Ah, no, he's got 12 seconds. He just sits and waits. 2 more laps. Sits and waits and doesn't get into any kind of a problem.
Okay, well, let's look at this battle for third position in Pro-Am class right now. Nazir Azman there just holding off Ikram Hussain.
So it's the black holding off the lime green.
And they got other cars trying to lap him at the same time. Oh, this is perfect for racing line. A lapper, a leader getting in between him and his competitor. Gosh, Nazir Azman's had to do a lot of defending this race.
Did 889? Takuma got into the top 10. Car 889, the ones who were bowled out, rank bottom 26 in the first hour. Having been in P4, they've worked themselves methodically back into the top 10. But this is the battle for Nazir Azman in P3, car 57. It's always been a good racer, Naz. Oh, there's going a little bit wide. Was that he?
Oh, he's getting slowed down massively. And he's not had the exit out of the last corner he needs, so he's still going to have traffic for this next lap. Oh, purgatory.
And there will be 2 more laps to go. Our race leader, Alan Drake Cruz, is on his penultimate lap. There is Naz. That's a really nice feature to see in the night when it comes through. The screen telling us who is in the car.
Yeah. It's 822 is a lap car, I think, but he's not getting out of the way.
It's Felix Jung. He's been in fights and battles all day long.
But I'm wondering where the pace has gone. So just like that first stint, it looked quick and then his pace disappears.
We saw Terry Rayton in the midst of that as well. You don't want to get involved in there, Terry. You do not want to get knocked off when you're second place. Yeah, they've been gentlemanly so far, but you are playing with... You are dancing, Terry Rayton. And you have got away with a big one there. Laundry House risking catastrophe.
Wow, and Ikram tagged racing line Nazir Azman as well. That's battle for third place in the championship in Pro-Am. Nazir is going to have to defend into turn 10. Oh! Going to try and go around the outside. Nope, they just about hang on. Okay, calm down. Oh, so much defending still to be done.
That is going to be a battle.
With 1 more lap to go.
Up at the front, I can tell you, Alan Drake Cruz has just gone on to his final lap. 135 laps completed. Last lap for Alan Drake Cruz as Terry Rayton. Gosh, he was dicing with danger. We'll stick on this just for now, because this is the battle for P3 in the Pro-Am. 1, 2 and 3 are just about sorted. 1, 2, 3 and 4 sorted in the Pro class. Long straight coming down the hill, not quite close enough. Hussein.
Rain clouds also on the way, just as the race is about to end.
Boo. Give us an extra half hour, bonus half hour.
Wow. Nazir Osman in the racing line car. So much pressure right now. Ooh, Ikram had a tank slapper there.
But it's up to Naz not to make a mistake. That's all he can really do, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Just doesn't need to make a mistake right now. And he'll be fine.
And there isn't any traffic in front of him now. The congestion has disappeared a little bit. So suddenly it is into Team Racing Line's benefit.
Yep.
We're going to have to cut away from this race very soon because Alan Drake Cruz is about to go into the final group of corners. And Alan Drake Cruz alongside Russell Reyes and JMX Phantom, fastest in qualifier. They've been leading from the very first start. Russell Reyes in scintillating form. Alan Drake Cruz, 1 or 2 question marks over his first stint. Then Reyes, and now Alan Drake Cruz has got the drive home. And what a fabulous way to start the defense of your title. The winners of the first of 5 rounds of the ERGP Endurance are JMX Phantom. Alan Drake Cruz takes us home, has a bit of a celebration. He is in P1. And congratulations, Terry Rayton Laundry House will come through in P2. And then I think we go back to that battle then to see who's coming into P2. There it is. And it's Nazir Asman will get P3 in the Pro-Am ahead of Iqbal Hussein.
Blue Steel also crosses the line in P3. Right now, Sharik Sukainen takes P3 in the Pro class. And here are the winners for the Pro-Am. Great job there by Apex Racing Brunei. Wow, wow, wow. As they come to the end. That'll be first race win. I think the biggest result for them ever.
It is. It's really good. Good to see.
Yeah.
I love to see people who've been loyal, who could easily have dropped out because they were uncompetitive, now absolutely competitive. Congratulations to them. But also congratulations to young Alan Drake Cruz and Russell Reyes. That was a fabulous way to start. A 17-second victory over Laundry House, Terry Rayton and Bruno. And Zulkarnain, alongside Amo, has got himself into P3, but the stewards, I think, will be having question marks about that as night falls over Barcelona. It's the end of round 1 of this endurance season.
Congratulations, Apex Racing Brunei. Fantastic. Shall we have a word with the winners in the Pro class?
Absolutely. It's got to be done.
Yeah, see if we can talk to Alan Drake Cruz. One, let's not forget, they were the Pro-Am champions last time. Let's see if they can, and of course now they're the Pro champions in round 1. Alan, can you hear us? What a great result. Fantastic. Well done. How do you feel?
Pretty good race. I feel like on the first stint, just spent the tires too much, sending it too hard. And yeah, I feel like it was a pretty good race. I think Russell saved me there. He was very, very fast. He just kept on building gaps on his stints. And, on the second stint, I definitely improved with my tires. So I'm pretty happy with that. I learned many things from this race, and I think that was a nice one. So,
wow, yeah. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Now, so what else? The other difficulties you have? You're in Norway, of course, so the ping must have been quite high.
No, it was just okay because the internet was stable. That's all you needed, because that's what I noticed. If the internet is stable, then it's still easy to race side by side and close to each other, and had no problem lapping those back markers.
Have you and Russell had much of a chance to talk with each other or practice with each other coming into this race?
Oh, yes. It's like we started since last Tuesday or Wednesday, I think. And then, had to learn the car's driving style. It was pretty different from what I'm used to, like a mid-engine car. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Fantastic.
What a great way to start the season. Well done.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fabulous.
Wow. It's pretty special, eh? Fantastic. Great result for JMX Phantom, and such a young Alan Drake Cruz does a good job. We should try and speak to a Laundry House as well. I wonder if maybe we can get Bruno on the line. See, because I know Terry doesn't like talking so much. He doesn't really enjoy the post-race interviews. But let's see if we get Bruno on the line. Bruno, can you hear us?
Yes, good day, guys.
Yeah, congratulations, P2. Was that what you expected coming into this?
Cheers, mate. Yeah, it was good, actually. I think we, from quali, knew the Ferrari was quick, so expecting maybe P3 fight for the podium. The Porsche, as you probably see, is a bit of a meme on the straight. So even 0.1 behind sometimes on the exit, I just couldn't get an overlap.
Right.
But it was a fun battle with the guys, with the boys, number 12, Ferrari. And then the final stint, Terry did a mega drive. We had a bit of an undercut, so we could get ahead of them. The only thing we weren't sure if the guys would change tires or not at the end, but they did. So we got the gap, 15 seconds, but obviously fresh tires and lighter on field, they were very quick, the final run, but obviously they ran out of laps. So P2 was, I think, the best we could do today. The BMW was in another league today. Great stuff.
Yeah, thanks very much, Bruno, and great first and the second stint from also. And thanks to the boys up front as well to give us something to chase. So
Is that Terry?
yes, that's me.
Hey, Terry. Congratulations, mate. Fantastic driving. You looked some very solid laps there. You were really pushing hard at one point.
Yeah, I think after at the beginning of my second stint, I knew what the deal was with the undercut. So just about pushing as hard as we could. And yeah, just managed to sort of keep it sub 45s. And I think we came out with about 15 seconds gap after the stops, but then just a matter of holding off to the end. So
You had a bit of a scare on the last lap, though. There was almost a coming together as dark descended.
yeah, I'm not sure if you saw me flailing around with the arms on the webcam and stuff, but there was a lot of flashing, a lot of certain words that I won't repeat. Yeah.
Perfect.
So
But congratulations. Laundry House are always there or thereabouts, and it was a pretty unflappable drive from both drivers.
Yeah, thanks to Bruno once again. So
Congrats. Wow.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. I think that's done, aren't we?
Do we have a chance to talk to the Pro-Am guys? Do we have a chance to talk to Apex? Are they on board?
Apex up. Ben Seeker's there. Let's see if we can talk to Ben, see what he says, because we should ask him really what's been going on. So, Ben, congrats.
G'day, how's it going?
Not bad. Pro-Am win. You want to take us through your race?
Well, my stint didn't go too well. I think I held the team up a little bit, but my guys in stint 1 and stint 3, they crushed it. So, Naim and Azza, they crushed it out there, so pretty stoked for those boys. Get your face in here, guys.
Yeah, because you guys have your own center where you all drive from, a bit like JMX Phantom has in Jakarta. So, and these are all new drivers. So, to talk us through what's been happening with your program.
Yeah, we've been doing a bit of digging, trying to find some local talent. So we've got 2 really good drivers here, and yeah, they've been doing a lot of training at the center here, and you can tell by the pace that they're very good. So stoked to win that class today.
Get them in the shot. Give us a wave.
Get in here, boys. Get ready to load.
Well done.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Great job. Good to have you guys on the leaderboard at last. You've been such great supporters of ERGP.
Thank you. Good to see you again. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Brilliant work. Brilliant. So that's a very healthy way to get the season up and running. Alex, got to say, the technical side worked beautifully, which is always a worry, particularly if you're dialing in from Norway and Australia and everywhere. So congratulations once again, and great racing. Absolutely.
Big thank you, obviously, Afik, our show director, also fellow commentator quite often. Fahad, who did a great job with the servers, and of course our fellow commentators, Ammo and Josh.
Yeah, Josh, brilliant. Brilliant to hear Josh Perwin. And the more drivers who want to have a chance to commentate, please talk to us. We'd love to give you opportunities to talk about eRacing, because you guys know what's going on more than anybody else. Well, he knows a bit more than you, but more than anybody else, it's great to have you on board. So, round 1 is done. Round 1 of 5. It's a long old season. Takes us through to November.
Yep, takes us through to November. Next race will be in May 13th at Bathurst. Then we go to Kyalami. Round 4 is a mystery track. We'll allow the teams to vote on it, maybe in a couple months from now. And then, of course, we'll finish up with Spa. We'd love to start with Barcelona. We'd love to finish with Spa. So those are the races that we will keep. And, of course, the last race will be an 8-hour race. But join us May 13th for round 2.
Indeed. This is ERGP. It is the Endurance Edition. Season 4 is up and running.